So welcome to the Scottish Electronic Music Conference Virtual Edition. We have four legends, or should I say three, and Graeme. We have four legends here. If you can introduce yourself, Graeme Park, tell us who you are and your background, basically, for everybody that doesn't.
My name's Graeme Park. I've been a DJ since 1984. I've also produced music, perform with the Hacienda Classical Show, and present radio shows too.
Mike?
Yeah, I'm Mike Grieve. Started DJing and running clubs in 1985 in Aberdeen. Opened my own nightclub, Fever, in Aberdeen in 1989, and then moved to Glasgow in the early 90s, where I've been running the sub club ever since.
The famous sub club. Huggy?
That's Huggy. I've not DJed as long as these boys, but been around since about 1990. So DJ, producer, club promoter, radio presenter, and now on the other side of the fence, sort of venue management and event management.
So I'm sort of the host for today. I'm John Mancini, and been DJ since 1988, and probably best known for part of the Colours and Street Rave setup. Radio presenter, producer, blah, 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 the usual stuff that everybody else has done. So basically, I've been asked, this is the history of electronic music in Scotland. And we've got a load of questions here that we'll get through. Where is the questions? Send them. There we go. Right, so Graeme, how did you get into the scene? Where did it start and where did it go?
Do you mean like in Scotland or in general?
Well, basically in general, just how did, well, probably for your dance days. No, the days.
Yeah. No, of course. Well, I moved to the East Midlands when I was about 16, 17. I used to play in bands. I played saxophone and sang in bands. Ended up working in a record shop, and the owner of the record shop bought a nightclub. So I basically ended up being the DJ, and it kind of went so well for me. I love DJing. I'd never done it before. I didn't know how much I was going to love it. And I loved the fact that people seemed to like what I played. So I gave up playing in bands and thought I'm going to concentrate on DJing. Of course, best decision I ever made, because that was 1984 and I've been DJing ever since. And I kind of started off in East Midlands, Nottingham, Derby, Leicester, then kind of crept over to the West Midlands, then the South, then North, ended up at Hacienda. But it wasn't until 1989 when Mike got in touch and got me up to DJ at Fever in Aberdeen. And of course, people just assumed I was from Manchester because when I was a Hacienda DJ. When they realised I was actually from Aberdeen, that kind of was the start of a long-standing relationship with Fever, but also with Mike. And over the past 30 years, I've DJed all over Scotland at regular intervals, and well, obviously apart from the past 18 months, but fingers crossed, I'm hoping to get up in Scotland soon. And of course, you mentioned Street Rave and you mentioned Colours, and I've done lots of work with you guys as well.
Just Joe, you're talking about the merchandise. Would you like to explain what actually that is?
Well, this is right. That's my logo, which if you go to my website, you can buy a variety of different T-shirts with my logo on. But this is a special limited edition GP Smiley Dandy T-shirt, and it's a homage to the greatest Scottish football club there ever was, Aberdeen Football Club, the most successful European football club as well. In fact, just to reiterate that, the only Scottish club to win more than one European trophy. So that's what this is.
This could be a long day. Shameless plug for the merchandise there. Absolutely shameless.
Yeah, shameless plug. You did invite me in there, but shameless plug aside, absolute fact about Aberdeen being the most successful club in Europe.
Anyway, Mike, where does your roots start? Where does that start? The dance scene.
I was hoping you were going to ask me about Aberdeen Football Club again, and we could have kept that theme going all the way through this.
I take it you're an Aberdeen supporter as well.
I've been an Aberdeen supporter all my life because
poor you.
Poor me, not at all. And listen, that was one of the wonders of my life. Actually, was living in Aberdeen in the early 80s, having moved up there from Glasgow in the late 70s. And living there right through the era where Aberdeen dominated football was incredible. The European. I didn't get to the final because I was well warned that if I got that boat to Gothenburg, I was going to come back to no job. I was going to get the sack. So I did the next best thing and watched it in the Pittodrie bar. Fantastic.
So anyway, about the football, let's get out of the road. Okay, please don't talk about Hibs. Fucking hell, we'll be here all day, mate.
We can't talk that long about Hibs, but never mind. So my days.
Sorry, Mike. Can you tell us your roots about your house? Where do you progress?
Yeah, the music thing. Sorry to get back to what we're meant to be talking about. So mid '80s Aberdeen. Been kicking about, going to whatever alternative music venues were going on in Aberdeen in that period. Along with my very, very good friend Harry, who was also living in Aberdeen at that time, and we were really just bored with what was going on. And Harry actually started a wee club in Aberdeen, a club night in Aberdeen, which I had a loose involvement with. And then he moved back down to Glasgow, and myself and the other guy, Jim Rennie, that we did it with, we started our own club called the Band Club in a wee venue in the basement of the Metro Hotel in Aberdeen, which subsequently, years after we left, it became the Pelican Club, which lasted for a long, long time in its own right. But we as the Band Club, we took on other venues. We did stuff all-nighters in big venues outside the city. We did the first ever Acid House weekly in Scotland, in a Videoplex venue, and ultimately we took on our own venue in 1989, the former Gabriel's nightclub, and turned that into Fever, which is where Graeme appeared on my radar. And like everybody else, I didn't actually realise that Graeme had an Aberdeen connection. But we had Graeme up to play, and that was amazing. And then during the course of our conversation, discovered that we actually went to the same school in Fife, because both of us are actually Fifers.
Yes.
Well, I'm a Fifer. You were born in Aberdeen, I think, but so I don't actually qualify as an Aberdonian anyway.
So you're an import.
I'm an import, and I lived most of my life in Glasgow. And to this day in Aberdeen, I'm still that. I don't know how much swearing I'm allowed to do, but you can. I'm still a country Glasgow. And then when I came back to Glasgow in the early '90s, ever since then I've been that country Aberdeen. So
no beating about the bush here with the swear words. Straight into the C-bomb.
Carry on, but you can bleep them out. So so that was really where it all started for me. And Fever coincided with a kind of real lift-off in electronic dance music, house music in particular. And we opened in February 1989, and that summer was the infamous second summer of Love, where things just went absolutely insane. And we had an amazing party for about 3 years before I went bankrupt, lost my house, and all the rest of it. Great parties along the way, but it was an expensive.
Fever was notorious. It was well known throughout Scotland as one of the originators of the Northeast.
It absolutely was, because when Mike picked me up from Aberdeen Airport on that first time, and kind of we got to know each other. As soon as I walked into the club, though, it was like, oh my God, this is just incredible, because I would played all over England, but I'd never come across anywhere that was had the same kind of insanity that the Hacienda had. And when I say insanity, I mean people totally immersed 100% in everything, the music, the vibe, the drugs, right? And when I walked into the club, it was like, oh my God, this is just incredible. And then met Jackie, and I met Harry, and did my thing, and everyone just went crazy. And it was like, this is the first of many appearances there. It really was a legendary club.
Jackie Morrison you're talking about?
Yeah, Jackie Morrison, and as Mike mentioned, Harry as well, who's now at Sub Club. But great. great vibe, great venue. I think the venue was part of it as well because it was quite dark, and yeah, it's just amazing, legendary for a reason. It really
Was it a case back then that all these small clubs that were popping up, say like you had Yogi in Edinburgh, you had the Sub Club was there, you had Street Rave happening, and then you had some of the Metro, and then you had maybe the Rumble would come along a few years later. Was it a case that because of all these wee clubs were few and far between, they were actually all fucking incredible, basically, because of something that came along?
Well, I think you're going back to the late 80s and early 90s. There was less clubs, less venues, and less DJs, I suppose. And people travelled, didn't they? People used to travel. People don't really travel now because everything is on their doorstep. And people from Aberdeen would come to, they come to the Hacienda, but they'd also come to, events in Glasgow and Edinburgh, Dundee. Everyone travelled around. And I think you've just mentioned the 4 or 5 main club nights that continue as club brands that have a great reputation for a reason. And that is because they were there at the beginning. They were catering to a need that there was nowhere else offering what those clubs did, just like the Hacienda started off, and the Garage in Nottingham. And people came, build it and they will come, as they say. And people did. And those clubs, quite rightly, we talk about them now because, and they're still around now because they really were at the cutting edge of what was going on.
Huggy, tell us about your introduction into the club scene. Obviously, tell us about Edinburgh. You're an East Coast boy.
So Edinburgh, I mean, I like Aberdeen and Glasgow and a lot of the Scottish cities. There was always little wee pocket parties going on that just grew. And as Mike had mentioned earlier on, the kind of pivotal point being sort of 89, 90, that's, I guess, when the music, what we would class as underground dance music scene really took an explosion. It sort of crossed over at the mainstream in some ways, but it just really sort of was a revolution in terms of dance floors. So I kind of was on the dance floor as a punter through that time, and was sort of finally coerced into DJing. It's maybe sort of 18 months later. But to parallel what the guys were saying, I think what was very unique about Scotland is Scotland's passion, its outgoingness, and the people of Scotland's sort of attitude to embrace things and get things going. And I think that's probably why we had a real strong scene, and we had a lot of strong characters and DJs in the scene because they just embraced it to a maximum level. In terms of Edinburgh, we had, obviously the likes of Pure, sort of Hoochie Cooch, quite a few things. And then my club came along in '93 called Burger Queen and kind of really lifted things, on a massive level, from sort of little wee parties that went out to, thousands of people on a week-to-week basis coming to see DJs. But dance music itself then was very different because you only really heard it if somebody had a tape, or if you went to a club, or if you were kind of in the record shops. Unlike, as we've now transpired in the scene, that dance music's everywhere. It's on the Olympics themes, it's in your top shops. It's everywhere. I think back in those days, the music was so exclusive that you'd maybe hear one record that would encapsulate you and you would love it. And if you didn't know what it was, you wouldn't hear it again for another 3 months.
Exactly.
So that was something that was very pivotal in the explosion of the dance scene. And I still think today Scotland is at the forefront. We've got a lot of great Scottish artists. Certainly the vibe in Scotland certainly hasn't changed. When we go out, we go out. It's not just sort of a part of the routine. When we go out, we go out. And I think that's what makes Scottish dance music very special. And I think that makes our DJs, producers, promoters very, very different characters. But I think those roots were formed, late 80s, early 90s. And we can see that today with the fact that these great leaders and inspirers are still here at the forefront.
Huggy's got... Sorry, Mike, you go ahead.
I was just going to say that I think what's really interesting about this, and this is something I was recently asked to contribute to the V&A exhibition in Dundee, which is amazing, actually. It's really, really good. But something that struck me throughout that was that these connections still exist. So you mentioned, Yogi, for instance. I mean, Yogi was, one of the founding DJs at the Sub Club. Harry doing his nights in Aberdeen and then moving to Glasgow in the mid-80s and then becoming established as the preeminent DJ in Glasgow. Slam guys started off doing a night as, you know, kind of young guys. I remember Harry being really excited with these two young guys that they kind of were warming up for his Black Market night in Fury Murray's. You know, all these connections. Zamo from Rumba Club used to run a bus up to Fever, and I believe I only found this out long after the fact that they were kind of scared off a bit by some local ne'er-do-wells in Aberdeen, and decided to start their own thing instead. You know, and we actually gave Zamo his first DJ gig in Fever in Aberdeen as well. So all these connections still exist, and you see the connections. You know, a Burger Queen, I remember it vividly, and going back to Hoochie Coochie in Edinburgh as well. You know, I DJ'd there and before I opened Fever in sort of 86, 87. I think it must have been Yogi that probably asked us to do it. I didn't make a very good job of it, actually, as I recall. But that's a story for another time.
Sorry, quickly talking about Burger Queen, Huggy, would I be right in saying that Burger Queen was the very first release on Ministry of Sound Records?
First British release on Ministry of Sound. It was the second release after Voices, but it was the first British artist.
Right, okay. Sorry,
wow, that's quite a claim. That's really impressive.
What was it called?
House Fever.
There you go.
And it was used on the dance floor scene with Vanessa Paradis and Gerard Depardieu.
Wow.
Did you get paid?
I think I got about 10 bob. That was about it.
But
what about John? What about an introduction with John?
Oh,
that's a good point, actually.
Anyway, so obviously when I started, it was 88. Just obviously that acid house was just coming along and stuff, and then I'll be playing local parties here, where I stay in West Lothian, which is a village, just a small village between Glasgow and Edinburgh. But I was one of these punters who would travel around the country, going to these places, it was a small scene. But you'd say, this week we're going to Aberdeen, this week we're going to Dumfries, whatever was on, whatever these parties were, with the Dirtbox, what was the one at the Plaza? I can't remember what the Plaza was. And then obviously Street Rave came along. So I went to Street Rave first as a punter, very first one. And I got an introduction to the famous Ricky McGowan, we well know. And actually Graeme played at the very first one. Graeme and Mike played, because it was Ricky and Jamsey had obviously started Street Rave, and they had seen everything else. I think they'd been to Hacienda, and they said, we need these guys. These guys were coming through as the main guys. I remember back then thinking, start at DJing, you go, how the fuck do you make a living DJing? How do you make money? And I don't know why this, but I'd heard Graeme Park gets paid 700 quid a week. I'm like, fuck off. How do you get paid 700 quid a week for playing records? I don't know where that figure, one of those urban myths, I don't even know. What did you get paid?
Was this in 1988?
89.
No, it was more than that.
Oh, there you go.
No, but it only just started to go, because when I started in 1984 at the garage in Nottingham, I swear it was 25 quid. But within a year it was 50 quid. And within another year, it was £500, because that's, people did realise, or the club realised that people were coming because I was there. And that's when I was able to go, well, this other club, there's a guy called James Bailey, which some of you might know, and he wants me to leave the garage and go, oh, no, we're not having that. And then when I started the Hacienda, that's when things went up. But yeah, you could make a living out of it. And I have done for 30 odd years.
At that particular time, it was really unheard of. That was in my experience. So I collected records, always collected records, and then for the second gig that Ricky done at Street Rave down there, it was called West Coast Jam. It was at the Air Pavilion, and I got a shot because I ran a bus, because I think he was trying to pump some wee bird that I knew at the time. And he got friendly with her, and she says, we'll bring a bus. And that's what happened every time. For every DJ to every guy who was connected in there, and I kind of frown upon it slightly just now, but sometimes that's the only way into the scene. Are you a DJ? Aye. Well, I've never heard of you. I'll bring a pussy pals, or I'll sell some tickets. It's not the best way to get in there, but that's the way it was back then. Bring a bus and you'll get a wee shot. So
no, you're right, but you're right though. You had to make an effort.
That's it. Once you're in, you can.
But it's not like you had like thousands of people following you on social media and a fantastic Facebook page or website. You had to put the hours in, and you could only get somewhere if you were good. Because I'm sure if you'd got the gig through taking a bus and you were absolutely rank, you wouldn't have got back. You know.
Well, they give you a platform to work on. These guys, we all sort of had a platform. So if you're any good, go and do that. And if you prove your worth, then you can build on that. That's basically my introduction to it. And the rest is history with Street Rave and Colours. So
yeah, but the thing is, you mentioned Street Rave. I vividly remember that first Street Rave, driving up with Mike from Manchester up to Ayr. Now I'd been to Ayr once when I was probably 12 or something, so I knew what to expect. I just remember Mike Pickering going, Jesus Christ, why the hell have you brought me here? You know what I mean? But the Pavilion was a great venue, and it was an amazing night. Everyone was completely off their nut. There's a great quote that I've got that you from you, John, in a video from a few years ago when you.
That was a documentary.
That's right. You described Ayr Pavilion by saying outside Ayr Pavilion people were licking ice creams. Inside, they were licking their eyebrows, and that's just a great way of summing up a mental.
It was really weird because it was a Sunday afternoon.
It was, yes.
2 in the afternoon and finished at 2 at night, and it was. I think every party back then was just pretty special. Whether you went to an all nighter, whether you went to an all day or whatever it was, just because everybody was on the same wavelength, basically with drugs or music related or whatever. But you felt part of a family. You felt part of a religion that you didn't want anybody else to have. And
it was all about connections.
It was raw, and you became really involved in that. You didn't want any outsiders. You didn't want that. You didn't want to be commercial. When a track crossed over into the dance track, into the commercial charts, you were raging.
You're right. It was about connections, I think, and being Scots, we're all very proud of being Scottish, and I think that the connections between all the club brands around the country were there, and people would travel around. But going back what Huggy said earlier, back in the day, certain DJs, or maybe a handful of DJs, would have a particular record, and if you, as Huggy said, if you wanted to hear it, you had to go to the venue that DJ was playing in. You know, there was none of this streaming live sets, and none of this few days afterwards finding the set on Mixcloud or going to Shazamming it or anything. You had to visit the venue, and that was what made the whole scene special.
Okay, so moving on, how has the scene changed over time? So, Mike, as a club runner and a promoter, how different is it now to when it was back then? Obviously, it's changed massively, but you're heavily in running the sub club. How different has it been over the years? Has it been more difficult? Has it been easier? Obviously, there's a lot of money involved there as well now.
There's not much money involved in my end of it.
You know what I mean? The outgoings, the DJs want fucking serious cash.
The money's involved in the DJs.
Yeah.
You know, I actually that was probably the worst decision I ever made. I get the green eyes seeing the clubs that I was operating in the 80s, thinking the guy that owned the place was making a fortune in the bar. In actual fact, I was probably making more money DJing than he was off his bar, and I've lived to regret that ever since. But I think it has, of course, it's changed, it's evolved. My experience of it is, you know, slightly different, and you know, I know Huggy, obviously you've run a venue for many, many years, so you'll have that same perspective where you're actually running the venue. You're subject to so much regulation, and you know, back in the day, I mean, Fever, you know, the authorities in Aberdeen completely misunderstood what we were about. Obviously, I mean, we didn't really know what we were about half the time because we were making it up. But they, you know, I mean, you know, the police, the licence authorities targeted us with an absolute vengeance, and that was really why the thing collapsed in the end. You know, they were literally counting numbers of people going in. They did everything they could to make it as difficult as they possibly could, because they didn't understand what we were doing, and what they actually did was displace I mean, we weren't letting the bad guys in, so the bad guys were going off and doing stuff in illegal spaces and all the rest of it. But you know, that still happens now. But I think over the years of doing this, you know, you learn your way around the business side of it. You learn your way around the regulatory side of it and all the rest of it, and you have to operate within the confines of, what's acceptable.
Is it too many restrictions nowadays?
Well, I think there's always been too many. But the biggest restriction for me, which I always think is an absolute joke, is actually licensed hours. I don't get it. It's like, if I'm deemed to be responsible enough to be in charge of, hundreds of people and selling them alcohol, then why should somebody tell me what time I can or can't do it? If I'm not causing any nuisance there, and who fucking cares? Just give me a license and let me get on with it. We'll decide. We know when our punters want to be in a club or not, and I just don't get this. It's a very British thing, a Scottish thing,
Absolutely,
nanny state type thing, and so that's the biggest one for me. But I think the whole it's become. I nearly said the industry, and that's it in a nutshell. It's become an industry, and that's very far removed from what it was when it was all a DIY. Thing back in the 80s when it was all just super exciting about.
Yeah, I think picking up on what Mike said, he's right. The Scottish club scene, or the electronic kind of club scene for me lately, is almost, I think, grew organically. It just kind of the roots were there and it grew organically. Whereas today, I do, like Mike said, it's industry. Things are a lot more contrived. I mean, that's not a criticism, because there are some amazing club nights. If you look at the Warehouse projects in Manchester, that's not an organic thing. That's fully they're aware of what they're doing and why they're doing it, and it's influenced by Warehouse parties and the Hacienda. But everything now is contrived, whereas then it was like an organic thing that grew, and it's still going strong, still alive.
I think back then it was a case of there wasn't a rule book, and as Mike said, you made it up as you went along, and it was part of the experience, part of the beauty of it. Nowadays, here's a big fucking book. This. It's quite strict. It's quite take the fun out of it slightly.
But one thing I've noticed, because I live in the northwest of England, and obviously in England, all restrictions for clubs and live venues have gone bizarrely, just like that. And I had 5 gigs last weekend, and I've got loads of gigs this weekend and up until Christmas. But what I've noticed is, Mike was talking about licensing hours, certainly leading up to the pandemic, maybe a year before the pandemic, and since we've started opening up in England, there's a lot more daytime events happening now. Things that kick off at midday and finish at 10, 11 o'clock at night. And I'm just wondering, when clubs do eventually get to open in Scotland, can you, Mike, as someone who's a license holder, can you see more daytime events happening in Scotland as well?
Well, I mean, I would love to, and we used to do them. I mean, you played in Fever when we did, I think it was the first or second anniversary party, Fever, where we opened at 2 in the afternoon and stayed open through, well, it was a 2 o'clock closing those days in Aberdeen. That was the only way that you could have an extended session. And that really, and that impacts on what you can do creatively, obviously, because the norm is open at, well, in Aberdeen then it was open at 10 or 9, close at 2. In Glasgow now, it's, open at 11, close at 3, or in our case, we managed to squeeze an extra hour like a couple of years ago and get a 4 a.m. But that's very limiting. We're booking DJs who play all around the world, and some of them will do an 8-hour set in Berlin. That's impossible for us. Unfortunately, we can't open during the day, and well, one of the conditions for us getting that extra hour on the end in this pilot scheme that they ran in Glasgow was that we had to be not open before 7 p.m. So in order to qualify for that, we had to commit to not open. Previously, our license was from 5 p.m. or something, but we are actually restricted by noise issues within our building that we've got. Believe it or not, above us there's an amusement arcade with a bingo in it, and the old dears that play the bingo kick right off if they hear electronic beats, So the guy who operates it just goes straight to environmental health every time. So anytime we've tried to do anything whilst he's open, we get a visit from environmental health. So, you know, there's these kind of bizarre things go on. It's just like, but I would love to do it. The All Dare thing was great. And we used to do all-nighters up in Aberdeen. We had to actually go out with the city boundaries because the licence board for Kincardineshire, which was based in Stonehaven, was more, they would let us have a licence at venues until 4 or 5 a.m, whereas Aberdeen was strictly 2 a.m. And I actually remember being told by the police before we opened Fever, when we were applying for the licence for Fever, "Didn't think you're going to get opening past 2 o'clock in Aberdeen. I didn't ken why anybody wants to be out after midnight anyway." And that was the licensing police that said that.
Okay, what's the licensing in Edinburgh like? What hours has your club got, the Liquid Room?
So I think we're the same. I think the Scottish licensing's all very, very similar. We've got a 3 a.m. licence, and you can add an extension if you want. I mean, going on what the back end Mike says there, I mean, the licensing is dictated by councillors. They're dictated by a panel that is, you know, predominantly people that don't understand the music scene. I mean, without going into too much details with regards to that as well, is that, you know, we live in a new society where people work shifts. You know, why would we be denied the chance of having a drink at the end of our shift because we're a night worker and we can't go somewhere for a drink? You know, the police force, the ambulances, the fire brigade, we've got an entire cross-section of people in our society that can't go somewhere for a quiet drink because licensing say, or they can't go out because licensing say 3 a.m.'s 1 o'clock, that's far too late, we can't have it anymore. I mean, I parallel with what Mike says, you know.
I think do you get a lot of licensing differences during the festival?
So, another beautiful thing, because the Edinburgh Council has a lot to do with council venues for the Fringe Festival, they decided to put a 2-hour extension for them all. Only for the festival. But obviously that's fine for the festival because it's an international festival with council venues getting bar sales. But come September, anybody who's in Edinburgh can't go past 3 o'clock because it's not festival. Doesn't make any sense to me, but hey ho.
No.
Am I right in saying that there was also a thing that you couldn't do any posters around the city until the festival, or they were allowed to put posters up around the city?
That's the lovely poster war of the noughties and 90s and noughties. I mean, yet again, that's it. So I think what happened is with the explosion of club scenes throughout the 90s and noughties, it was sort of illegal fly postering and things like that. And then the council got a bit narky about that and said you'd be fined if you had posters up. And then all of a sudden the festival comes along and there's 2 million posters everywhere. So I think yet again that it's double standards when it suits them.
Okay, so main subject that I'd like to obviously talk about is COVID and the lockdown and before and after. Graeme, where do you see it going after this year? Does it go back to normal? Are we relevant again? Will it be?
Well, I can tell you from first-hand experience. Last weekend, right now, the British government. That's the bizarre thing. The British government said that clubs in England can go back to normal with no restrictions, no proof of vaccination or negative tests to get in. And I did 5 gigs across 2 days. 4 of them were in one day. 3 of them on last Saturday were outdoors, and I felt very comfortable and it was great. My last gig of the night was 2 a.m. in Stoke, and I get there to be told, "Oh, the air conditioning's knackered. It's like a sweatbox in there." I'm like, "What?" And the only restriction on getting in was a metal detector, right? And I go in.
That's not the vaccine.
And it's like nobody seemed to be aware of the fact that there's still a pandemic and COVID is still out there. I just step in the door and it's like, "Hey, Parky, can we get a selfie?" Sweaty arms around me, sweatiness everywhere. And I mean, it was a great gig and it was fantastic to see a packed dance floor, people screaming and shouting, hands in the air. It was honestly, it was like brilliant. The last 16 months hasn't happened. That's what it felt like. But I was personally, throughout this whole thing, underneath the decks, constantly sanitizing my hands and constantly trying to keep back from people. It was just odd. And I know I hope, and I'm sure Michael and Huggy will be the same, that the clubs can open again soon in Scotland. But I just find it bizarre that, well, in England anyway, it's like, yeah, off you go, back to normal. Be interesting to see what the figures are like, you know, the statistics about cases, etc., in 7 days' time, because there is that delay, isn't there?
I think.
But if Saturday's anything to go by, I was in Oldham, Sheffield, Chorley. I did a private event in Cheshire, and then finished off in Stoke. Everybody was completely back to where they were, just picking off where they left off on a dance floor in March 2020, just going for it, enjoying it, loving it. Maybe I was just alone.
Huggy, where do you see it going?
Well, it's very interesting, because I think I think since COVID has happened, I think we've got a country, not a country, but a society split, absolutely split down the middle. And let's not sit here and pretend that through lockdown there wasn't any parties. You know, there was house parties going on, there was illegal raves going on, there was a whole lot going on. And I think there's a younger generation, maybe Graeme now, seeing what's happened in England and seeing the way things are, who have maybe a carefree attitude, and who will where the scene will go back to what it was. But then I think there's another part of the population that are going to be a wee bit cautious, going to be a wee bit worried when things open up. And, you know, I think for a good year, it's going to be a bit fraction. It's going to be a bit strange. You know, we touched base on earlier on with the daytime parties and other things. You know, I think the opportunity will be now there for daytime parties and for things to go on in a safer environment, because we've been restricted, because we've been told you can't go here, you can't do this. You know, here's the great Scottish law that you couldn't have background music, because background music was going to make people talk louder and spread bugs. So I think in Scotland, certainly alone, we will see a variety of events. And I think when it opens up, we will see a split society. The younger generation will be super excited, and it'll be just as before. And there's an older side of it that will remain a bit cautious. I mean, can you imagine every one of the punters being really happy in a club like we had in 1989 and 1990 with, you know, stuff dripping off the roof and, you know, hugging each other? I mean, queues at the bar, you know, many times we say to ourselves, oh, I'm not going to go to the bar, it's going to take half an hour to get served. So I think we'll see a massive variety of setups and a massive variety of choice.
Mike, you've been hugely vocal during this. I've seen you numerous times on TV and blah, 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 whatever. You're very vocal during this. What's your thoughts on how we've been treated, and where does it seem the scene go?
First of all, I've been trying my very best to stay out of the TV and radio over the last month or two and let somebody else have a go, because I did feel I was starting to sound like a broken record. And also, you know, the reason that you know, people obviously news channels gravitate towards the sub club, but also because I chair the Nighttime Industry Association in Scotland, I felt as if I was just maybe becoming a bit too synonymous with it. So I have been pushing it to other people to kind of pick up the press angle.
I thought you were great, mate. I thought you were great.
Thanks very much.
No, here, Mike, you've been fantastic.
It's been, you know, I mean, it's been fascinating. I mean, you know, I immediately before coming on this Zoom, I was on a Zoom with the Scottish Commission for the NTIA, and immediately prior to that, I was on a call with Scottish Government discussing the, you know, what's likely to happen next week and what's likely to be in, you know, and everywhere we can, we're trying to influence Scottish Government to do the right thing. Now, there's you know, obviously there's different views on how that should be even within, you know, the industry, if I can call it that. But, you know, different clubs and different owners and operators have different perspectives, much like Huggy was saying, that people are split in different ways on it. But my feeling is that, you know, I want to see clubs open as soon as possible, obviously, but I want them to open safely. I don't, you know, what Graeme describes, and maybe this is just because maybe it's an age thing. I would feel as uncomfortable as Graeme described if I was.
Yeah, it was, honestly, I didn't expect that at all. The outdoor events I did at the weekend, well, they're outdoors, so you're outdoors, and you know that COVID can't really spread outdoors. But that, honestly, the club in Stoke, to be told the air conditioning was broken, I walked in, it was immediately hitting a wall of steamy sweat. My glasses steamed up. And it was a very young crowd, though. It was a very young crowd. Yeah, there was like a few older heads there. They tended to be around the edges on the stage. And of course, it didn't go down very well when I got on the stage and said, "Can you get every single person off this stage, please? I want to concentrate on my job." And it did take me back. I wouldn't say I was extremely uncomfortable, but I was very kind of wary and aware of what was going on around me. And when I got back to my car at like 4:15 in the morning, I was like even putting hand sanitizer on my neck. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? And then when I got home at like 5:30 in the morning, I was in the shower.
What sort of restrictions do you think there will be there, Mike?
Well, you know, I mean, this is what we're pressing them on. What they're saying is that, you know, that there will be some what they call baseline measures in place when we move to phase 4 beyond level 0, which is slated to happen on August the 9th. The really difficult thing for us is that we're having to announce that that we're not hearing what's going to happen with that until August the 3rd. So 6 days notice. Now, you know, to put that in perspective, I've got, you know, a team of people in the sub club right now, you know, ripping up floors and putting new flooring in and, you know, ceilings down and all the rest of it, because the place has been empty for 18 months, not just gathering dust, but gathering damp, you know, everything about it needs refurbished. And, you know, that's a significant investment, and we still don't know when we're going to be open. So, but we have to do it in preparation for opening. So what restrictions will still be in place? It's hard to know. We're arguing very hard that they should remove most of them. Our biggest fear probably would be that they keep table service as a specific thing for nightclubs. What they said is that baseline measures will be different for nightclubs. So we know there's something coming here. And they actually committed to getting back to us this afternoon with an update on it, because we made our point so stridently about it. Interestingly, you mentioned the background music thing. I mean, that was a campaign. We campaigned to get that removed, and it was a member of our commission and a friend of ours, Lindsay McIntyre, who's an acoustic consultant, that she managed to push them to, you know, to reverse that. By you know, in the way that in a scientific fashion, basically she presented evidence that proved that what they were actually doing with that was nonsensical, and so that's why it was reversed. But even then, you know, they stalled it for a month because of how it looked politically for them, even though they privately acknowledged the fact that their measures were useless. So,
Mike, why do you think? Would you prefer a nationwide ruling rather than the Scottish, Welsh, and English rules being all different?
Yes, 100%. But I wouldn't want that to be a ruling that came from the UK government, because I think they're incompetent idiots, if I'm being honest. And,
they are. Yeah.
And you know, I think the Scottish government, for all that there's many things I disagree with how things have been done in relation to our business and stuff. I think they've been overly cautious in a lot of ways. But and you know, by all accounts, Ms. Sturgeon is pretty dictatorial in her approach to this, even within the cabinet and within the Scottish government. But
yeah, no, you're right. It's one extreme. It's two different extremes. Surely, I bet there'd be some middle ground that would be perfect, wouldn't there?
It's the squeezing of it, and in fairness, I think Scottish governments had it difficult because they can't afford to become completely disconnected from what the UK government's doing. So if Scottish government was to say, well, we don't agree with that and we're going to go 6 months behind you, there would be absolute outrage from the public. So they've kind of had to kind of maintain this kind of gap in how we reduce our measures, somehow kind of in a kind of synchronized swimming way with the UK government. And I think that's been very difficult for them, if I'm being fair to them about it.
What kind of really confuses me is have the British government, so have they got different scientists than us that say that it's absolutely fine right now to have zero distancing within nightclubs and other indoor scenarios, and then the Scottish government have got a completely different team that say it's not. I mean, obviously they don't. We're all dealing with the same thing.
Exactly.
And we've got 4 incredible panelists here who all really care about our music industry. We care about nightlife. We care about dance events. But fundamentally, we also care about people. I don't think anybody in this panel would want to be to be responsible or at the forefront of causing any more, illnesses and any more deaths. I think it's about time that we just get a bit of honesty, a bit of reality on where we have to be and what we have to do to make things happen. As Mike said, we were told, possibly, from Monday the 9th of August, and to reiterate, our security staff need a badge.
Yep.
They've not worked in 18 months. They've got to apply for a badge that can take 3 or 4 weeks. Bar staff, what nightclub has managed to retain their bar staff? Where are we all of a sudden going to find, 30 members of bar staff to open up? It's a bit baffling that we haven't been given. It's not a timeline, because I don't want to be told, yes, you can open on that date. I want the kind of reality to know is if numbers are doing well and we kind of reach this type of number figures, then that's going to be safe to open. And if the trajectory is going to be that date, or if the caveat is on the young team getting their injections and their vaccines, just tell us, because right now they're not telling us anything.
You're 100% correct, Huggy. On we've asked them repeatedly over the past year. If you can't give us, we accept it's unrealistic to just put down a timeline and set that in stone.
Yeah.
But give us what the conditions are that you think will enable us to reopen, because we can read the stats the same as you can. We can work it out then. If we can see that, we can work out it's likely to be 9 weeks, or it's likely to be 15 weeks, or whatever. At least lay out what those things are. Stop just moving the goalposts every 5 minutes.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, they're still moving the goalposts. And the most recent one was they introduced that. Well, the most recent one was when it went to level 0. Normal license hours were meant to apply in Scotland, and at the last minute they hit this midnight.
Yeah.
And then the other one, they said, sorry, that was the main one, was that, but they also introduced a condition for moving beyond level 0 that all over 40s be vaccinated. That's the first time that had ever been mentioned. It was all about over 50s.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden they introduced this threshold of over 40s being vaccinated from nowhere, and they have not in any sense justified that. There's no scientific basis for it. It's just a random thing that somebody...
Well, here's the really crazy thing is, I wonder when the last time the Scottish Government did a survey to find out the average age of people that went to the sub club or the liquid room or went to nightclubs. Because I tell you what, one or two nightclubs a year, 1 or 2 events a year, there is probably 1 or 2% of our audience is over 40 years old. And most of them will probably be working at it. But, the reality is we are a young lifestyle and kind of entertainment sector where when you're passionate about it, you've not got kids, or you're maybe, you're out with your mates enjoying yourself. I mean, even the caveat 50, if we're honest, Mike and Graeme, John, you know what the audience is at because you see them week in, week out.
Yeah, exactly. The science is the same countrywide, absolutely.
It is, absolutely.
But politics comes into it. I know the ruling Tory party have these rabid right-wing backbenchers who just refuse to accept half the things, and unfortunately Boris Johnson's more concerned with retaining authority and power than doing the best thing. And I think even in Scotland, although the approach has been different, perhaps slightly more cautious, again, Mike's right, it's been very dictatorial, and again, there's politics involved. But it's bizarre. I was in Scotland last week. We drove up on Sunday. When we crossed the border, once everyone had said, "Shut up, Dad," because I always scream, "Scotland!" as we cross the border, and the dog starts barking. But then it's like it was on Sunday, so we were in level 0. Then the next place was level 1. Then a few miles later, the motorway sign said, "You're now entering a level 2." And then we got about 7 different signs from level 1 and 2 and 0 and 1 and all the way to 5. And then Monday morning, wake up, and of course the whole country's in level 0.
Yeah.
It's just, when you look at it like that way, what a stupid way to do things.
That's even going to be the same as the countries try to get international talent to come and play at your gigs.
Yeah.
How does that work? As bands cancelling tours?
Well, we've had two shows cancelled because international artists have now been told if they go to the UK, they got quarantined for 2 weeks, and they're going, "There's no danger. We're going for our wee gig up there to Edinburgh. No chance. Sorry, not coming."
I'm supposed to be at a music conference in Croatia next week, right? But I'm not going because I can't risk landing back in the UK to be told, you know, those 5 gigs you got over the next 2 days, you're not doing them. You got to stay in this hotel. I just can't resist it.
See if you actually catch COVID there. Do you need to quarantine there? Do you need to be kept there in some of these countries?
You would probably, yeah.
Mm.
I mean,
yes, at your own cost.
Yeah, exactly.
I've seen a bit in a paper about a girl who went to Ibiza. I'm sure it was Ibiza, and she caught COVID, so she failed the test coming back, and she had to quarantine for 10 days in a hotel. You're like, so the risk assessment to actually going on a holiday or a gig now is fucking massive.
Yes,
so imagine a guy I know well who was in Ibiza, and he's a guy who's kind of paranoid actually about it. Tested more than anybody I've ever known throughout this, but he flew back in from Ibiza, did a test at Glasgow airport, failed it, and had to quarantine back here, and he was absolutely kicking himself that he never did it in Ibiza, because obviously in isolation you'd rather be in Ibiza than in
but I spent 10 days in a hotel room in Ibiza. I wasn't quarantining though, and that was 1989.
We won't ask you what you meant.
But I like the guys who are shouting about the vaccine and all the problems with it, and when you're like, you actually took acid and licked a frog, mate, for a fucking dunt, and you're worrying about a vaccine, and you lick
that's a whole other argument. All the misinformation that people and there's a lot of older clubbers, you know, middle-aged clubbers who have really fallen for all this guff about how the vaccine's a trial that's ongoing, and what an absolute joke. I'm not going to mention names, but grown adult men and women over 50 who I know who have worked in the same industry as me all their lives, and they are posting utter guff. There's a great Scottish expression for everyone watching. Complete utter guff, and it beggars belief that they actually believe it. I do not understand it.
Anyway, a few questions left before we wrap up. How did you get through COVID? Did you learn anything new? What was your go-to? How did you get through? What was good for you?
Well, I'm personally always been a glass half full person. As Mike will tell you, as fellow Aberdeen fans, I'm always managed to be a glass half full person. I just threw myself into working with the Nighttime Industry Association, like Mike has been in Scotland, campaigning, working with the Excluded Unity Alliance, because I'm one of the 3 million people in the UK who have not had any financial support from the government. I've done a lot of live streaming, and I've been doing hundreds of kilometers a week on my mountain bike, because normally weekends I'm getting hardly any sleep, doing lots of traveling, and so I've just been working hard and exercising lots and feeling terrific.
Huggy?
I'd say it's been quite turbulent for me because obviously personally involved in the nightclub, and you know, the Liquid Rooms, we do live music events and we do club nights. So for a wee while it's tirelessly moving shows 6, 7, 8 times a year, and then obviously I've got a young daughter, 10-year-old Iris, so I was teaching, home teaching, so a mix of things. To say that I was, you know, had time to do anything else, I really didn't. You know, I got to spend a bit of time with the family, which was really, really nice, but you know, it wasn't pretty, I'll be honest. It wasn't pretty.
I found it very difficult. I was in some really dark places at certain times, really fucking dark. Questioned the very existence on this planet at certain times.
Really?
Really, it was really. What really was difficult, probably. See, we had the New Year and then the January lockdown.
Yeah, that was
January's the worst fucking month on the planet, and you just go, it's just, you're like, you're off, you're finished now in January, because we had no. It was like an unlimited time, basically. It was really fucking difficult.
Yeah.
Really difficult.
All of us here have got such a passion in music, and on the live side of it, you know, I know John and Graeme, you've done loads and loads of streams and things like that, but you cannot replace the fact that you've got in your head I'm going to put these two records together, or I'm going to do this, I'm going to put that there. You cannot remove that internal desire to be able to do that, and just to be told, couldn't you do it? It's not going to happen. And you're not, we don't even know when you can do that again. John, I mean, I was in some bad places just not knowing what is going to happen. So, you know, for us now, you know, with the light at the end of the tunnel, you know, there's a bit more confidence, but just to be told, just not to have that release is ridiculous.
No, see, to have that thing that you've done for over 30 years, weekends away, much as somebody, it's a real shift doing these weekends away, but to have that taken away from you, that's all you know. See, remember that, what was that? What was it? You retrained for jobs. Remember that?
Fighting.
Couldn't believe that shit.
Yep.
Your retraining just doesn't know it yet. Holy, what a bootness that was.
Can I just give you all a heads up? John, you said 30 years of, like, you know, you're used to bizarre hours and traveling at the weekend. And I think I've always had two body clocks, a Monday to Friday body clock and a weekend body clock. Yes. Well, last Friday and Saturday, Jesus Christ, I was absolutely wasted on Sunday rather. I didn't drink, I drove myself, and I was absolutely exhausted. So it's going to take a while, everyone, because we're not getting younger. It's going to, trust me, it's going to take a while to get back in that groove.
Right, COVID.
Well, you know, my experience has been, I mean, bizarre. I mean, obviously I've had, you know, actually, John, what you were saying about January resonates with, I think, everybody. I know so many people that really struggled at that time in particular, and that was because of that lockdown being reimposed just before Christmas. Christmas, there's activity going on, everybody's celebrating something, and then you get into January and it was like this bleak period where reality hit. But, you know, for me personally, through the whole thing, I've been working all the time on a lot of stuff with NTIA has been really all consuming for me. But, you know, we had you know, I spent the first period of this fighting with the HMRC because they denied us a furlough for our staff, which was an outrageous thing. We still haven't had it. And then we did a crowdfunder for the sub club, which was great.
By the way, that crowdfunder was exceptional to watch. The people just showing the love. This
Absolutely.
is sub clubs in a bit of bother, and everybody just went, we need to get behind this. It was magical to watch.
And do you know something? It is absolutely the case that saved the sub club, because we would unquestionably be shut now if it wasn't for that crowdfunder, because we still never got that furlough. We did keep all the staff on. We were able to keep them on board because of the crowdfunder, and then, you know, we managed to get them on furlough. And the second phase of it, which is really ironic because it's the same staff, just, you know, 6-7 months later, exactly the same staff that qualified for it, that we were told didn't qualify the first time round, which is just outrageous. But anyway, that's where we are. So that was the first part of it, was fighting that. The second part of it has been very wrapped up in NTIA stuff. I suppose the third phase for me would be, you know, working towards hopefully getting the club back open, which we're doing at the moment. And we also have this really amazing roof space at our office building, which we've managed to get licensed. So it took us a year to get the thing licensed, but we've got that license. So we've got a kind of pop-up bar restaurant thing going there, which we haven't pushed it out to the general public yet, but it's been busy the last 3 weekends just with friends and family and stuff, and it's great. So that's been my experience. Like everybody else, nice to spend maybe a wee bit more time with family. I've got a 20-year-old son and a 27-year-old daughter, whose own circumstances have been impacted by it quite a lot in terms of their education or their new career. I think everybody's had a hit from it. The people I feel worst for are absolutely unquestionably the young team.
Yeah, you know, agreed.
Agreed. My 16-year-old twin boys haven't been able to do the kind of things that I used to do when I was 16. Hang out, go out, get up to no good, and learn lessons from that prepare them for life. You know,
it's really important. Louis, my son, was due to start School of Art in Edinburgh in September last year, and had to do it from his bedroom, and it was just a disaster. So he's deferred for a year, you know. But when I think of what he's missing out on, there's 24 students or 23 students in his course, and he's the only boy. That's what he's missing out.
Whoa. Great.
That's
You know what?
in your bedroom, is it? You know.
Yeah. If only he had your good looks, Mike. No, he does though. He does. He's got his mum's looks.
His good looks. That would be more like it.
So yourself, John, what do you see happening?
Me?
Yeah, with the coming at the back end of COVID.
It's really, really weird because as you question everything until you actually get back into that arena and see where it goes, there's a lot of doubts in your mind. Do you doubt yourself? Or where you're relevant for? Are you going to be relevant there? Is people going to buy the tickets the same? Because I see a lot of gigs being announced and I don't see many of them really, really selling out. I don't know if the public confidence isn't there. You guys will know better than me if those
I kind of thought that, but I'll tell you now, Stoke sold out. It was like everyone just got back on a horse.
So I played a bar. I said I didn't want to do any bar stuff, but I got the dates actually mixed up. I thought it was the end of August, so I thought there'd be no restrictions, but it was the end of July. But anyway, right. Yeah. And I sort of understood why it wouldn't like a full on reopening, because everybody was said, Graeme, they were fucking come here, and it was warm, it was sweaty, and I goes like, see if one person's got COVID in here, I think we'll put it. But it was fine, and it was a bit nuts. The bouncers were fighting a losing battle with the people trying to sit down. It sold it.
I think the events up here in Scotland are maybe a wee bit slow, just for the simple reason that we haven't been given any guidelines. We haven't been given any direction. Say yes, it will happen roughly in August. Might not. But we were told we'd get news on July 19th. It didn't happen. But I tell you what's really interesting and probably good that we've got such a mature panel here.
Mature.
If we look at the reaction to music recently, with the reaction to streams, the reaction to live events, it's almost as if people who have a lot of experience have done really, really well. And it just goes to show that the quality and the cream's at the top there.
Do you know,
here.
Can I
on that note, the question here is, the question is, who are the Scottish artists that are coming through that you rate for future now? Who's the young guys that are doing it? Mike, you're obviously
something. I mean this. It's actually a really pertinent question because we've been shut for a year and a half. I haven't a clue because these things change so fast. I mean, you think 3 or 4 years ago, the young ones that were coming through at that time, Hector, for example, Dennis Sota.
Aye.
I mean,
Jasper.
Well, Jasper as well, but I mean,
but these were the young guys coming through. They were a young team.
Yeah, but Dennis Sota's absolutely massive now.
Aye.
So 3 years ago, we nominated him for the emerging talent at the Nordoff Robbins, the Scottish Music Awards, and 3 years down the line, I mean, he's huge, and so I don't know, 1 year to the next, somebody that was. If we'd been open a year and a half ago, I've no doubt that I would have heard somebody that I'd be thinking now they're ready to really launch.
Absolutely, I agree. That she's not like dance or electronic music, but there's a Scottish singer-songwriter called Kitty, who I think is absolutely fantastic. And although she's been around a while, she's kind of been bubbling along. Michael know Rebecca Vasman. I like some of the stuff she's been doing recently, the kind of jazz-tinged house. It's really good. But Mike mentioned the Nordoff Robbins Scottish Music Awards, and for the first time in decades, I won an award, and it was the Scottish Music Awards, but I couldn't bloody go and collect it or perform at it because it was all online. I know.
But imagine, imagine the irony of that I would have been presenting Graeme with that award. It didn't happen. Can you imagine the Aberdeen banter that we would have?
I know, exactly.
Matching red tuxedos.
Again, any tips for the future? Anybody you see coming through that you like?
I have to agree with the guys. Technically, it's really difficult because we've not seen. In terms of live streams, it was like 1 million each weekend, so it's very difficult to actually pinpoint and say who's coming through. I can't. I'll be blatantly honest, I can't. The only one that springs to mind, I guess, is Ewan McVicker.
Ewan's done well. He's got a lot of good stuff coming out as well.
Yeah,
got an energy, and I think there's a bit of production to back that up. So,
I think
but yet again, with the regular like, to actually go and get to hear people and see people live is so different than maybe than a stream that you could have spent 26 hours doing and then recording it 8 times, but you've recorded that one that looks great and then it goes out.
Exactly.
I think Graeme highlighted, Rebecca Vassman, and I feel a bit remiss for not mentioning her myself because, in the midst of this, she's released an album with a lot of backing from Giles Peterson. And Rebecca's somebody that's worked at the club with us for years, and I've always had a lot of time for her. She's a very good DJ, but I didn't really see that coming, if I'm honest. And
am I right in saying that she started her own label?
Yeah, so forgive me, Rebecca, if I say that, but I didn't expect that you're Rebecca's first.
I recorded a few screens for her, which was quite weird because she had this jazz guy playing the saxophone, and it was like is it called spoken word jazz? Mm-hmm. This girl was doing it, but they all had headphones on.
Yeah.
I couldn't hear a thing, and this girl was going, blah, 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 I'm going, what the fuck is she saying? but once I got it back, once we videoed it, once we got it back, and it was all mastered and stuff, it sounded absolutely amazing. But I couldn't hear a thing because they all had headphones on. And this girl was quite great to watch. So
well,
I mean, Giles Peterson's really championed her, and I think that's been a big help for her as well. But it's great to see. And Giles loves the sub club as well. He always names checks. And if I can go back to your last question, actually, John, I think one thing that really stuck out for me personally during the COVID times here is, and this is a positive thing for me personally, was I started listening to Six Music all the time, which I'd never done before. I just didn't have.
That's amazing. It's a great station. Great station.
I just can't believe that I've not been listening to it for years and years. I mean, I've picked up
snippets
of it, but it's fantastic. It's everything that music radio should be, in my opinion. It introduces new talent. It pays homage to amazing old music across the whole spectrum. It's brilliant, and that's where probably Rebecca's wee platform came from.
Exactly. Huey Morgan, Giles Peterson, yeah.
So future plans for the Liquid Room, Huggy? Where do you go?
Well, we need to wait and know when we can open. I think the future plans is just to continue to do a variety of club nights, a variety of gigs. The reality is people want entertainment. We've never gone down the route that we do one thing. Like, I'm not going to open a Sunday roast venue and do Sunday roast 7 days a week. We will do a mixed variety for everyone and for every catering taste.
Right, sub club.
Well, this is something, again, referring back to one of your previous questions, John, that I think, what's come out of COVID, and you were talking yourself about touring and DJing. One thing that's come out of this is, and there was a lot of chat a year ago about, the industry needs a reset. And I absolutely believe that to be the case. I think agents and management have had far too much control over the scene for years and years and years. And the reset for me is to go back to getting local talent playing in front of local audiences. And when I say local, that doesn't necessarily mean somebody has to be from round the corner, but importing somebody from say for the sake of argument, from New Zealand to come and play the exact same music that somebody could be playing 2 streets away just doesn't make sense. And that's gone on for so long now because of just the hype that gets built around it.
Absolutely.
Individual DJs or artists, as they all like to call themselves now.
Do you think that loyalty's moved away somewhat?
I think it's up to us to rebuild it. That's the thing for me. I think it's really important, and it's a tough thing to do. It's something we've wanted to do for years. We suggested it in Glasgow to other clubs a few years back, that we wanted to run to kind of almost get an agreement between all the clubs in the city centre that for the first 3 months of the year nobody would book foreign talent or something. I don't mean foreign, but international travelling talent. And try. Does that
include coming up from England?
You've got your Scottish passport, Graeme. You're all.
Aye. Oh, I'd love a Scottish passport.
By the way, no, but I should mention I'm in Berkshire right now, so I've got to watch this. I'm sitting in my sister's house in rural England.
Parky, where do you see it going? Where are you going, Parky? Graeme?
Where am I going?
Where are you going in the future just now? What's your plans? What do you think?
Well, I recently, partly because it appealed to me because I've never done it before, but also because I've had practically, 90% of my income's gone in the past 16 months, 17 months. I actually started a new breakfast show on the radio this week, which has been great fun, but Jesus Christ, it's hard work. Not so much getting up early, but actually doing the radio show. So that's quite good. But as last weekend proved, I didn't know what to expect. But it's like suddenly, oh, here we are, we're back to normal. And unless we have any lockdowns, any more future lockdowns or any more restrictions, I think it is just everyone's just going to get back to normal. But I take Mike's point. I think he's absolutely right. About these kind of all international travel. I'm not keen on traveling abroad for the foreseeable future. I can tell you that now. I'm not going to Croatia like I'm supposed to do next week. But one thing though, there's a lot of. Have you heard the expression "play grave DJs"? I'm not going to mention any names, but some well-known international artists, bloody DJs call themselves artists. Artists, as Mike said, some who are very well known, have been very busy DJing and spreading COVID around the world. The ones who command ridiculous fees, you'd think they'd be the ones who could take a step back and be all right for a year. They've been making things worse. So I think Mike's right. Keep it not local, but let up and coming emerging talent break through.
I mean, I would love that to happen as well, but I think that the public have to embrace that, and I think we need a little bit of help from the local media and sources as well, because for far too long we've almost looked at other sources to tell us who's good and who's next and who's what. 20 years ago, 15 years ago, John, when you and I and Graeme were all on the radio, we would always support our local people. We would make sure they got encouraged, they were looked after, brought them profile. I don't really see that happening in the media and the radio as much anymore. So I'd like to see our entire industry on all levels help by pitching in. Because
but that's probably because, sorry to interrupt, it's probably because there's so much reliance on clicks to like articles online on social media need clicks to make money. So they're obviously going to write about Peggy Goo again. Do you know what I mean? So no disrespect to Peggy Goo, but
I think she gave that chair back in the end.
So anyway, I'm hoping we actually meet in the future, because at the Scottish Conference virtual, the Scottish Electronic Music Conference, I think we were all meant to be at it.
We were last
Hopefully
year.
We can do this for real.
This year, yeah.
Hopefully we can do this for real, maybe next year or whatever the plan is. So thanks for joining us, guys.
Thank you.
John, Graeme,
thank you.
Huggy, Mike, on behalf of the Scottish Electronic Music Conference virtual edition. Thanks, thank you, and we'll catch up soon.
Perfect.
Stay
safe.
Bye.
Come on, you Reds.
On the hoops.
What's going on, guys? My name's Sam. I'm from Pioneer DJ, and first of all, welcome to SEMCON. So within the next hour or so, I'm going to be delivering a record box tutorial. Now we're going to be going through beginner, intermediate, expert, some tips and tricks, and I'm going to be listing some of my favorite features of the new record box 6. So whether you are a record box user, whether you're looking to switch over to record box, or whether you're after some sort of new tips and tricks, as I said, stay locked in. Within the next hour, we're going to be showing you as much as we possibly can. So let's get to it. So the first thing I want to show you is more of a beginner thing. Now this is if you haven't got record box or aren't signed up to a certain plan. So the first thing you want to be doing is go to recordbox.com and very basic, click download. It's as simple as that. Now please be mindful about the system requirements. This is definitely something that I get questions all the time about. Definitely read the system requirements. I'd say 99% of the time you guys will never really have a problem, but if you are running an old operating system, very old, with the new record box 6 features, you may have problems. So please read the system requirements. So once you've downloaded that, it's going to take you through to Rekordbox. Now Rekordbox 6 is completely free, export mode and performance mode, and I'm going to dive into what both of those do in the next couple of minutes, but I just want to jump to this plan feature here. So this was introduced when we opened up Rekordbox 6. Now when we go to Rekordbox plan, over here you can see exactly what you're getting for free. So you get the export mode and the performance mode via a controller or a product that unlocks the performance mode. On the core plan, we've now introduced you can pay this within a year or play this within a month. You get export mode, performance features and DVS control, and then you have the creative plan, which you can get everything. Now I'm going to be showing you everything on here within the next hour, and I must admit I went straight to creative plan. I did do the 30-day free trial first, but I went straight creative plan simply because I'm now ready for pretty much anything that I want to do in the near future. So I am quite a multi-genre DJ. I do use DVS control, I do use video features, I do use the vocal position detection, which is something that I'm going to be showing you, and I most definitely use edit mode now, which is another thing that I'm going to be going into with you. So creative for me was just the best option because everything's there at your fingertips. So I'm going to come back to this page soon, but let's now dive into my Rekordbox. Now for those of you who have been on Rekordbox before or are looking to maybe upgrade to Rekordbox 6, or whether you are already on Rekordbox 6, there's a few things I want to go through before we dive into the nitty gritty and the tips and tricks. And the first one is a question I get asked a lot. Can I transfer my Rekordbox 5 library over to my Rekordbox 6? Yes, you can. Of course you can. And the fastest way of doing this is selecting file and then import your library from version 5 or earlier. Now, depending on how many tracks you have, this could take some time. Of course, we try and be as quick as we possibly can, but if you're transferring 20,000 songs, that may take a little bit of time. And it will transfer everything over, including the data, so your metadata is in your hot cues, your information on the track. However, I decided not to do this, simply because how many of you out there have Rekordbox 6 and it's a little bit messy? Let's be honest, we've been, obviously not for the last 18 months, but a lot of you may have been working DJs for quite some time. I know I've been using Rekordbox since version 1, I think. Yeah, version 1, when it was just a music management service. My library from 1 to 5 was just constantly getting updated, and it just became too busy. There were tracks that I'd never play again, and before you know it, you had 20,000 songs, and you're probably only playing 3,000 of them, but you don't have the time to go through it. So Rekordbox 6 is a brand new library system, hence why you can transfer from version 5, but because of the new features, it's essentially a completely new software program in itself. Whereas 2, 3, 4 were constant upgrades from the previous software, this one is sort of a brand new software, if you will. So with that, you could start a brand new library, and that's exactly what I did. So my library, please do not read some of the tracks on here. There's been some interesting evenings I've had on Rekordbox thinking it was a good idea to download some of this music, and you sort of wake up the next day and go, yeah, I'll probably never play that again. But yeah, I have, my library's starting to come together now. I wouldn't say it's as big as my Rekordbox 5 library. My playlists are starting to come in together as well. I've got some pretty good playlists. I'm going to be working on this playlist today. But what it allowed me to do was just start again. Now, I still have Rekordbox 5 library saved. So the best way to do this is if you select File, Library, and then if you select Backup Library, this is in Rekordbox 5, it will back up your whole Rekordbox 5 library. And I just saved that to a hard drive, an external hard drive. And if there's any playlists or any songs that I want to pull from that, I can do and put it into Rekordbox 6. I found this to be a lot better because my library now, I'm quite happy with it. It's starting to come together a lot more. My playlists are a lot easier to navigate through, and it's just a lot more organised. Instead of transferring everything over that I've been doing for 10 years. Of course, it's still saved, but yeah, it's just a lot more organised. So that was just a quick tip for you, for those of you who want to transfer over to Rekordbox 6 from 5. Now, the question is, for those beginners out there that have never used Rekordbox before, what essentially is going on in front of the screen? What are we looking at here? So up here is your playhead. It's pretty simple. This is your playhead. This is going to show your track, and it's going to allow you to do your work on your track. Down here is showing what I've selected in my branch window here. So I'm currently on playlist mode. If I get rid of that, I can then open up my collection, which is showing all my collection from all my different playlists. But I do like to work within playlist mode. I put tracks into my collection and then transfer them straight to playlist, because it's this playlist bar here, this gets transferred to USB stick, and it allows you to use the features from Rekordbox on the CDJs. That is how Rekordbox export mode works. It's a music management service. So export mode can be found up here on the top left hand corner. You've also got performance mode, which we're going to be going into. Lighting is a lighting interface. I'll briefly touch up on it later, but it isn't something that I'm going to be heavily diving into within this talk. Edit mode is something that I'm going to be showing you as well. So we're currently just using the music management service, and then it allows you to organize your playlists, add information to the track, making it a lot easier for you to DJ. It makes, you know, your DJing experience a lot less stressful. All the work that you do here behind the scenes, this is what the DJs are now doing. All the work behind the scenes here, transferred to USB, and then if you're using our players, it can you can bring back all the information that you've attached to these tracks. So how do you get your music into Rekordbox? Now there's a few ways of doing this, but I'm going to show you my favorite one. But before I do, let's go to the most basic one. So I'm going to select File, Import, and I can import a track, folder, or a playlist. If I select Playlist, this is going to open up my desktop, or should I say my Mac HD hard drive, which is built into my Mac. And from here I can select, let's say for example music, previous libraries. This is where my Rekordbox 5 is stored. Or if I select Pioneer DJ and I wanted to select this and open, what that would do is all the tracks in there would then go straight into your collection, and it would go through a period of what's known as analysing the track, which I'll go into a little bit further on. Now if you're on Rekordbox 5, you'll notice, you'll know that there was some issues with that. There was some teething issues that we've now finally sort of ironed out. And one of the main issues was when you do it this way, by import folder or playlist, and you take it from your desktop, what happens, let me just exit out of here, what happens is if you move that file somewhere else, so say for example I loaded this file into Rekordbox, that file will always have to stay on your desktop because it's a directory. So Rekordbox will be seeing that file, it's borrowing the music from that file in order to attach metadata to it, your hot cues, your beat grids, etc. So if I in here then moved that file to say master music 2, and I'm sure you've all done this before, all of a sudden you would see little exclamation marks pop up here. And what that means is it's not allowing you to see the original destination of the file. So within Rekordbox 5 there was a way of doing this. You select File, Display all missing files, and your file Display missing files head will play here. Sorry, show here. And it will show what's missing, which is currently this folder. Now you could do something pretty cool, and that was display all missing files, and then you select relocate. So you could relocate the file and find where it had gone. So if I was to select desktop, and this is where I moved the file to, click open, it would automatically relocate the file and your exclamation marks would disappear and the file was able to play again. So that was Rekordbox 5's way of doing things. Now that's all well and good, but what happens if there's multiple tracks from different areas of your laptop? That's quite a long way of going around things. You have to relocate them individually. It's quite, you know, it was very time consuming. What we've added now, and this is one of the new features of Rekordbox 6, is an auto relocate. So I mean, I'm not going to relocate this because I know this file has been deleted from my laptop completely, but this was just an example. If I select auto relocate, it will automatically relocate the files from your laptop depending on where they are. So if I select my preferences here, go to advanced, and then where it says auto relocate search folders, if I select desktop and music, that will search everything on my laptop. And you know, I mean, you can literally find around 3,000 tracks in 6 seconds. It's super quick. And yeah, it was, you know, it was, everybody was asking us to add this to Rekordbox 6, and here it is. The reason why I've unticked movies, because I don't need it to search MP4 files, because, you know, WAV, AIFF or MP3, that's essentially what I'm using on my Rekordbox, so it's pointless searching any movie files. I've also told it not to specify any folders. This here, if I was to add a folder, this would be if you had an external hard drive, which would show up here if you have it plugged in. I can select that and tell it to just search that hard drive. But for now, because I keep all my music on my desktop, I leave it here, desktop and music. So that's one way of importing your tracks. And then if you have any missing files, display all missing files and go through the auto relocate, and it will find them for you. So the question is, how do you do this without having any missing files and not having to go through auto relocate? So this was probably, I mean, definitely the most used. I've never done it a different way. I save everything into iTunes. Now a lot of these tracks in my iTunes library are streamed, of course, you know. I don't have £20,000 spent on music, so a lot of it is streamed, some of it are downloaded, it totally depends. But this here in my iTunes library is now connected to my Rekordbox. And for those of you who aren't seeing your iTunes in your left hand collection tree, go to preferences, go to view, and then layout, and then you can select the iTunes. I'm going to turn inflat on as well. You can select the iTunes library there. What this does, it loads your iTunes library, and this is one of the best ways of doing it, guys. Now if you're seeing this here, this little red marker, it means it's a track that's streamed or you haven't downloaded it to your local device. So iTunes works, as I'm sure you all know, iTunes will work. So for example, you saved a lot of your tracks in the cloud, and it allows you to just play it and stream it from the cloud. That's all well and good, but you can't do that within Rekordbox. You have to physically download the track to your laptop. So this, for example, here, that's now downloaded, and I will be able to search Groove Armada within Rekordbox so long as I've purchased it and find it. If I wanted this MJ Cole track and I know I've bought it, not streamed it, I just have to download it. And then once it's on my local device, which is your iTunes library, come to here, reload the library, and you'll be able to find MJ Cole and that certain track. This is how I do it basically. And then once I have the music, or once I find the music that I want, or the tracks that I want, I simply just select the track, I transfer it over to my collection. Obviously it's not going to let me because it's already on my collection on Rekordbox. And that's basically how I do it. And it's perfect simply because I never delete music out of my iTunes library. And if I do, it means I physically do not want that track. So it's, for me, it's the best way of doing it because I've never lost any music. I can also select through playlists if I wish to. So I can transfer through a playlist or just do individual tracks within my all audio file. So what happens when the tracks go to Rekordbox? It goes through something, as I've previously said, called analyzing. So I'm going to select my preferences, go to analysis, and this is what you want to select. So if you've signed up to the creative cover, you will be seeing vocal detection here. If you haven't, you won't see vocal. You'll just see phrase key and BPM and grid. This is key information in order to amend the track or do things with the track. And what you'll see is you'll see a little sort of waveform pop up once it's being analysed. Now if you're struggling with analysing or a certain track won't be analysed, right click and simply just select analyse track. Or if you want to reanalyze it, pretty straightforward. So I have this playlist here. Ignore the cloud for now, I'll go into that a little bit later on. And I want to do some work just specifically on this track. So the first thing I do is get the beat grid correct. Because for those of you who don't know, the beat grid will be quantized. So I can quantize it, can quantize it here, which allows me to then snap to a grid, do my sync feature within the decks. And all I'm going to do is set the first bar to the current position. That's it. And then cue it. Good. And it's as simple as that. But I want to zoom in and double check I've got that bang on, which I pretty much have. Good, let's zoom out. Now I'm not going to go too far into the editing mode of the beat grids here, simply because it takes up quite some time and there's quite a bit to get through. However, there are some really interesting videos online. I've done a few on YouTube, which explains advanced beat gridding, and it allows you to be able to manipulate the track even further. What I am going to do is I'm going to jump to my cue and my looped cues. So for those of you who don't use hot cues, start doing basically. What you want to be doing is making your mixes as interesting as possible. So if you're not currently using them, start getting used to using hot cues. I've been a DJ now for nearly 16 years, and I've been heavily mixing with hot cues for quite some time now. I don't really mix the old school way, which is mix in, mix out. I tend to just sort of remix on the fly. I'll pull parts of a track. I use 4 decks and a V10 mixer and a sampler as well, so my setup's quite hefty, it's quite big. So I like to do a lot of live performancing whilst I'm DJing. And how I do that is making sure my beat grids are always correct, making sure I've got plenty of hot cues and loops, and sometimes I'll jump into sync mode. And for those of you who are thinking, oh, you know, he uses sync, he can't beat match. Of course I can beat match. I learnt that a long time ago on vinyl players. But sync allows me to take my DJing further than I would be able to if I was just beat matching. So the first thing I do, because I do some quite extensive remixing on the fly, is I select my first bar to be 8-bar loop. So that's an auto loop there, and when I press play, it's just going to loop over and over and over. Now what I do is I just select my A there, and this will jump me straight into a loop, and you can actually see the little loop feature there. And that'll just loop round and round. Now you'll notice on here I've done it on a few times, so I've got the B there, A, etc, etc. What I then do is I pick out certain parts of the track that I find quite interesting, parts of the track that I could keep hold of, sustain it a little bit, add a little bit of drama, and then release. So this is always a good one for me, the 4 beats before the breakdown. And what you can do on the decks is you can start cutting that down. And it's just creating a bit more drama. It's making it a little more interesting. So that's my second cue, and I'm just going to right click here and change the color to that, so I'm not getting confused. The next thing I want to be doing is if I go to a certain part of the track that I can find a little bit more interesting. Okay, so we've got a bit of a breakdown here. There it is. And I'm just going to create a dead hot cue here. So instead of a loop, it's just going to go straight to a hot cue, and it'll just continue the track without looping. Just realised I've got it at the wrong position there. That's where we need it. Good. Now let's scroll along a little bit further and find some more interesting parts. Quite like this part here, but I'm going to make this 2 beats. Because at this point, I'd probably mix out, personally. Don't always have to play the rest of the track. We've had quite an energetic beginning. We've gone, what we've gone? 3 minutes into the track, halfway through the track. I'm happy to then mix out and mix back into another one. So I'm just going to capture this here. And at this point, I'd probably add 2 more decks with different hot cues, which will blend nicely with that. If I don't want to, I can just exit out or jump to another hot cue. So, for example, if I activate this and it's not working, I jump to another hot cue and keep the track going. That's a really nice loop. I love that. I can keep hold of that as well, and you can bring something else into this quite easily. It's just a really nice breakdown. And let's just, I've just noticed a bit of a gap here. Great. Now I quite like that. I'll keep hold of this. And if I go up to here, I can bring player 2 in and see if there's anything that would work closely with that. So, what have we got here? Let's try this here. Not sure if this will work, but we'll soon find out. Probably not. Not too fond of that one. Let's try... What else have we got? We got here. Quite like this. Let's loop that. So, probably not the best of mixing, as you can imagine. I'm just on my keypad here, but you get the idea. It allows you to preview the tracks before playing it and get your hot cues and everything ready. So I'm quite happy with that. We'll leave that as it is. I've got some pretty good hot cues. Good. Now, question is, what do we do after this? So there's a few ways we can take this now. Number one, we can add the My Tag feature. So this is a really good way of organizing your music. So the My Tag feature, it works sort of if like it's a hashtag on Instagram, for example. So when you search a certain hashtag on Instagram, it will pull up everything tagged with that hashtag. So if I type in hashtag DJ, you'll see a load of DJs pop up, or etc, etc. So it's the same sort of scenario here. So if I go to genre, and it's basically just giving me what's happening with the track. So I've selected, it's got quite a rolling bass. A trigger track for me, by the way, for those who are wondering, a trigger track is something that really kicks. So if I see sort of the club or the dance floor or whatever, the rave, if I see it just going a little bit tired, I'll search trigger track, and I'll pull a big one, pull the big guns out basically. So it's also a bit of dark disco. Components, it's got a bit of a synth to it. Yeah. Situation, definitely not warm up. I'm going to add my own here. What should we put? Let's have it. As if to say, this is it, we're going now, we're having it, we're going for it. So I can do that with all my tracks here. So for example, I've done 2 more trigger tracks here. And what that means is on the equipment, I can search that tag, and everything within that playlist, or your collection should I say, will be pulled up with the same as. So for example, I could say I want it in the key, I want it in a certain BPM, and I want a rolling bass on it. So I can really filter down the perfect track to come in or out of this track here. So that's one thing we can do. The next thing we can do is also add the settings. So this is something that not a lot of people know about. So the settings means these are the settings you add to your USB stick. So for example, the waveform color, I have it on 3 band. So this is the new 3 band waveform, by the way, within Rekordbox 6. For those of you who don't understand it, so the blue is your low end, your orange / yellowy sort of thing, that's your mids, and your white is your high. So for example, when we get to this part, you'll notice the synths come in, and you'll see quite a lot of white on the 3 band waveform. Whereas at the beginning, we have a lot of the low and the mid. Makes sense. So, if I just go back to my settings, yeah, I have the 3 band on, because I prefer that. I have my categories, my sort categories, and then it's the my settings as well. So the player, DJ settings, I'm sure you've all seen this before. If you hold down menu, this is a utility menu on any of our players. So for example, I have my quantize beat to a quarter because I do hot queuing quite fast. Hot queue, I have my Rekordbox settings, which is allowing me to activate these here. There's other things, jog mode vinyl. I've come from the vinyl years a long time ago, so I still like my CDJs to react like a vinyl. Master tempo should actually be turned on, so I'm glad I've just seen that. I have sync off. I don't really use sync at the beginning. It's only when I get a little bit warmed up and I want to make things a bit more interesting. But then I can also do the LCD displays, and then the indicators, and then I can do things for the mixer as well. And what that means is once we've done that, you just have to exit out. You don't have to save anything. And then you get to the point where you can then sync manager. So I would plug in my USB stick and select it here, and then just transfer which playlist I want over. And it's as simple as that. So it would be Italo Disco, transfer that over. All that information I've then done within the whole playlist is now on my USB stick. And as soon as I plug them into the players, these will flash up all ready for you. So that's export mode at its basic, really. There's more to the export mode, but we only have an hour here and there's still a few things to get through. So, and that's why people are using it for our equipment, simply because it makes things a lot more interesting. It's easier to DJ with, and I couldn't do it without it anymore, really. I like to be very organised, and that's why you play so well. Okay, so the next thing I want to show you very briefly is performance mode. So this is when you have your laptop plugged into the players or laptop plugged into a controller. Now, you'll notice you've got your left deck, your right deck, and of course all the stuff that we've done with an export mode is all here. All there ready for you. Now on the top here you can change your view of it. So this is how I would have it if I was playing DVS or Scratch, should I say. You can still do 4 decks, 2 deck horizontal if I was playing controller, Up here is your little sub menu. So for example, I can have my effects menu here. This is more for the controller range. I've got my sampler. I can have my mixer, but I mean, I never really do this simply because I never really DJ off a laptop. It depends what I'm doing, and it depends what kind of music I'm playing. If I'm sort of doing my hip hop and R&B sets, I will play off a laptop simply because it's a lot easier to try, you know, if you're doing multi-genre, should I say, it's a lot easier to take a laptop when you're moving through 6 different genres than it is, you know, taking 12 USB sticks. I have the record panel here if you want to record. We've got the video panel, lyric panel, and then yes, we do have the lighting panel. Sorry, my record box just decided to slow down a bit there. We have a lighting panel here, and then we do have the Beatport link, so it allows you to play alongside Beatport. I'm going to turn all these off for now though, and I'm just going to concentrate down here. So I can access all my playlists. So for example, these are the playlists. This is the playlist I've just been working on, and then I have related tracks. So this is the My Tag, very similar to My Tag this. So I've created some here. So for example, BPM and key, and I've selected the master. So the master track, it's going to find me the similar or related keys and the same BPM within plus or minus however many I've selected. Now I can select my own here if I wish to. If I click that, BPM, let's say we want the exact same. Don't include the double and half. Same key, for example, and then if I wanted my tag, I can search any or all the items, file and formats. There's loads of things you can filter it down to, and if I click OK, it'll pull up the same genre, same BPM, everything I've selected really. So that's the My Tag within rekordbox DJ. But the one things I want to show you is these here. These are the streaming services. This is really good. I'm currently not logged in and I'm not sure why, but I'm not going to log in just yet. But basically what it allows you to do is it allows you to stream from Beatport, BeatSource. There's also SoundCloud as well. Yeah, I can have SoundCloud Go. I can have Tidal, BeatSource, Beatport. I don't use SoundCloud Go. In-flight, I don't use as much anymore. I do use Beatport and BeatSource though. Tidal's not something I use anymore because these two here, Beatport allows me to access the electronic dance music, and then BeatSource allows me to do a lot of multi-genre stuff. So that is briefly what rekordbox DJ is, and of course this is unlockable. This is free when you have I mean, you can play obviously of your laptop and your mouse pad. Of course you don't really want to be doing that though, because it's quite a difficult way to DJ. But any equipment that unlocks the DJ mode, performance mode, is now free, whereas it used to be chargeable. So that's a really cool feature for rekordbox 6. Now I'm just going to jump back to export mode. I'm going to show you the Cloud Library Sync. So this is where it does get interesting. Now what the Cloud Library Sync is designed to do is it's allowing you to transfer information and music across different libraries and different sources. So for example, if I have my laptop in front of me, but then I also have my phone on the train and I want to do some rekordbox work on the phone, this can be now achieved via the Cloud Library Sync. And what it's basically doing is if I go to the My Page feature here and I go to my plan, my current plan is Creative and it's now activated. So when you sign up for Creative, which is the only plan that you can get the Cloud Library Sync on, you've got to then select Activate this computer. So you can activate up to 4 devices. So I've got my desktop computer in my studio, I have my laptop, which is I'm currently working on now, I have my phone, and then I also have an iPad. So I can activate and share my music over those 4 devices via the cloud. So no longer do you have to use USB sticks, plug in, plug out. I can send it to different devices via any of my devices. So if I go to Library Sync, I'm going to sync this to another device. So it's allowing me to sync my music. And how the storage works is it works via Dropbox. So I think you get something like 2 gigabytes for free from Dropbox, which is enough to get you going. I've upgraded to 1 terabyte because the reason why is I don't just sync my libraries, I save my full collection in my Dropbox. So it's an additional security. So for example, if I was to lose my laptop, God forbid I never do that, I've not lost my library because I can just re-download it straight from Dropbox. Just go to dropbox.com, re-download your whole library. Bang, it's on there. And it saves all the metadata as well. It's not just the songs. So gone are the days where I do have an external hard drive, simply because my Rekordbox 5's on there, but I don't necessarily use it as much anymore because everything's now in my Dropbox account. And how this works is I simply just right click, Cloud Library Sync, upload tracks. Let's find a track that isn't currently uploaded. Cloud Library Sync, upload tracks, Dropbox. And then you'll see there it's gone straight to my Dropbox. That's now saved in my Dropbox, no problem. I can also do this with playlists. So automatically, right click, stop working, auto upload, turn it on. So anything I put into here, unless I've told it otherwise, will automatically go to my Dropbox. Now, question is, how does this work with other devices? So let me just, where's the Air server? Let me just open the Air server up and plug my phone in. Where are you? There you are. So I'm just gonna put my phone onto the laptop. This takes it's a bit hit and miss. It either takes a couple of minutes or a couple of seconds, and I can never judge how long it will take. This time it was a couple of seconds. That's just what we like to see. So, oh, by the way, if I do get any messages come through, please just ignore them. It's a busy morning on my phone this morning. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up Rekordbox here. So this is my phone and this is my laptop. So this is technically two devices. You're just seeing them both on the screen. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go here to my preferences. And the first thing you do is sign in. This is just your Rekordbox account. You've got to sign in. And then I'm going to activate it and I'm going to Cloud Library Sync. So what that means is I can now share devices from here to here. So I'm now sharing between two devices. Of course, make sure you're logged into your Dropbox as well, obviously. Now, a few things I want to show you on the app. So I can import songs from the app itself. So this is importing them from my phone, and that can be shared to my laptop to my phone, and vice versa. I can do my in-app player settings. So this is my settings when I plug the phone into the CDJ. So you can use your phone as one of your devices as well. I currently use it as a backup device, and it's pretty simple. You just USB straight into your phone, and once that happens, you can then use your phone as a device, as sort of like a large USB stick, if you will. And within that, I can also change the CDJ settings or the XDJ settings when I'm plugged in. Now that's just a little bit about the settings, but what I want to do is I want to go to my collection and I want to find this track, this Lil Val Stalkin'. Go to my collection, I'm going to go to my playlist. I'm going to scroll down to Italo Electronic Disco, and then I'm just going to find Lil Val's, which is there. There is a little bit of delay on audio here because I am running my phone audio through my laptop, so it all records fine. So just bear with the audio. Now you'll notice all my hotkeys are all there. So this is wireless. This has been done via the cloud. I'm plugging audio into my laptop. I'm not plugging a phone into my laptop. And this can also be achieved on the core plan, but everything has to be done via a cable, which for me isn't really something that I'd want. I want to share this, I want to share my collection via all my devices. Now within the app itself, I can do anything I want to, I could do within Rekordbox. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to delete my hotkeys, or some of the ones that I've put in so far. Let's keep A, for example. Now, whilst I'm doing this, please be mindful and please watch out for rekordbox, because things are going to start changing automatically, because it's constantly syncing within 10 to 15 seconds. Depends on obviously your router speed and things, but it will start syncing ever quite quickly. And all I'm going to do is I'm going to press play and I'm going to create some hot cues myself, some new ones. There's my first one. Oh, and if you just look at the screen now, you'll notice it's just updated about 10 seconds after I said it. So this is now just updating via the cloud. Let's pull some. I'm just going to put some random ones in there. These aren't going to be as good as the last ones. Let's put one there. Let's put one. Let's put a looped one here. So I'm going to auto loop. If I go to my list, I can also change the colour if I wish to. Yeah, and I think that'll do for now. I've done enough hot cues there, and what you'll see, you'll start noticing this is going to start changing again. So it's just pulled up the new hot cues. It hasn't changed the colour yet, and it's just missing one. But again, every time I open my laptop and I'm plugged into a Wi-Fi, this is going to... Oh, okay, there you go. It's just literally just done it there. This is automatically going to... keep reloading the new information. So let's just go back to the app. I can jump bars here at this part here. I can do my auto loop feature here. I can also do my gridding, so you've got the full gridding system, memory points if you're still using them, and I can see my hot cues here. Go back to my list, there's my hot cues. Now I can also see I'm currently running deck B. I can go to deck A, which I've just loaded the same track in, but I can also see deck A and B. So it's very similar to doing two-player mode, which is allowing you to view both tracks. And if I hold this center part here, it's now turned into a mini mixer, so I can drop my EQs, just have a little mix to see if both tracks are going to work before I commit, if you will. Good. So that's a little bit more about the app there. Of course, when I want to download any stuff from the cloud itself, I just select the track and then click this here. I'm not going to do this right now because my phone is very busy at the minute and it's starting to slow down. But if I was to select these tracks here and I just select download from the cloud, or I put it back into back into the local device, which would be the cloud, or I can stop everything if I wish to. So it's very simple, and that's how you get tracks from the cloud itself. So I hope you enjoyed that, guys. I'm now going to unplug my phone because it is starting to slow down a little bit. I've got a lot running through this laptop now. But that's the app itself, and this is now available on both platforms, Android and Apple. And there it is. Good. So let me just now unplug that and get rid of the air server. Yeah, and let me jump back here. So within the cloud now, what it's done, as you can see, it's just updated everything. Oh, I've just realised Lil Val's has just very nicely synced to Jam Hot there. That's something I wanted. Let's remix that in. Go to one player. Good. And there we have it. And that's all been done on my phone. Now, if you're all sat on a train waiting for your gig, or you're sat at home by the television, you don't want to pull your laptop out, you can just pull your phone out and do some rekordbox work. It's absolutely fantastic. It's one of my favourite features by far. Okay, and again, you know, this is one of the new features for rekordbox 6. Now, before we go into edit mode, I just want to show you some other features for rekordbox 6. So this was highly requested, and it was the support to in-flight. So I don't know why I've just gone to performance mode there. Sorry, let me pull that back. Good. Now, in-flight support basically means it's a music streaming service. Sorry, it's a promo service. I'm not currently logged into InFlight. InFlight allows you to, if you are invited, it's invitation only, and it's a promo listing service. So they will send you their tracks. Now, previous to this, what you used to have to do is go to inflight.com, download the track to your files that they've given you, and then put it into Rekordbox. InFlight will allow you to see everything via Rekordbox, so you're bypassing downloading, and you can download it straight to your collection from InFlight itself. So that was one of the new features. Another new feature is we've now added the light skin, which I found really, really good, because of course the UK has just had an incredible heat wave last week, and I was doing some work in the garden. Why wouldn't you? And I just couldn't see it. So we've now added the white skin, which allows you to see the see Rekordbox a lot better. Good. So there's two more pretty cool features that I really enjoyed. Of course, we do have the 3-band waveform as well, which is another one of my favorites. I'm just going to move the skin actually back to dark mode. Yeah. Now, I'm going to continue with this track here because I've been doing a lot of work with it, but what I want to do is I now want to edit it. I want to edit the track to make my own sort of swing on things. Now, previous to this is the new edit mode. Previous to this, if I wanted to add my own swing to a certain track, I would have to put it within a DAW, so for example Ableton or Logic or anything like that. I did say at the beginning I was going to tell you my favourite feature, and this is by far my favourite feature. By far. Basically what this allows me to do is it just allows me to just chop and paste a few things in and out of this track, rebounce it down, which doesn't affect the original, it just creates your own sort of remix on it. So what's going on here? So if I go to my browser, this allows us to put the tracks in there themselves, and you can remix sort of any track that's in your collection. I'm going to work on this track. Now, here is a zoom in and zoom out feature. If I select this bar, it's going to show me where my playhead is. Down here, there's a way of selecting your beats. So I can go to 8, 16, etc. Or you can just drag and drop your mouse, which I find that a little bit better to do, quite easier to do actually. So what I want to do is I'm going to go to an interesting part of this track. Just reset my playhead. Okay, so this part, I want to stall this bit here a little bit. Because the energy of this track is amazing, so I normally would loop this and I'd keep hold of it and add a load of effects to it before the little drop here. Now, to make this a lot easier, what I'm now going to do is I'm going to copy that, select here, I'm just going to paste it. So you'll notice that's just moved over now. And now I can undo that if I wish, which I've done there. But what I want to do, I can clone it, which will send all the track to the right. So what I've done is I've just added 4 beats. But to make this a bit more interesting, I'm going to clone these 2. Now we're working here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy that, I'm going to paste it here, so it's just replaced. So I think you know where we're going here. And then we'll go again here with this, copy that, nope, sorry, yeah, clone that. Nope, paste that, should I say? Yeah. So we've just made it a bit more interesting. Now we can take this even further if we zoom in. And what I want to do is copy that. Oh, sorry, undo that. I'm going to copy that. I'm going to paste it again here. So it's just like, it's very basic, just copy and pasting basically, but it's just making it a bit more interesting and putting your own swing on a track. So that's pretty cool, I quite like that. So if we find another part of the track, what have we got here? I'm going to take this whole part here, I'm going to copy it and I'm going to start it with this, quite like that. So I'm going to replace that there. Of course, we need to get rid of some stuff here, so I'm going to delete that completely. And that. That doesn't really work for me, but I think you kind of get the idea. Let's copy and clone that. So we've got two of them there. And we can even take it as far as completely get rid of this whole part here. So we've completely changed this track. Let's get rid of that. Think and that. Okay, that doesn't work, so let's undo that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to drag this here. Oh, let's zoom in a bit. Copy that. I'm going to paste that there. Starting to work now. So I'm not going to take this any further. I think you guys get the idea, but we've completely changed the track now. And if we go to, where was the breakdown there? Good, just made it more interesting. Now, how do we do this? So, render audio files. I'm going to call it just pretty simple stuff. And this is the best part about it. I can change the file format if I wish to. Change the sample rate and change the location. I'm going to render that down. Sorry, laptop decided to go a little bit slower there. And I'm going to go to export mode. And there it is. And then it's just used as an ordinary track now. And then we got our breakdown that which we created here. And there we have it, and then you can see it right next to the original here. So the original looks completely different to what we've done, but we've quickly made a quick edit of you know, of a track, and for me this is just by far the best part about it. There's a lot more you can do with the edit, but that's basically what we're trying to achieve. Another good thing about the edit as well, if you find a certain part, you can move that over to your palette and you can recall that at any point you want. And probably, you know, just drag and drop that into certain places if you wish to. Good. So, guys, that is pretty much it. Now, look, there's a whole lot more you can do with Rekordbox. You know, with the lighting mode, the export mode, the performance mode, the edit mode. I've just shown you some of the new features of Rekordbox 6, and I've given you some good tips and tricks to be working on for the future. If you'd like to know any more, by all means visit YouTube. There is hundreds of videos on there which, you know, explain things like advanced beat gridding, which I would have loved to have gone into, but it takes quite some time. That there's stuff about cue and looping, there's things about edit mode, there's so much information you can find online. For those of you who want to, one more time, go and take a look at some of the pricing, it's just rekordbox.com. And if you're after equipment, go to pioneerdj.com. One more thing before we do finalize this video is, when I said about compatible DJ units for performance mode, this is where you find it. So we've got, this is before you buy, we've got a huge graph here showing you what's compatible with what unlocks what. So please read this before buying any equipment, because you may find yourself thinking, well, for a little bit extra I may be able to unlock DVS mode if I was to buy, you know, XYZ. So check out the compatible DJ units, and if you're having any problems at all, there's also an inquiries page here, and this will take you straight through to our inquiries page, which then goes through to our guys on the end of the line that are ready to help you in any of your problems. Good. So guys, once again, thank you so much for having me. I hope you enjoy the rest of your time with SEMCON, and yeah, hopefully be able to do this in the flesh next time. So guys, thank you so much. Have a great time.
Hello everyone, welcome to this panel, SEMCON panel, about the Electronic Music Inclusion Initiative. We'll give you a bit more information about what that is. Briefly, I just wanted to get the panelists to introduce themselves briefly. So I'll start. I'm Raj Ramanandi, the co-founder and co-CEO of a technology organization called Inchorus that tries to create harassment-free and inclusive workplaces. We're also one of the founding partners of the Emmy initiative that we're going to learn a little bit more about. Nadia, can we go to you next? Just a very brief intro.
Yeah, sure. Hi everyone, my name's Nadia Khan. I'm the founder of Women in Control. I've been working in the industry for around 20 years, primarily in music management, and that's kind of what led me to start up Women in Control. We do a lot of research and reporting, looking into highlight different areas of disparity across the industry. And I'm also the chair of the Association of Independent Music as well.
Excellent, thanks Nadia. Can we jump to you please, Sam?
Yeah, sure. My name's Sam Warren, and I am co-chair of the Diversity and Inclusion Working Group at the Association for Electronic Music. I'm also founder of In the Key of She, which is a research project exploring the career experiences of female and female identifying electronic music producers. And I'm doing that with my affiliation with the University of Portsmouth, where I hold a professorship.
Incredible, thank you, Sam. Hi, Mark.
Hi, how are you? I'm Mark Lawrence, Director of Electronic Music at Centric, also proud member of the Association for Electronic Music.
Brilliant, and finally, Susan.
Hello everyone, I'm Susan Gleikruse and I work at Beatport, Director of Industry Relations, also on the exec board of the AFEM, and really excited to talk about this initiative today.
Brilliant, thank you all. As you can see, we have a very prestigious and knowledgeable panel with us today, so hopefully there'll be lots of gems for everyone to take away, not only about what this initiative is about, but also how I really want to lean into how other initiatives can learn from our strengths and our weaknesses. So what is Emmy? So Emmy, again, it's the Electronic Music Inclusion Initiative, very catchily named, but with very bold ambitions to try and create a more inclusive electronic music sector industry. We in Chorus approached AFEM with this idea, this kind of methodology that we have to try and create this kind of culture change across whole industries. And we were hugely supported by Greg and the team, who made these key introductions to enable us to try and do this really impactful work. So we have a kind of methodology where we believe true progress around topics of diversity and particularly inclusion require industry-wide collaboration. We try and take an industry through a bit of a journey, I guess. And so we always start by building these coalitions. And the next phase is we try and kick off, prior to leaning into action, getting some key data points. And we don't overly stress the importance of research. Lots of research is done, and there are lots of reports out there where we know kind of prevalent problems across industries, but we like to get some specifics about a particular industry. I'm going to share a little bit more about those findings. Off the back of those findings, we, as I mentioned, we don't like to dump those kind of problems that we find on an industry and let them get on with it. We really believe that as a collective, we need to find those problems. We need to collectively find solutions that we believe in, and then we need to find some case studies where stakeholders across the industry are starting to implement some of those solutions. And only then do we go out to the wider industry more proactively to try and get them to sign up to those actions and those solutions. And we really kind of level up whole industries to do that. So I think that's enough about the kind of collective. I think we will drill into its pros and cons through the Q&A that we'll shortly do. Before I kick off into a few questions, I'm going to just quickly give a kind of, this is a sneak peek. We haven't made any of the findings public as yet, but I'm going to give us some high level overview of some of the findings, because we'd like to kind of dig into elements of them. So we closed the research period, which lasted for a few weeks, about 2-3 weeks ago, and we found that the primary, I don't like using the word victim, but the primary individuals affected by harassment and discrimination in the industry are young women, and there was a very high incidence of these young women being women of colour. The overriding feeling that was coming through in the findings were feelings of anger and general feeling of unease and feeling uncomfortable. We also found a huge issue in terms of a lack of a speak up culture. Now, this may be down to the fact that there aren't the appropriate tools, but we also saw that even when presented with the opportunity to share anonymously experiences, there was a reticence to do so. And this is something where we believe there's a feeling of not a feeling of being safe within the industry, or perhaps worse, as a general apathy towards these issues, but we'll come to that in a second. As I mentioned, most of these issues were gender-based, and there was a large prevalence of everyday sexism kind of chipping away at people's confidence, and maybe worse, their opportunities to progress in the industry. There's an uncomfortably high rate of unwanted physical contact across the industry. Now, we do this research across industries, and when we say unusually high, it rates as high as we've seen in any industry to date. And I guess at that point, I want to stress again that this is affecting women, young women of colour, and so those incidents are primarily affecting young women of colour. We found that the incidents shared with us, we had over 600 incidents shared with us. This is not, and I stress, it's not like a survey response. Not everyone has something to say here. So the fact that we had that many incidents shared with us is really important, and we kind of really want to thank those that shared with us. They were sharing incidents that were happening repeatedly. Over 80% of these incidents were not one-offs. This is something that's systemic and it's endemic. And something else that we wanted to hammer home, or something that kind of really came through in the findings, was that a lot of these incidents were happening at live venues, at clubs and at festivals, where these behaviours are most prevalent, and nearly 50% of all incidents were in that setting, closely followed by at work, which is always staggering that these things are happening in the workplace, be they in office-based. We see an awful lot of these things happening online. So I think that's it in terms of the findings, and what we are leaning into off the back of that is a proposal for action. 3 key areas there. We want to develop tools and processes to create more of a speak up culture across the industry. Secondly, we want to build up greater awareness about these kind of everyday incidents of sexism, racism, all of the isms that seem to be very prevalent. And thirdly, we want to build, or certainly explore, opportunities to build resources and tools to make live venues safer. So that's far too much talk from me. I really wanted to go to the panel and say, when you're on first reading or hearing about our findings, what surprised you, and how did you feel when you first, kind of saw those numbers and those experiences in front of you? Can I go to you first, Mark?
Yeah, I guess I'm proud of the survey and I'm embarrassed by the results. I'm angry it's our culture and our industry, and I'm sorry that is still the situation even today. I wish I was surprised, and I guess I'm not surprised because my experience whilst at AFEM from sort of 2014 to 2017 was surrounded by anecdotal examples and awareness that we needed to act as an industry. And at that time we launched the sexual harassment hotline, but I don't think that was the call to arms to the industry. And I don't think the industry at large committed at that point to understand the scale of the issue, to understand where the issue was, and to commit to do something about it. And I feel that this should be the catalyst for that.
Excellent. Sam, would you like to add anything to that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, absolutely exactly the same as Mark. I wish I could say I was surprised, but I'm not. And yeah, very saddened that so many young women, and particularly women of colour, suffer in this way, just because they're going to work. That's what they're doing. And I was surprised that the high number of women of colour who've been so prevalent in the reports, which was shocking to me, actually. I've done two pieces of research, or been connected with two pieces of research that this connects to. The first one was with AFEM, which the results of which will shortly be launched or released. And that was the Association for Electronic Music Gender Diversity Survey. And there were 229 responses to that survey from the end of 2019 through to first quarter 2020. And we found there that there was a lot of prevalence. There was 50% of the women who answered the survey as minorities or identified as minorities experienced harassment or bullying. But even more than that is this more subtle, I'm not saying those things are not super important, but the everyday sexism, what's sometimes known as microaggressions, and the tiny little things that chip away at one's confidence and one's ability to do the job. And often that then gets reframed as minorities are not confident enough. They don't put themselves out there, when actually it's a systematic dismantling of that confidence over time through other people's reactions to them. And 71% of the women in the survey said that they had to act like one of the boys at work, so to deny aspects of themselves as women, and that half as many women as men felt that their work was taken seriously. So those were two findings that I think the ME connects with very much from the AFEM survey. And in the Key of She, I've interviewed coming up for 60 women who are working in the music industry as artists. They're producers, not all are artists, most are producers, but also some other people involved in collectives and women's initiatives. And every single participant has a story to tell of some form of harassment, discrimination, put downs, belittling, patronizing, ranging from not being taken seriously as an artist to being denied entry to stages and venues to attempted rape. So every single one has a story. But what was very striking was that of those people's stories, so many of them explained them away or excused them, or said, well, it's to be expected, it's our industry, or, well, I put myself in these positions, it's what I expect, I just deal with it, I just grow up and deal with it. And it was that normalization that I've found very shocking in the data that I've collected, and the fact that this anger, this hurt, this uncomfortableness and all of the emotional and psychological work you have to do around that to make yourself feel better, to make your job bearable, is a huge source of additional labour or additional work that minorities take on compared to the dominant group. So yeah, there's lots more I could say, but that's my main connection.
Really interesting that there are clear echoes coming across these different research sets. And yeah, and I guess to echo something that Mark was saying, is we're proud of the fact that we're going to move beyond the research here, hopefully, and really try and impact something. Before we move on to the next question, I know, Nadia, you've done bits of research with women in control as well, and I wonder whether some of your work has similar echoes, or if you've seen anything that's slightly different coming through.
Yeah, 100%. Like Mark and Sam mentioned, you know, I was completely unsurprised by the findings because it mirrors a lot of the research that I've seen across the industry in different sectors, but also the research that I've been a part of as well. Earlier this year, for Women in Control, I released a report looking into the experiences of women in radio that are working in radio as their main job. And we spoke to over 120 women working in BBC, Bauer, Global, and the independent and community radio stations. And, you know, going back to what you said at the start about the speak up culture, the stories that we got were horrific, but we had to keep everybody's stories anonymous because nobody was felt comfortable to speak out. And that is a big issue in the industry because, you know, that risk factor that's involved, whether it's a financial risk or being shunned from the industry, is still there. So, and mirroring those the results or those findings as well, you know, 70% felt that their appearance had an effect on their career progression. 39% have felt unsafe at work, and Sam, you mentioned, you know, 50% having experiences of harassment, and that mirrors the musicians' union study as well. But the problem is that these experiences are not being industry-wide stopped and shut out and saying that this is not acceptable. It kind of just seems to carry on, and a big factor in that is why I started Women in Control, because it was mainly stemming from my own experiences working in music management. Over the years, my confidence got knocked down because I started to feel completely invisible, ignored when I was going to gigs. I've been thrown off festival stages where my artist is performing. I've not been able to get into venues. I've been laughed at by security. I've just been completely ignored. Or when I've gone into video shoots, I'm automatically assumed to be an assistant or a stylist or an extra and just pushed into those gender roles. And over the first decade of my career in management, that slowly chipped away at my confidence and made me not speak out and not be more assertive. And that's kind of partly the reason why I kind of wanted to look into this with Women in Control. And mirroring what Sam said as well, once I started to speak to other women, I found that they had the exact same experiences and they also didn't speak out about it. So that was a big driving force for me to kind of really be open about my experiences with Women in Control and actually kind of try and change that culture within, you know, what I can do and the network that I reach out to.
Excellent. There was an interesting thing that Sam, you mentioned about particularly women explaining their experiences away and kind of, and therefore this becoming normalized. I don't know, Susan, is that something that you've witnessed kind of just in your experiences through the industry? Is that something that you hear other women doing, saying?
Yeah, absolutely. It's always, we tend to explain ourselves and we tend to feel guilty for things that happen. And we just don't want to be perceived as difficult because we speak up about incidences. And I think this is the reason behind why, even if we have the self-esteem to speak up, to share experiences, then we always add something like, yeah, but it wasn't too bad. I got out of the situation. Unfortunately, I saw this with myself. I saw it with friends. And it's definitely something that is obvious in the industry.
It's something that we talk an awful lot about in Chorus, where these things that these everyday things are happening. So they're so prevalent that they kind of fall into this, even though they're more prevalent, they fall into this gray area where it's unclear whether it's your fault or somebody else's fault, and things are explained away. And I think there's a big role here for Emmy to, for educational purposes, to just kind of create that awareness that this isn't on you, and if you feel something, that it's something that you ought to share or deal with in a way that suits you. Yeah, it's really interesting. Some of the things that aren't expressly said in the research, but is definitely something that explains a lot of that research. Okay, that was really interesting, looking at first responses to the findings, lots of echoes of other research that's already out there. Let's hope that we can kind of move forward and be more proactive and try and help more people as an initiative. What I wanted to kind of lean into next was how the kind of the methodology that we come at this with might help or hinder our progress in terms of actually moving on from the research into those actions. I talked earlier about those kind of key principles of coalition, findings, problem solution, case study, and then try and bring the industry along with you. Nadia, I know that you've been party to other initiatives, research, campaigns. What is it that you think stands Emmy in good stead to be successful in this a hugely ambitious endeavour?
Yeah, I think that what's been different about working with Emmy has been the collaboration aspect. I feel like, I think it's so great that there's so many different organizations out there doing this work, that Women in Control does, the F List, and Girls Irate. I see so many great organizations doing that, and they exist because there's such a widespread problem and issue. But the problem that we've had, there's so much data out there, the problem that we have is actually enacting change or affecting change. And without industry-wide take-up or industry-wide action, there's not going to be that change. So I think that having that collaborative effort is going to really make that impact, because I've done the data, or I know of data that just is exactly the same across, all of the industries. I did a report looking into how many female musicians are played on the radio, and, men feature on 81% of all of those records. I've done research looking into the lack of representation of women, and also, intersectionally looking at just Black women as well, representation of them within senior levels. And there's a real issue across the industry, and I feel like we need to disrupt that from the top down. And it can feel really overwhelming because it's the same thing no matter what sector that you look into. But through that collaboration, I feel like we're actually getting somewhere to change, because I'm exhausted looking at the same data. It's now time for action. I think the first step is, and data is really powerful in helping us to for people to accept that there is a problem, is an issue. Like Susan mentioned, oftentimes as a woman, when I felt that I bring issues up, I can be deemed as difficult, or you can be gaslit and kind of dismissed in certain ways as well. So I think the power of collaboration just really helps to amplify that message. And yeah, I really feel like it's time for action and time for change. So that's what I'm really most excited about with this.
Excellent. I don't know whether Mark or Sam, I'm going to come to Susan specifically to talk about why Beatport got involved afterwards, but I wonder whether kind of from a centric music perspective, perhaps, and I guess I should stress that this work was made possible by the generosity of centric music, Beatport, Pioneer DJ, as well as the kind of reach and credibility of our other partners. Yeah, perhaps to you, Mark. Having been being an industry veteran and perhaps seeing other initiatives kind of fall by the wayside, or maybe being successful, yeah, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, it was important for us on two levels as a company. One is that we put a lot of sincere time and effort within our organisation on ensuring that we're diverse, and that's diversity led by employee effort and leadership effort combined. It's not a kind of top-down approach, it's not a bottom-up approach, it's an organizational effort, but also a genuine feeling of responsibility for the industry that the electronic music division works with and represents, and our roster is wonderfully diverse. I feel that we have a very open culture, and we felt that it was important for us to commit to the initiative to drive that forward. It's a male-led industry in a male-led society, and has been for a very long time. So initiating change will take a long time. But what I feel is different now is that the middle ground is balanced, nuanced, sensitive, and understanding. And of course, the extreme positions are still the extreme positions. But I think more hearts and minds can be won in the centre than ever before. And evidence is a great way to win hearts and minds. And that's certainly why we supported this.
Yeah, Sam, Susan, whether you'd like to add anything to that from your experiences?
Yeah, could I just add that to say that something that's really important here is there is a tendency, I see it within this industry, but also elsewhere in my research and work as a professor of organisation studies, there is a tendency to blame the minority, to blame the women. The women need to fix themselves. The problem is on the minority or on the woman to fit in, to grow up, to get tough, to grow a backbone, you know, or I'm not going to say man up, but you know, all of those terms, where actually, you know, women need to be more confident. We hear this all the time. These women are incredibly confident. They're not in need of development or help. What they need is a less hostile environment to be in. And that's where the change needs to happen. It's environment, not the individual.
Absolutely. Brilliant. Susan, did you want to add to that? Yeah,
totally.
Please.
So, you know, internally at Beatport, we actually already had implemented the Enchorus app. So really to give every one of our employees a safe space to speak up if they, you know, felt more comfortable doing it there. And in addition, we just launched internally an unconscious bias training. And of course, this is, you know, showing a lot of people are understanding way more how other people might feel in certain situations. So this is really coming to life, you know, really showing that we're committed to diversity, and not just internally, but definitely within our community. And so, yes, AFEM, definitely a friend of ours, you know, brought this opportunity to us. And we were convinced because it's evidence-based, it's sustainable, and it shall be a systematic change and surrounding diversity. And as we said earlier, you know, collaboration is key. And then when we knew that Pioneer, Women in Control, Centric, and other progressive partners would be on board to all, you know, tackle these issues together, we were really confident that there is success at the end of this initiative, or throughout the initiative, because it shall not end.
Yeah.
So making the real change in our community, and the partners involved, and the approach that was decided on was definitely what made Beatport participate.
Excellent, thank you. I'm going to ask the toughest question. I'm going to throw it at you, Susan, but it's what does success look like here? You know, we keep talking about making a change and action, and yeah, anyone do step in. Is that, you know, I would struggle to answer that question. I can ground it in what I need to do next week and what I need to present back to the ME committee next time we meet, and it's, you know, it's quite tangible. But for those whose job it isn't, it would be great to understand what does success look like in 2 or 5 years from this initiative. It'll be very clear.
I'm super happy to answer this, because one of the 3 key areas that already were identified that we want to work on is the allyship. And I think if we see this ASAP, and not just within 2 or 5 years, that more you know, male in the industry show up as allies, like you and Mark are doing. You know, it's so important and so easy. You know, if we witness behavior, then not just look away and do it. And if this is the new normal, then this is the success around it. And like this will come naturally, that you feel safer to go into the club, even on the way to the club and on the way back home. It starts always that you have the support and do not feel like a minority.
Brilliant. Nadia, Sam, I know this is work that you're also doing, so it'd be great to see, to hear your views on what success might look like.
Yeah, I feel like, again, it's just about, I want to see that culture shift in the workplace or in the music industry as a whole. And I think that comes from the people that are working in the industry. As Susan mentioned, having that allyship and having everyone take a strong stand against it and say that it's not acceptable, and encouraging that speak up culture. It comes, you know, mirrors like, you know, that the drink driving, you know, it didn't stop drink driving because it became illegal. It actually became socially kind of unacceptable. So we need to change that social culture within the music industry and have that shift there to say, you know, this is completely unacceptable. If a woman or a young woman is going into her workplace and she's being treated in a certain way, she needs to know that that's not acceptable, and this company or whoever she works for is not going to accept that, and that she has those reporting tools to carry on. So it is about, you know, creating that awareness, but it has to be that industry-wide acceptance. So yeah, for success to have that in 2 years would be incredible. So I would love to see that.
Yeah, it's a great example you give.
Yeah, just to follow on for that, I don't have a lot more to add to those excellent points from Susan and Nadia, that it is about you going to work, being able to go to, everyone can go to work without fear and knowing that other people have got your back. And people who are bystanders, there's a lot of research in the literature on organizational bullying where it's the role of the bystander, it's other people speaking up, people who perhaps have less to lose than the person that's the target of the bullying or the harassment, advocating and standing up. And if there's more than one person, obviously that's even better, but it's definitely the role of the bystander or the ally who is so important here, because they're often very difficult situations, very emotive, very emotional, and that's definitely the way forward.
Excellent. I think we have time to cover one more topic that I think is particularly interesting, again, because this is my day job. So we've kind of looked at what success looks like. It's not going to be easy. I wonder whether any of you have very clear opinions of where the collective might struggle the most. Where is it going to be hardest to make those inroads? Is it, so I had a brief background working in corporate innovation, which is to try and help large organizations change their culture to be more entrepreneurial. And you would always say, if you draw an organization as a triangle, you'd always talk about the center of that as a sticky middle. It was easy to get the leadership bought in, but you'd hit that kind of middle management and it would be really hard to make change through that layer. I wonder whether there are similarities with an industry level when you're saying, we have a coalition here, we have great intentions, we have clear steps that we want to take. Where are we going to struggle? I don't know who would like to take that.
I'll take that. I think the challenge that presents itself to us as an industry is the lion's share of the industry is small companies with 2, 3, 4, 5 people, no HR departments, no HR policies, not necessarily any experience in policy or organization or any of the things that we're talking about, just people try and do their best to make a living in a difficult environment, even more difficult at the moment. So, it is relatively easy to get big organizations to sign up to change and to effect that change. It's much harder to get a giant global flotilla of small businesses to sign up to make change, where their purpose for getting out of bed in the morning is to try and get the next gig or to sign the next act or to sign the next track to a label. And I think the big wave of change is by harnessing that flotilla of small businesses. That's the challenge, is the opportunity.
Yeah, no, key insight, I think. Anyone else on that?
Oh, I'll just jump in quickly to say absolutely, Mark, that is a huge challenge. And the other thing is actually getting people to go beyond lip service. So it's the, saying that you'll do things, having policies, having even having an app is often, impression management, not even necessarily intentionally. It's often done with good intentions, but following that through and making sure behavior and action follows is also very difficult because it's an uncomfortable thing to be involved with. And the third thing, of course, is unconscious bias. You don't even know that you're behaving in a way that someone else finds uncomfortable. And maybe we say, well, you should know, but let's work on making sure people do know. I think those are the main issues, but absolutely, Mark, I love that, the flotilla of individual businesses. It's a great way of putting it.
Yeah, no, it's brilliant. It's something we were made aware of as we looked at the industry and how to impact change. We knew it was very out of office, and the industries that we'd worked in previously were very in office. So yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how we can, this isn't going to be magic wand and it's going to happen. I think it's going to require a different approach, which is a much more experimental approach, but being aware of that is fantastic.
And unfortunately, it takes a little bit of patience because as Mark said earlier, change takes time. And, it has been like this for quite some time. And to really get this into everyone's DNA will take time. So Emmy definitely needs to stay present, and we need to follow up on this on a very regular basis, and then we will be successful.
Amazing. I think we are wrapping up on our time. I think this has been brilliant because we've not. What I didn't want this to be is an advert for Emmy, although it's been a great advert for Emmy. And we encourage any organisations that think they can benefit from it, want to support it, get involved. Please do reach out. You can either reach out to AFEM directly, or you can find my details via the Inchorus website. We've shared some of those findings, and I think one of the things that really came through for me is that this idea of what does success look like, and it's about trying to create this new normal where what we've taken to be decades, maybe millennia of bias, discrimination, to try and tackle that and break that down. We've seen the successful examples of that with Drink Drive campaign, certainly out of the UK and across Europe. Hopefully in 10, 15 years time, people are talking about these types of initiatives having been successful when they're trying to tackle other big problems. I don't want to end this with me being the last person to speak. So if you have any final parting thoughts, we can go around. If you have, put your hand up, and I'd love to hear you speak. No, this is exactly what I didn't want. Nadia, you look like you have something to say.
No, just in close, I just wanted to just jump in on that previous point that you'd made, just in kind of just what some of the challenges are. And I think that the industry has the history of kind of prioritizing profitability over humanity. And I think that's the big struggle that we're going to have to change across any organizations, is kind of actually making sure that we're putting people first and their well-being.
Yeah, brilliant, really worthy words. Thank you all so much for joining us. Thank you, SEMCON, for the invite. Thank you, FEM, for putting it all together. I wish you enjoy the rest of your conference experience. Cheers. Bye-bye.
My name's Ash. I'm the relationship manager for dance music at PRS. Thanks for joining me. I've been working in the music industry for nearly 15 years in a variety of areas, including music distribution, music publishing, record labels, sync and A&R. I've been at PRS for music for just over 5 years, and I'm here today to give you an overview of what PRS is and how to get the most out of your membership. So I'm just going to share my screen with you. So that's me, Ashley Howard, Relationship Manager for Dance Music at PRS. So let's start with, what is PRS for Music? So PRS for Music is an organisation that collects and distributes music royalties on a not-for-profit basis. We're owned and governed and run by our members. PRS for Music members are music creators and music publishers, anyone that makes their own music. So dance music examples are people like Aphex Twin, Bicep, Carl Cox, Camel Fat, Faithless, Flux Pavilion, Fortet, Jamie Jones, Maya Jane Coles, Nina Kravitz, Pendulum and Shy FX, among others. Also, we have music publishers within our membership. So in the major music publishing sector, that would include people like, or organizations like Sony ATV and Warner Chappell. But we also look after and have relationships with independent publishers such as Buck, Centric, Minds on Fire, True Love Music, etc. Plus also many dance record labels have a publishing arm. So for example, Warp, Anjuna, Ninja Tune, Hospital Records, Defected, etc. PRS for Music issues licenses to businesses and music users, enabling them to use our members' music. We'll be looking at some examples of who our licensees are and where the money comes from in a bit. The money collected from these licenses is paid as royalties to PRS for Music members when their music is used. And we have 4 main distributions a year: April, July, October, and December. So we have over 155,000 members across every genre and discipline you can imagine. Approximately 15% identify their primary genre as dance or electronic. We have over 30 million works in our database registered by our members. And in 2020, we processed over 22 trillion individual music usages. And nearly 700 million was distributed to members in 2020. Reciprocal agreements are in place with equivalent organizations all around the world so we can collect our members' royalties internationally. Now, if you want to make money from your creativity and your music, it's important that you understand the basics of copyright. So I thought I'd start with a dictionary definition. The key words here are legal right and musical material. The copyright law covers a lot of things, and music is just one of them. It's an automatic right assigned upon creation. Copyright is essentially the way the music industry, certainly the recording industry and the music publishing industry, makes a living. There's a lot of detail we could go into about copyright, but I'm going to keep it brief. I'll largely be referring to the situation in the UK, but it's pretty similar across the world. So there are two types of music copyright. You have the master rights or recording rights. This will be familiar to most people. It relates to the rights within a sound recording. These are owned and controlled by recording artists and record labels. The length of copyright in the UK here is 70 years from first release. Now, the other type of music copyright is something that maybe is a little bit misunderstood and sometimes overlooked in the dance music world. However, it is still very relevant. It relates to the rights within the written content of a piece of music. So the ideas, the lyrics, the melodies, the bass lines, the guitar riffs, etc. These rights are owned and controlled by the writers, the creators, and the music publishers of this music. The length of copyright in the UK for publishing rights is different. It's 70 years, but it's from the death of the last surviving writer or creator of the music. So it's much longer. As I said, these rights are automatically assigned. It's vitally important that you know what they are and how they apply to you. It explains where your royalties come from, and it informs what you need to do to make sure you get paid. So PRS for Music is the home of PRS, the Performing Rights Society, and MCPS, the Mechanical Copyright Protection Society. Both PRS and MCPS are concerned with the publishing copyright. These memberships are separate. Joining one does not mean you have automatically joined the other, although both organizations work very closely together. Music creators and music publishers can be members of both PRS and MCPS. So let's look at PRS. This is to do with the exploitation of what we call the performing right. This happens when music is publicly performed or played to an audience. We'll look at some examples in a bit. PRS represents creators and owners of the music, i.e. the writers and the publishers. MCPS is to do with the exploitation of the mechanical right. Still in the world of publishing rights here. This is when music is reproduced or duplicated either on a physical or digital format. Again, we'll look at some examples shortly. MCPS also represents writers and publishers of music. So the rights for online uses, streams, downloads, online radio, etc., are a combination of both the performing right, PRS, and the mechanical right, MCPS. Now, this isn't to be confused with PPL. PPL is a separate organization, but they do a very similar job to PRS and MCPS. And they are concerned with the master rights and the use of sound recordings. So the rights here are often referred to as the neighboring rights. So this is to do with the public performance or plays of a sound recording specifically. This relates to people with an interest in the master rights, so the artists, sometimes called performers, anyone that makes an audible contribution to a sound recording essentially, but also the record labels and whoever owns those rights. Joining PPL as a performer or an artist is free. You should head to ppluk.com for more info. It's likely that any dance or electronic music producers whose music is active will need to join PRS, MCPS, and PPL. If you are represented by a music publisher on an exclusive basis, there would be no need to join MCPS as they would cover this for you. So let's look at a quick example. So a 4-piece guitar band comprised of a singer-songwriter and vocalist, a bassist, a lead guitarist, and a drummer. So who's entitled to the publishing rights here? Well, the lead singer is the sole songwriter in the band and writes everything. So this person controls the publishing rights to all the music. The rest of the band haven't actually contributed any musical ideas to that writing process. So therefore they don't have any interest in the publishing rights. The band then head into the studio. So who is entitled to the master rights? Well, when you record a track, actually the whole band is entitled to ownership in the master rights because they've all contributed an audible performance to the sound recording whilst playing their respective instruments. So how does this relate to PRS and PPL? Well, it's this simple. PRS, the songwriter would join PRS and the whole band would join PPL. Another quick example, a cover song. So a songwriter has written a song and has published and has the publishing rights but hasn't recorded it, the recording artist has come in and recorded that. So in this example, the songwriter has the publishing rights but not master rights, and the recording artist has master rights but not publishing rights. A real life example would be something like Jimi Hendrix All Along the Watchtower, originally written by Bob Dylan, or Whitney Houston I Will Always Love You, originally written by Dolly Parton. It doesn't have to be a cover version. Pop music is often created this way, where the writers and recording artists are different people, but in dance electronic music, they tend to be the same person. So let's look at a dance, and there's the PRS and PPL affiliations. So let's look at the dance music example. Let's say this is a instrumental club banger made by a dance music producer. They're playing multiple roles simultaneously here. They're the producer, the engineer, the artist, the writer, the creator, etc., etc. There's a lot of roles going on at once here. And actually what that means is this person would actually be entitled to both publishing and master rights. If this person then collaborates with a top liner, who is a songwriter and a vocalist, they write a top line and sing that top line over the top of the instrumental, they too would actually have publishing and master rights in that subsequent track. So the two people would need to agree splits for the publishing side. That would be totally down to them, how that works. And then both people would look at joining PRS and PPL. For remixes, it's worth noting the original music creators and owners would usually maintain their rights in the original remix. So, sorry, in the remix. The remixer is often just paid a fee and they wouldn't have any rights in the remix. So, but they could be entitled to some PPL income there. So just one to watch out for. So let's look at the distinction between performance and mechanical royalties. As I said earlier, we'd look at some examples. So when the performing right is exploited, the performance royalties are owed. And this is when music is publicly performed or played to an audience. So we're talking about music played in shops, bars, restaurants, hotels, gyms, music venues, bands playing in a local pub, or even at Brixton Academy or the O2, DJs playing in a high street nightclub or at Sub Club in Glasgow, or at Fabric, Printworks, Warehouse Project. Music festivals such as Boomtown, Glastonbury, you name it. Anywhere where music is played to an audience, this right is being exploited. It also includes radio, so national, local, international, online and digital radio stations. So for example, if your music's played on Radio 1 or Kiss FM, you would be owed a royalty. Similarly, with TV, so BBC, ITV, all the terrestrial channels and all the Sky channels, including services like iPlayer and Netflix. The streams and downloads would be covered by this right also. So SoundCloud, Spotify, Mixcloud, Apple Music, YouTube, Beatport, iTunes, and even things like the PlayStation download store, so computer games are covered by this right in some instances too. So the mechanical rights, so mechanical royalties are owed by MCPS when music is reproduced or duplicated on either a physical or a digital format. So the physical format would obviously be something like CD, vinyl, DVD, not to be confused with master royalties paid by record labels for sales to artists. This is to do with the music publishing rights and the rights of the people who wrote the music. Labels are required to get an MCPS license to manufacture physical products and are charged 8.5% of PPD or dealer price, and that money goes to the songwriters. There are exclusions available to people releasing on their own record label, so you should look at an AP2 exclusion is what it's called. If you want to get more information about that, it's on our website. Cover mount CDs would count here, less common nowadays, but CDs included with magazines would also be covered by a mechanical license. TV usages, so some broadcasters would have joint blanket licenses to cover both PRS rights and MCPS rights. The mechanical rights would cover synchronization, so the use of music with moving image. It would cover copying, so the shifting from one format to another, and it would cover a situation, for example, where they might sell their program abroad or to another platform. So you'll notice that streams and downloads are on this slide as well as the previous slide. That's because both sets of rights are exploited, and the blend of performance and mechanical royalties varies depending on the service. So it's more heavily weighted on a permanent download towards the mechanical, 75%. On-demand streaming, it's split equally, and for webcasting and interactive music services, it's actually weighted towards the performing right. These royalties are separate, as I've said, to those owed to you by record labels for exploitation of the master copyright. Just remember those two different types of copyright. So if you're creating music that's being regularly used in any of the ways on the previous slide, then you'll need to join as a writer member. So go to prsformusic.com/join/writer. There's information for both PRS and MCPS memberships. It's £100 including VAT for PRS, and it's £100 including VAT for MCPS for a writer membership. It's a one-time payment. It's a lifetime membership. It covers countries all around the world through reciprocal agreements. It gives you voting rights, so you can influence the people who sit on our members council. Remember, PRS is owned, run and governed by our members, so it's a voting procedure. Once you earn enough royalties to become a voting member, you can exercise your right to vote. I think it's something like £1,200 or £1,300 across the previous 3 years currently. And it will also give you access to funding opportunities through the PRS Members Fund, who provides support and advice to PRS members who may be struggling financially, physically, or emotionally. They've awarded over 5 million in grants and loans over the last 10 years, including the Emergency Relief Fund, which has operated during the pandemic. And there's a separate organization called PRS Foundation, who run initiatives that provide financial support for the creation, performance, and promotion of music. They've awarded 35 million in grants and supported over 7,000 new music projects since the year 2000. So how do you join? You'll need a credit card or a debit card, copy of your ID, passport, driving license, birth certificate will suffice. You start the process online, all the instructions are there. At the end of the process, you will need to print a hard copy of the membership agreement, and you will need to post that back with an original ink signature. That is important. We can't fully execute your membership until the original ink signature on paper has arrived. So once the application is approved, you'll be assigned a membership number. This is also referred to as a CAE number or an IPI number. It's all the same thing. Different people call it different things, but it's the same thing. You'll be able to set up a login, which will give you access to the member section of our website. The home screen here shows you your latest distribution amount, which in this case relates to the most recent July distribution. And it will give you access to all the services that we have on our website for registering works, etc. So if you just scroll down, you'll see all the tools available, including search our database, works registration. Although remember, if you have a music publisher or a publishing deal, it's their responsibility to register your works. So give them your membership number and make sure you're credited properly by them. You can submit set lists for DJ and live shows. You can see what you're getting paid. There's an analytics tool. There's access to your statements. You can update your personal details, including bank details, which are obviously very important. You can request pseudonyms. Pseudonyms are the artist names that you operate under, so you can add those. You can assign access to your management company, so they can manage your PRS activities on your behalf, so they will have their own login credentials. You can submit queries to our member services team. You can check for unpaid royalties, anything you might have missed, and there's a whole bunch of brilliant how-to content on the website that shows you how to demonstrate, that shows you how to register works and such like. So in terms of a works registration, this is just the dummy registration, and the top half of the screen looks like this. So this one's just called track A. There's a tune code, and you might also see an ISWC. These are unique identifiers for the registration, so use these when interacting with PRS to help us find the work you're talking about. You can also see a duration. This is worth entering if you know what it is. When the work was registered, you can see that there is the 21st of September 2015. You can also see when royalties were last distributed. In this case, it was December 2020. There's an alternative titles tab, so you can add names that the track or song has been known as other than the main title. You can include remix titles here, so long as the shared picture is the same, so the same writers and the same splits and the same publishers. There's a new feature that links to the PPL database. So as I said, separate organizations with different databases and different registration processes and memberships, but you can check the PPL database via the PRS database here. So the bottom half of the works registration screen shows all the writers and publishers who have an interest in the work or in the track or in the song. This is a very simple example where the track is entirely written by one person, Anne, who does not have a publisher. So she has assigned herself the full 100% performing share as a PRS member. She has also assigned herself the full mechanical share, as she is also an MCPS member. So you can see there 100% PRS. So the PRS shows that she has the PRS membership, and then it says 100% MCPS, and the MCPS indicates that she's an MCPS member. If she had a publisher, as I've said previously, the publisher would do the registration on her behalf, and some of these shares would still be assigned to Anne, but some of them would be assigned to her publisher also. Now, if you have a co-writer, so you've collaborated with someone, you need to make sure you've got their co-writer details, so their CAE and IPI numbers, if you're entering information on their behalf. However, it's worth noting that for a work to be fully complete, or as we would call authorized, both people need to enter their shares themselves using their own login. So you might go in and register your 50% and your co-writer's 50%. Your co-writer would then have to go in and just reconfirm that registration effectively. And if you don't do that, you are risking missing out on royalties. You can see here Dan and Anne have equal shares, so 50% each. Neither have a publisher, but again, if they did, the publisher would be responsible, and you would see some publisher details. In fact, you would see the publisher details where it says copyright control. So in this instance, copyright control is showing because there is no known owner of the mechanical rights. And this is because Dan is not a member of MCPS. You can see it says non-society. That means he's not a member of any mechanical rights organization. So this means MCPS cannot collect or pay any royalties for that particular share. So Dan might want to look at joining MCPS, or he should get maybe a publishing deal so the publisher can collect on his behalf. So if you're playing live or as a DJ in licensed venues or festivals, it's important to send us your set list so we can allocate the royalties to the music that's being played. It says live performances on this screen and throughout our website, but actually DJ sets are absolutely accepted here. So you'll need all your gig dates and venue information. I won't go into too much detail about this process, but should be fairly self-explanatory once you log in and use it. There are some limits on how far back you can submit stuff. And it's really important to note you can't claim anything or submit any set list prior to your joining date of PRS. So you're all good as long as you were a member when the gig or performance took place, essentially. So you can submit within these deadlines. Smaller venues, so something like Fabric or Ministry of Sound, you've got a year. Anything smaller than that, I would count as a smaller venue. Concert venues and festivals, you've got 3 years, so things like the O2 type concert venues or any music festival. And then overseas shows, so if you played anywhere outside the UK, you've got 2 years, and what we would do is pass that information on to the equivalent of PRS in that territory, who would do their own licensing of that event, collect the money and pay it back through the society network back to you if your music was played. So looking at the royalties from live and DJ events in the UK, the smaller shows pay around £9 per show, split across all the music. So that's not hugely lucrative, but if you play a lot of gigs, it does add up. Larger events and festivals are paid as percentages of ticket sales. So if you think about the capacity of an event and the ticket price, we're now taking a percentage of that money. And these values are broken down according to the amount of music played and split out based on the shares within the individual works registrations. For concerts, we weight it towards the headliner, as you can see with those splits there. And for festivals, the larger stages have heavier weightings to reflect the bigger attendances. So going back to the idea of obtaining DJ set lists, we've actually taken steps over the last 5 or so years to gather this data ourselves using music recognition technology supplied by our partner DJ Monitor. We use this MRT to gather information about the music DJs play in bars and clubs and at festivals. So there's a little video here that I'd like you to watch to find out a little bit more.
PPL and PRS for Music play a vital role at the heart of the music industry, ensuring music creators are paid fairly when their music is played in public. As the music industry evolves, we're constantly innovating to adapt. Now, working alongside bars, clubs and events across the country, music recognition technology is helping to improve the way that music creators are paid from performances in clubs. DJ sets are spontaneous and varied, changing from gig to gig, which can make it difficult for DJs to tell us what they play.
Minister of Sound started life nearly 30 years ago as a nightclub in Elephant Castle in South London. So we are wholly supportive of music recognition technology going into bars and clubs so that the right people get paid.
A small recognition device listens to the music a DJ plays and analyzes it against a database of millions of individual sound recordings, creating highly accurate setlist information. PPL and PRS for Music then use this setlist information to distribute royalties back to the creators of those recordings and works. Devices are installed quickly and securely by our qualified audio engineer at no cost to the venue or event promoter, and can be adapted to accommodate almost all technical specifications.
I'm Beatrates. I am a music producer, DJ, and radio presenter. I play mostly underground dance music, so leaning towards more techno, breaks, jungle, but I am a very eclectic artist, a very eclectic taste. So it's really, really important for clubs to start backing this kind of thing. From a DJ's point of view, music recognition technology is completely private and secure. The information captured will never be made public. It's only going to be used to pay those artists whose music you've played.
We've released music for 20 years now, so we have an extensive catalogue. I hear my records in bars, boutiques, nightclubs. So every time my music gets played, there should be some kind of return or remuneration for that, because the people that create the music deserve to get paid. I mean, it's an art form, music, it's a creative process, and you should be paid for creativity. So music recognition technology enables us to track all of the plays. The music comes first, every time.
So that's just a little overview of what we've been doing. It's a project that's in collaboration with PPL. As I say, our partner is DJ Monitor for the tech. You can see there's a whole bunch of endorsements there from a whole load of record labels and music publishers and DJs. We've essentially got 33 devices installed in 19 venues, including Ministry of Sound, as you saw, and Fabric. We're looking to increase this in 2021, and fingers crossed the venues can stay open. This has improved the accuracy of our distributions, and that was the goal all along. We identified 10,000 hours of music played by DJs in nightclubs and bars in 2019. We've also monitored stages at a number of UK festivals, including Creamfields, SW4, Boomtown, and Field Day. I would advise everyone to encourage their record labels or their distribution networks to submit your music to DJ Monitor on your behalf. Their database has millions, tens of millions, or I think it's approaching 100 million sound recordings. So they probably have your music, but if you want to be absolutely safe, encourage your label networks and your distribution networks to supply DJ Monitor. It's free to do so. Failing that, you can send it to them directly. So for more info, go to djmonitor.com. We also work with another provider of MRT called SoundMouse. SoundMouse assists us in other areas of music reporting, so it might be worth looking at supplying them also. So in terms of radio royalties, there's a few examples here. Radio royalties are paid on a per minute basis, so this kind of gives you a rough idea of what you might get paid if your music's played on the radio. It's different times of day have different values, so the highest value there is between 7 AM and 12 PM because that's when most people are listening to radio. The lowest value there is the non-peak, and that's essentially the evening and early morning. The royalty values are basically determined by the amount of music listened to and the audience size for each particular radio station. The latest rates for all the stations and TV channels are listed on our website, so you can go and have a look. So when can you expect payment? So as I mentioned, our main distributions are April, July, October, and December. It's worth considering when your music is played to understand when you can expect to be paid. There are some exceptions, but this is a rough guide. So if your music was played on BBC Radio 1 in January and your work was registered on time and correctly, you would expect to be paid in July of the same year. So that's kind of it. At this point, I'd ask for questions, but obviously it's a non-interactive session. You are more than welcome to email me. My email is ashley.howard@prsformusic.com. I hope you enjoyed the presentation. Enjoy the rest of the conference. And yeah, thanks very much. I'll see you later.
And we're good to go. So welcome everyone. This is SEMCON's Yes You Can panel. And today we're going to be chatting about gender diversity throughout the dance music community. And we've got a lovely panel of guests here who are all going to give their opinions, experiences, and their thoughts and visions for how we can keep this scene going, but with everyone feeling represented. So if you guys would like to go around and give us a quick introduction to yourselves and what you do.
Lovely. Shall I start? Where's the boss? My name is Fleur and I'm the owner of Soul Heaven Records and the Soul Heaven brand. And I also look after a lot of great house music legends like Masters at Work, people like that. And also newer talents such as Natasha Kitty Cat, for example, who's on this panel as well.
Well, shall I go next? Oh,
Ultra Nat, you go next.
Okay. I'm Ultra Nate, and I am a 30-year plus career veteran house music vocalist, songwriter, entertainer, DJ, and event promoter actually in the last few years. So I've kind of dibble-dabbled a lot in all areas of this industry and become a self-contained label in the last 17 years. I've been on majors with Warner Brothers UK. I've been on indies with Strictly Rhythm, Tommy Boy Records. I'm on BMG now with my newest single, Supernatural. And you know, I'm still here, still making music, still finding a great love for it. And, you know, hoping to lend my voice to this initiative to help increase the diversity amongst the dance community because it is drastically and desperately needed.
Thank you. And Natasha?
Hi, Natasha Kitty Cat here. Yeah, DJ, producer, been lucky enough to go around the globe thanks to my wonderful management, Fleur, who is also on this call. Yeah, I love disco. Again, been fortunate enough that music's taken me to many different countries, meet different people, well, before all the pandemic, but we're slowly getting back to normality. So yeah, I'm just obsessed disco fan really, and I've been fortunate that my passions managed to go further.
Awesome, thank you so much. We've got a really good range of different experiences, so I'm excited for this. So let's kick things off. So in the early days of your careers when you guys started out, when did you become aware perhaps that gender could play a role in how you may be treated or may be viewed coming up through electronic music?
Natasha, you want me to go first? Well, let's see. When I first started in the industry, because I was completely new to the concept of being an artist, songwriter, and definitely a singer, because my intention was to go into medicine. So I kind of accidentally fell into the music business once I discovered club life and met my producers at that time in the late 80s, early 90s, Basement Boys. And we just started making music for fun. So I didn't feel a lot of the pressure at the time because I wasn't really aware of the scope of the industry around me. It wasn't really until after I was well into making music that I saw more of what the landscape was looking like. My beginnings were a very charmed experience, I say a lot of times for a lot of different reasons. But in regards to this particular subject, my A&R person was a woman of color, actually, who, Cynthia Cherry, who left Jump Street Records, where she was working with the Basin Boys initially, and was hired by Warner UK to start the Eternal Records label as the dance imprint with Peter Edge. So my first beginnings, there were a lot of women that were actually very powerful and very instrumental in building my career. But seeing things as, you know, it came out and things moved on, I realized what a specialist kind of situation that I was in being a singer-songwriter that was put in the front. Because my management, my A&Rs, you know, the way that I was set up initially was as alternate, as the thing, the artist, the songwriter, the concept, as opposed to being overshadowed and kind of made invisible by my production team and them standing out in the front as the artist. So I never initially coming into it felt like I was being, you know, maligned or treated like a second-class citizen in a lot of ways. But that's not and hasn't been the norm with the music industry in a lot of ways. I've seen as the years have gone by how the voices of women become this kind of in the backdrop of things, and men are pushed forward, and men are holding the more powerful positions at record labels, within DJ culture, clearly, you know, and then even more so once the dance music scene started to move away from the artist, which were a lot of women primarily in dance music culture, to the producer then being the artist and the one standing out front. And that started to happen more towards the mid 90s and then on. So women kind of went more in the background, and definitely as far as DJing, women stepping up to the turntables and consoles and taking over that space. That really had really been like a boys club kind of thing for a long time. I think that's starting to move a lot more now within the last decade. But before that point, it was really, you know, maybe one or two here or there that have been doing it for a long time and kind of made their space. But it wasn't really widely accepted. So I think there's still a lot of growing pains that are going on and a lot of evolution happening within dance music culture.
Ultra, one thing I wanted to ask was, because I was thinking back about female DJs, and when was it you started DJing? I know when you played at my party in 2008, and I was trying to work out when you'd actually started going onto the decks, taking over that.
Well, I started 18 years ago, and I know exactly because it's our 18th anniversary this year. Amazing. And I'm planning that time. And I don't know when the 18 years went by. Like it just really, it was never a moment where I just said, you know what, I'm going to become a DJ because I'm already like a thing. So I'm now going to do this thing. For me, it was really born out of necessity in helping to preserve the scene and culture within my own city here in Baltimore, because the dance music scene had transitioned into a different animal in the late 90s and into the early 2000s. And I felt like our local scene was suffering a lot, and the parties were shrinking, and the venues were shrinking, and the culture was starting to get lost. And I really didn't want that to happen, because this was the community and the culture that birthed my career. And so I needed to make sure that I was doing everything while I have this platform and I'm sharing this with people around the world. It was really important to take care of my own city and to future generations that were coming behind us, falling into the gap of what dance music had become, that there was a displacement with dance music culture here. And the younger generations were not falling in behind us. They were going off into other offshoots of genres and style. And those scenes were growing and proliferating. But our scene was starting to really get fragmented and die off a bit. So that was just my effort to like, okay, how do I, as opposed to complaining about it or just, kind of avoiding it or ignoring it because it didn't directly affect my life as a global artist, I wanted to still be a part of my local culture and my local scene. So in that process, it only made sense to go and play my own records because I wanted to hear this music and I wanted to hear, you know, these things, and there was no place to go to hear these things. So instead of complaining about it, I just created Deep Sugar and started to play, actually, because this is what I wanted to hear. You know, so it just kind of evolved out of necessity and became its own animal.
So interesting.
Yeah, good on you. That's really great to take a really a really proactive kind of approach to your, and like you said, supporting your local scene as well.
Oh, it's essential because you know, as I said, this was not this genre of music in general was not by design. It wasn't a path that I thought of or carved out for myself. It happened by a series of amazing events that put me in this space. And I always look back at that as, you know, nothing really happens by coincidence or by accident. So I was put where I was supposed to be for a reason, and that we need to preserve that because there are other, you know, would-be artists and singers and songwriters and producers and DJs. And there are more people out there looking for just that sort of inclusion that you get also with dance music culture. That escape from, you know, trauma or stress or whatever. You know, for us, like going to the club is like our religion. It's our spiritual release where we kind of depart from the stress of like real life, you know. So that energy needed to be sustained. And so if I could be a part of that, that was really important for me to give back to my community, because this community really nurtured me in my earliest moments, in my greenest moments, and experimenting on their ears and learning who I was as an artist and as a singer and as a songwriter even. You know, it was this culture that birthed that. So I needed to, you know, to support my own scene as well.
It's so interesting as well, because like Ultra, when I came into the scene, I came in later on. I was a clubber in the 80s and in the 90s, but I worked in the theatre industry. So the stuff, I was a rigger and a lighting designer. And so a lot of the gender issues I had in that career, and I did a career change when I was 30, actually. I had a health issue. I could no longer go up ladders and be a rigger. And for some reason I thought, well, why don't I start running clubs? I'll be perfect. I don't know where that came from. But I know.
Connect the dots.
So crazy. I was like, I can't walk properly. I can't drink. I can't do anything. Right, I'll sit and I'll start running a club. But what was so good was, and this is relevant for women, was the things that I picked up in my theatre career as a lighting designer and rigger. The show must go on, attention to detail, staying on the job, professionalism.
Absolutely.
That all carried through into the dance music scene.
Yep.
So very quickly, I went up very high. I mean, I started running clubs in Edinburgh. I did every Saturday night for 5 years and bought all the DJs over here. And I got an opportunity during that time where I was asked to actually become the agent for Masters at Work. So I took that opportunity. And so it was like a side move over, but it was interesting for me that the things I'd picked up in my other career seamlessly moved me into the music business. And actually I went up quite fast because of all of these things I brought with me. And also I was a bit older, so I was the same age as the DJs that I was booking and putting on. So in some ways, I, like you, Ultra, have had a good experience in terms of gender, but because I went in at a certain age where I had a certain power, if you like, or I had certain, it's like trump cards. I was looking after artists on the level of Masters at Work, people of that level. So you have a certain power within the industry where people take you seriously as a woman.
That's the thing right there. If out the gate, if people are taking you serious, and it really,
we'll get you, Natasha.
I'm sorry to touch, but you got to set that precedent.
I know.
Yeah, it's really about that precedent being set when you step out there, like out the gate. You have to come from a place of power. You have to come from a place of confidence within yourself, of not owing who you are to anyone, especially a man in particular. But you know, because you'll forever be living to to get through that if you're set up that way. And again, with my early beginnings with Cynthia Cherry being so important in who I signed to and what happened with my project, and the freedoms that I was given in terms of allowed to write and record whatever I came up with. There was never anyone in my sphere that said, well, that's not right, try it like this and do it a different way. And I mean, there was always, collaborative effort, but it was never done in a way where the respect wasn't there, and I was just used as a tool as opposed to actually being the entity. And so everyone's effort was to, how do we make this entity shine the best? And even when my Warner deal was over and that moment with Cherry running things was done, my next record deal at Strictly Rhythm was brought in by Gladys Pizarro. Again, another strong, powerful woman that was the director of A&R for Strictly Rhythm, signing a lot of really great music that became, the consummate sound of underground house music in New York and then globally. And then on to Tommy Boy in partnership with, one of my albums after that point. Again, a woman behind it with Rosie Lopez, again, A&R director. So these have been my experiences, but I did see way along the way how a lot of women are not having these kinds of experiences and are having to come from behind to try to be respected and have a real platform, to have their voices heard. And it's really tricky because in this industry, there can be a wall, because, so many things are run by the boys club. And, the women's voices, and when I say voices, I don't mean just singers, I mean your voice as an entity, as a person, and whether that's in radio, whether it's in promotions, whether it's in record label, in whatever way, women's voices are not recognized a lot of times as, being as influential or as impactful as men's.
Exactly. And Natasha, how have you got on with climbing the wall? I know because we've spoken a lot, but
yes, I'm sorry. Go for it.
You can. I wanted it. It was me. It was me.
I thought it was a great segue there. I love the segues. It worked. No, I mean, I was fortunate in the sense that, my dad taught me to DJ. He was a record collector before. So I very much came from a household where women were empowered. It wasn't a case of, oh, you're female, you can't do this, you can't do that. I've always been brought up with the mindset, if you want to do something, do it regardless of gender, whatever. You want to do it, go for it. So I've always lived by that mentality. And, it was years ago in Edinburgh, I seen female DJs when it was out, and I thought, you know what, I could do this. This is when I was 21, I've just turned 30. So I've been doing it 9 years, which it seems like a long time, but it's flown. It's went from strength to strength. And, good point, like meeting, I've been lucky in the sense that I've met people in the industry like Fleur who, empower me and encourage me to go forward, and have helped grow me as an artist. And, it just goes back to really, it's about your mindset as well. You've got to, I know not everybody, I mean, I've had friends that are also in the industry who have faced a lot of discrimination from men. I'm just fortunate in the fact that I just kind of, if I want to do it, slag me if you want, I'm going to do it. And then it's like, I've had people like, oh, who the hell does she think she is, female DJ, blah, blah. I just go, you know what, if I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it. And the moment people stop talking about you, Betty Davis said, so that's the way I see it. And again, I've been fortunate meeting strong women in the industry who have helped elevate me. And, it's taken me, I'm now part of Glitterbox, Soul Heaven, which all over the world, I do my own productions, I do music. So again, I'm just one of these people that if I want to do something, I don't let anything stand in my way.
Good. Yeah, a lot of it, I suppose, does come down to your kind of, your individual. You have to be able to separate and be able to kind of go, well, this is what I want to do, and I'm going to push forward and kind of make it, despite, of course, you shouldn't have to, but if that's kind of been the case. So I guess one thing I want to talk about would be representation. So studies show often that if you see someone who you feel represented by, whether that's gender, race, sexuality, social class, if you see them doing something you want to do, you're more likely to believe that you too can achieve that. So kind of in those kind of growing stages of your career, did you feel represented, and did you have role models you perhaps looked towards?
The representation is definitely key. For me, there were not a lot, but I did, clearly see Sonique, DJ Paulette, definitely having carved their own space, and having their strength as Black women, to drill down even further in the marginalized side of this coin. They were definitely inspirational. But again, for me, it wasn't on a conscious level where I said, I'm going to do it because, Sonique is killing it, doing it. It wasn't that, like, at the time, it was like, that's her lane. She's killing that. And, power to my sister. Really, for me, it wasn't until the moment when the light bulb went on that, okay, there's a need that needs to be filled here. And, I've always loved music, and I've always been, you do have to have a bit of a spirit of rebellion, because I've always been a maverick in that way, where I wasn't afraid to make mistakes. And the tricky part is when you are already known for something or successful for something, you have to make your mistakes in front of people. That's what being in any kind of industry that puts you in front of people, you have to be able to be comfortable making mistakes in front of people.
I so agree, honestly. Just to chip in and chip out, I've always said it's not the successes that have made me, it's coming back from the mistakes that I've made that have actually made the person I am today.
And it's
No
not
doubt.
a mistake, it's how you fix it.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So you have to be a bit of a maverick, and you have to be willing to fail up. And then when I say that, a lot of times people, like, the word fail just automatically shocks people. Like, why would you advise people to fail in any kind of way? But failing up means to continually try and to continue to make the mistakes, but keep pushing the boundaries, because every time you do that, you learn something from it, and it takes you to another level. Even under the most dire circumstances, you are learning and you're pushing the envelope forward. And so that's kind of the spirit that you have to have as a woman in this industry, in any industry, is that you have to be ready to fail up. You have to be ready to make the mistakes in front of people, and you have to be able to dust yourself off and get back up again.
And Natasha, we're both Scots, as you can tell from the accent. I'm keen to know who your kind of role models were, perhaps, coming up in the Scottish scene. Were anybody can you think of?
You know what, for me, to be honest with you, I draw influence from mad things like Space and old Hollywood actresses. For me, I was brought up in a musical family, and again, it goes back to what I was saying earlier. I just have one of these mindsets: if I want to do something, I do it. So my inspiration, I mean, I grew up when my dad was playing music all the time, and I was like, you know what, I'm going to do that. But in terms of inspiration, I love Wonder Woman. What better female role model like that? I mean, she went and so I was like,
yes,
where I'm at with it. But there's
Badass.
absolutely. So for me, but there's so many people, that I have respect for that are DJs. We've got like Annie Mac, we've got Honey Dijon, we've got real powerhouses that are absolutely killing it. And I see these women, and I'm like, you know what? Well done, praise to you. And I just continue to try and grow myself. I'm trying to encourage other people not to be afraid, to, again, make, as you were saying, make mistakes and just go for it. And, don't be scared by the fact that it can be a male-dominated industry. If you've got a desire to do something, go and do it. What would Wonder Woman do? She'd do it.
What would Wonder Woman
do it in gold pants?
That's
exactly.
But it is true, though, within our industry, within our particular house music scene, there has been always so much female energy. I mean, behind a lot of the big name DJs around, there was female agents like myself running the business in the background. There's always been this huge family of singers as well that have been a very strong presence, hosting, singing. We have within our scene had a very strong female I don't know, balance within there. That's not in all the other pockets necessarily, but I did feel a lot of female presence when I started within this scene. You know, I think we've been quite lucky within that. But there's still been so much more work to do as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Laura, from the kind of sort of the behind the artist side of things, the music business side of things, what are the developments you've seen come over through the years in terms of diverse working teams, and what are the areas that we still maybe need more representation in and more?
Oh, there's areas everywhere, right? But I find it really interesting now that you can, it's because of technology. I mean, Ultra and I have literally been through every format from vinyl to CD to download to, do you know what I mean? We've been through every format, and we've had to adjust. I mean, we've had a record label in every format, and we've had to adjust to all these big changes over the last 30, 40 years. It's just very interesting, I think, also in terms of technology as well. With video and phone and social media, all of this, I think it's quite an interesting time. As I say, there's still a lot of work to be done, but you can be a little bit more anonymous now in terms of your gender in the background. So I find that very interesting, actually, because I can get sent stuff now to listen to, and I don't know who it is that's sending it, and I kind of like that. So I'm not listening to something thinking it's male, female, whatever, a male, female, or genderless, whatever. I'm just listening to the music. So I think it is quite an interesting time with technology. You know, you're constantly having to redefine yourself and what you're doing. I just try to stay open about everything, really. I'm trying to think, you know, when I'm, at the end of the day, the thing that's very important to me is the music's going to be hot. It's got to be hot music on a good sound system. And no matter what your gender is, I still believe that if you're really good, you can float to the top, because there's a lot of mediocre musicians, DJs, all sorts around. And I do feel like the magic does float to the top. Maybe I'm just a dreamer in that. And I know it's easier for some people than others. And these are the things we need to address, so that people are more visible, you know, from our community. But yeah,
I'd love to see more women in production, more women in label A&R, you know, in artist development. I'd like to see more artist development, period, again, because I think that would kind of flesh out some of the talent, you know, as opposed to the non-talents that are just kind of like inundating the customers and taking up space. I would like to hear more of what women want to hear in terms of records that are being put out. I think women would be more adventurous. I think women would be more experimental. I think women would push the boundaries a little bit better and not have dance music sound so samey all the time. But
that's what I mean. There's a lot of mediocre stuff around here. So I think we can rise above that. I really do believe that.
Yeah. But I think women would hear that and push those areas. I think sometimes, a lot of times with this industry, it all falls into like, what's the current sound? What you know, connotates a hit at this point, and then everybody follow that. You know, what sound is hot, and everybody do that. You know, and because of technology and outboard gear and sounds all be kind of being canned and sounding the same, everything starts to get very redundant after a while. I think women are a little bit more adventurous sometimes in going different places and trying different things and looking at it from a different perspective.
And taking the risks.
Yeah, and taking the risks. And I'd like to see more of that energy. I'd like to see the women, some more women running the show with what is being put out there and how it's being treated once it's in the consumer. When it says out there to the consumer.
So by having more diverse working teams, we can eventually have a more diverse sound and more diverse scene, more diverse music coming out. So that's the kind of benefits to any companies who perhaps are sitting here with, like you said, the kind of all male, all white male, perhaps that all kind of same age. By having these diverse teams, this is what we can then produce. Like you said, you're getting more opinions and more artistic preferences, and like I said, risk taking as well. It's extremely important to what we were talking about earlier, by taking risk and failing.
I mean, I was just going to say, like, I remember 10 years ago us having a conversation, and there was very few female record label owners and club promoters, people that actually put the club nights on, got the talent together, people that actually owned record labels. I mean, we were trying to think outside of ourselves. I'm talking about a decade ago. There didn't seem to be so many women that were actually in control. I remember we had that conversation in 2008, in fact. There just didn't seem to be that many women in positions of control. And I think that is improving, but there's still so much work to do.
It is improving, but slowly.
Yeah, so slowly.
Something like a female promoter, here's something I'm going to put to you, is when we're doing something, a female promoter or a female agent, have you ever had the experience of, or sort of witnessed the unconscious bias or unconscious sexism of a female promoter turning up to an event, say, and the DJ or other staff assume the promoter will be male, and they, maybe not intentionally, but they look to the male, they maybe don't assume the woman would be the promoter?
Totally. I've had this happen so much. I love it. I love it. Seriously, I really love it. It just it cracks me up. I know it's really sad and I shouldn't love it, but it really makes me laugh when I've had a young DJ, male DJ, come in and go to the DJ that I've put on at my event and just talk to him, presuming. They do it so often, it's easy. It's like shooting fish in a barrel, whatever the thing is. Seriously, yeah, I've had it happen quite a lot. And the embarrassment for the guy involved, you know what I mean? When, you know, they've just presumed. It's happened so much. To be honest with you.
How do you go, because that's kind of, it's almost like I said, a lot of male perhaps don't do it intentionally, but it's almost conditioned. How can we maybe think of, how do we start reversing that so that they don't, because like, it may be unintentional, but is there any kind of...
It's just by them seeing females in these roles. I mean, trust me, they're so embarrassed when they've realised that I'm the boss. They never make that mistake again, because a lot of guys are quite scared of me. This is why I don't really have too many issues. It happens occasionally, but I'm quite scary. It's because I'm older. So a lot of guys are actually quite scared of me, so they wouldn't dare try anything. That's why I was saying when you're younger, you're more vulnerable in some ways.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I've had that happen quite a lot, unfortunately. But I just think it's quite funny because can imagine how mortified they are to find out that I'm the person that could actually change their DJ career. Do you know what I mean? I mean, it's better. It would never be bad. It would never be bad. You know what I mean, they talk to the wrong person, basically. So, yeah.
Fortunately, I've never had that happen.
Nothing.
Culture. No, because they already know who I am, so they know they would never mistake me for someone else. So,
and Natasha, did I get you to get the drinks or something? I've had that too.
Oh no, I have had that before. Go get the drinks. I'm like, no, honey, I'm having a drink. You get the drinks. No, I meant to say as well, talking about labels. I actually do run my own little label, Get With Disco Records, and I'm going back to a previous point. I do think it would be great to see more diversity instead of just, white male music constantly, and, just it goes back to diversity, just more, we need more in the creative bubble. We need to expand it. It just can't be the same thing, just getting mass produced. We need to venture into new territory. But yeah, that's me going off on a side note.
No, it's totally relevant.
On point.
How would we then, obviously, one of our aims moving forward is to create a more diverse music scene. But how do we kind of make sure we don't fall into the category of positive discrimination, whereby a woman may feel she sort of ticks a box by being put onto lineups or being put into festivals? We make sure that her talent and drive remains core. Have you guys ever been in a situation where you've perhaps felt like that? I
don't, because I will only put people on the merit of them being shit hot, really, regardless of gender. And so I've never put somebody on just because I need to tick a box of female. I wouldn't patronize my gender by doing that at all.
Yeah, I think you do. You definitely do women more harm than good by doing that. because then you're setting yourself up for failure. When I first started DJing, there were those who automatically assumed, because I was who I was as an artist, and that I was not, I don't know how to put this.
Not skilled, maybe.
Politically correct. But yeah, like I was using who I was as, the stepping stone to present, a farce, basically. And so, but without even hearing me play, they just automatically assumed that because I had a platform that I would just be comfortable skating by on the fact of who I was already in the industry. And over the years, I never really approached that. I never really gave that too much light. I didn't need to really address that negative vibe because I already knew going in that would be the assumption of others. So for me, it was a matter of I was either completely underestimated or completely disregarded initially. But it really didn't matter because I like that. Like Fleur said earlier, please underestimate me.
Yeah. It's like a bomb, bro.
In all things, please underestimate me, please. In all things. So yeah, it's fine to me because, for me, I feel like I have nothing to prove to you, Joe, whomever you may be out there. For me, it's all about what moment I'm creating for the people on this dance floor who are appreciating what I'm doing, who are listening to what I'm playing, who do care about music, and are just here for a good beat. Your negative energy, that doesn't really make or break anything in my life. So I've always been able to kind of disregard that. But I think it's difficult for women because there is a certain level of intimidation with that energy being out there that people will assume that you're going to play really under your skill level because you're a woman, or that you're just getting by because, you've got boobs. And so they don't even give you a fair shot, to even express who you are. I think a lot of women are afraid of being in the line of fire for that. And so they don't take the risk of stepping up.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm a wee bit blown away. It's just really powerful what you were saying there. I was getting caught up in it there. But thank you so much for sharing that. And Natasha, do you have anything you'd like to add?
Yeah, well, what I was going to say, I think a real game changer would be if, and this is me just being totally honest, if there were more, people just have the confidence to come out and do it. Because there's a lot of people that probably want to DJ, they want to produce, but they're scared of this. Mm-hmm. And it's just, getting that confidence in yourself to just go, you know what, screw it. I want to do it. I'm going to do it. So I know not everybody has that mindset. And going back to the point we're just saying there, I remember actually when I first started out, because my dad had been a DJ in Edinburgh, everyone was like, oh, she's just a phony. She's just playing her dad's record. She doesn't know what to do it. They just
you just can't win out here in these streets.
They just disregarded me, and man, so was bring it. And I said this to anybody, and I say this to anybody now. I'm like, don't make, because people have made assumptions about me that, oh, female DJ, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, look, make your assumption after you've heard me play. Once you've heard me play, you can think whatever. That's up to you. Everything in this world's subjective. But don't judge me until you've actually heard me. And don't just assume that because of something else. People will always draw their own conclusions. So I'm just kind of like, in the words of Shirley Bassey, I am what I am. I'm going to do what I'm going to do. And that's the way I operate. And, I hope in the future more people can take on that mindset and not let fear stop them for going for something that they really want to do. And a point that Fleur said as well, I think is really, really important is, things should be on merit. Things do have to be on merit. It can't just be a case of, oh, this and this. You have to, show that it's shit hot. But I do think more people need to come out of the woodwork. And I think there is a fear of this stigma. And I think if more people come out, we can slowly but surely break it down.
How do we as individuals, like if we think of the kind of audience that we watch in the Scottish Electronic Music Conference, how can we kind of as individuals and collectively as scenes start to make people feel more comfortable coming out? How do we, sort of action can we take to show support?
I don't know, because I was thinking about one of the things that's kind of doesn't help us is actually things like commercial press and things like that within the music industry. You know, because I don't feel like women within the scene are nurtured or represented in terms of the music press, for example, and DJ awards things like that. We're so underrepresented about that. And then you start digging into the press a little bit and you hear that there's been fixed likes on Facebook. You know, there's all this stuff coming out about who was top of the pops. Is that relevant? Yeah. You know, who was top of the pops on, you know, the DJ scene or whatever. That's so so that there's so much work to do, you know, on the press side. And, you know, hopefully with vlogs and blogs and everything change, you know, people are taking control of the press and that stream of information as well. But I don't feel that females were nurtured within the music scene in terms of representation in the press as well. So, I mean, there really is there's a whole other area to address there as well. But I've kind of given up trying to be involved in getting press or dealing with the press, because it all turned into a very commercial exchange of money, really, where you pay for advertising and you get reviewed and things like that. So I became a little bit disillusioned with representation of minorities, which are actually the majorities. The white patriarchal male, sorry to be rude, is in the minority. This is my old 1980s feminist politics coming through. That's a whole other story. But it was always the point. It's like, these guys are actually in the minority. Why are they actually in the majority in the way that the world's represented?
Because they control the purse strings. And at the end of the day, it comes down to who's got the purse strings.
Exactly. You know,
because they can push their agenda forward. That is the thing.
And, you know, I felt this within the press and felt it within representation there. I mean, this is just niggling a bit deeper and, you know, we need another session on these things. But I found that challenging. Do you know what I mean? So I kind of stopped trying to be represented in the press in some ways. And then you don't want to be invisible. Do you know what I mean? You have to, you know, force yourself out there a little bit. I mean, it just shows you how hard it is where we're not getting represented there, for example.
Yeah, you're not getting the same support. Same sort of support to grow.
Not getting the same support.
Level, yeah.
And, you know, there's because there's a lot of, as we were saying, the financials are involved in that. There's a lot of stuff going on in the background, you know.
That's in the minutiae, big time. Like, that's a big piece of the puzzle right there, is who's controlling the purse strings that get things heard, that get things placed, that, you know, gets the space in advertising. All of those things come down to the financials and who's in charge of that. And that has not been girls at a lot of times, and definitely women of color. You know, that's really at the meat of the issue right there.
Yeah. I just wanted to touch on that because for me, it's key.
I think it's
that's a wrecking ball. That's not a touch. That needs a wrecking ball.
Just need to come in
because that's facts.
That is a whole other session. That's a whole other session,
yeah.
And one that's with males and females. That's a general thing to be addressed.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So,
but you know, with the tools that you do have, and, you know, and technology has enabled so many people that are just a little guy, the little fish, to be able to build on their own, to build a foundation on their own. You know, women do have to now take the reins. You cannot passively sit by and wait for anyone to give you anything, because that's, darling, not going to happen.
Never gonna happen.
So you do have to use the tools that are at your fingertips. And so technology has enabled a lot of people, has leveled the playing field in a way that we've never seen before, to be able to promote yourself, to build your own music, to build your own scene, to build your own collective of people that support you, to build your own networks. And so if you are ready to step into that space and do the job of 10 people for a little while, or put together a small team of dedicated people that know what they're doing and delegate who's going to handle what, you can become, you know, that little engine that could, and make as significant an impact as some of the big boys in a real way.
100%. Honestly, I did a talk on that at BMC actually a couple of years ago, and it was the title was "Why You Don't Need an Agent." And it's all about people starting out that were getting in contact with people like me to represent them as an agent. And I was trying to explain, you've got a whole load of work to do before you need to come and talk to somebody like me, because while I'm busy looking after all of these big names, the time that's needed to go into bringing a new artist through, it's a huge amount of time. And these days you have to put that groundwork in yourself as an artist, build your own buzz within your own scene, with in your own community. You know, it's a really big part of it. As Natasha has been very successful as that, as a newer artist. I mean, we say a newer artist, you've been doing this 10 years, a decade now as well, but to us, you're a newer artist.
Yeah.
I mean, you've been very good on social media, you know, producing yourself, setting up your own record label. That's the stuff that gets you out there. And that's the stuff I noticed Natasha, because she was slowly started building stuff. And then I started to notice what she was doing. And then for me, it was like, well, actually, she's within my local community as well. I'd actually like to get involved with somebody that lives in the same city as me. You know, you've done a lot of groundwork before. I mean, I think we got involved with each other probably 4 or 5 years ago. COVID's added a few more years on, but it's probably 5 years ago now.
Yeah.
But she'd already put in a lot of legwork.
That's necessary. That's key. You can't do it any other way now.
That's
the first place. I think if we're trying to figure out like where women get started to, you know, build their identities and their future legacies, because everything I do, I think of in terms of my legacy at this point in my career. And it's really about, you've got to use the tools that are out there, and you're going to have to work harder than the average bear, because this is not an easy industry to be in, for one. And for two, the landscape is shifting constantly with disruptive technology, but you've got to be willing to jump in there and embrace each one of them, use every single tool that's out there to your advantage.
Yeah, no, I think that's some fantastic advice for anyone, female or anyone really in the industry of getting started, really taking that DIY approach. The consistency is key as well, like you said, or you don't just kind of hop straight up to the top. You have to put in the groundwork and just keep giving it your all, making the mistakes, and just keep going for it and staying aligned to your passion and why you're doing it. Any more final advice you'd like to give before we round off for today?
I was just always keep on learning. For me, it's just we've always got something to learn. So just stay open-minded, flexible, and yeah, I just always think we've always got something to learn.
And make people scared of you.
I'm so sorry. I'm mean and nasty, apparently. No, I'm trying, but not to girls. Not to girls.
It's work. It's work. It makes people
sorry.
All right. And Natasha, any final advice you'd like to share?
Yeah, just on the last point there, you know, what people actually see on social media compared to what goes on in the background, the amount of work, you know, if you want something, you do have to work hard for it. Things don't just fall on your lap. There is a lot of stuff that goes on behind the scenes. And again, if you want something enough, just keep going for it. And yeah, regardless of gender, sexuality, whatever, you want to do something, just bloody do it, but put the work in so it doesn't just land on your lap.
Brilliant. And Natia, you've got some beautiful quotes today, so I'm going to come to you for our final words. Do you have any last words of wisdom to share?
My strategy has always been to look to people who are doing what I want to do, who have reached the place that I want to get to, and then work backwards from there. Because a lot of times where people falter is they don't know where to get started. They have the big dream at the end of the rainbow, but they don't really know how to take that first step, what those first steps are. So it's like, figure out what that thing is that you want to accomplish. What is it you want to be? You want to be this singer, this songwriter, this producer, this A&R person. You believe in new young talent out there, and you just want to find them and nurture them and create a culture. You want to create an event that, you know, feeds the community and makes people feel inclusive and feel like home. Like, what is it that you want to accomplish? And then work back from there and figure out what the steps would be, and where that would give you your starting point and your projected plan on how to get there. Having some kind of plan, an outline roughly of the steps are very important, but also always be nimble to how those things might shift and change along the way, because that is a guarantee. There's definitely not a straight line between the beginning and the success. There is a lot of hills and valleys and some lumps and bumps that you're going to have to take, and then be willing to invest in yourself. Like we said, you've definitely got to be in that place where you're ready to put your money where your mouth is. Also, to represent yourself always when you're on camera, when you're in front of people, when you are opening your mouth, when you step up to the console, when you step up to the mic, when you're holding a meeting. You have to be at 110% of who you want the world to believe you are. And you have to always represent that. So even if you're faking it till you make it, it's very important that what you're projecting outside of yourself is the messaging that you want to give.
Brilliant.
And I could go on, but why not? But we'll leave it there.
Thank you so much, everybody, for giving your thoughts and opinions and for joining our panel today, giving us your time. You've shared some incredible words, and yes, thank you so much for coming along.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Great to be here.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Thank you very much.
I'm the CEO and co-founder of Origami, a playground and sensory experiment house where we create awesome initiatives promoting mental health and well-being. Today, I'm joined by some amazing people, all part of the Music Connects Us report, created in partnership with Beatport, Silent Mode, How Mental, the Association for Electronic Music, and so many other partners, including artists who we have Louisa here today with us. We're here to talk about not just the report, but the importance of mental health and really the connection between music, electronic music, and how to use it to support and balance those emotions when they get out of control, right? We can all relate to that regardless of what we do. Anyways, let's talk about where this report was born from. It was born from Beatport, really, who got us all together under an event, a stream called Reconnect. And Micah's here from Beatport. Micah, can you tell us a little bit more about what you do at Beatport and how this all began?
Sure. So I'm Micah. I'm with Beatport since 5.5 years, and I am head of artist services. So I'm basically in contact with artists directly, with their stakeholders. Yeah, I'm responsible for doing features with artists. And when the pandemic first hit, basically we were thinking, wow, what can we do? Like, our entire community is kind of falling together. We're not being able to go to events, to festivals. Everybody's like a little freaked out with what's happening in the world. Why don't we do a stream where all of our artists from all over the world come together? We had a 24-hour stream. The first one that we did was 100% live. So we reached out to a whole bunch of artists. Reconnect was born. Everybody was super excited to be part of this and to contribute to the stream. And we saw, yeah, how exciting it was for not only the artists, but also inside the company. Everybody was super happy. Our Slack conversations, I don't know, we probably had like 1,000 messages over the weekend. We really felt like a connection, you know, not only with the artists, but as a company, and also with all the fans out there that tuned in, which was super exciting. Everybody was so happy, and you could really feel that people were longing for this. And it was only 2 weeks into actually the first lockdown, and people were already craving, you know, like that community again, being together, being able to share something and listen to music.
That's awesome. You know, this was such a different kind of event for Beatport because it brought in experts, in particular mental health and well-being experts, industry advocates, artists, and really mixed that community and gave them a platform to talk, to discuss, and to really talk about solutions, right? Which is what we're all to promote, not just awareness, because I think after the last almost 2 years, we are all aware that mental health is real. There's no denying that. Right? If you didn't experience anxiety, you probably experienced some kind of anxiety during the past 2 years. So now you can relate, right? So for those of us who couldn't relate, now you can relate. But this event was so different because of that mix of people that you brought together in your platform. How did you make those decisions? I mean, how did you choose the artists, the researchers? I mean, everybody on this call, how did this all really come together?
Yeah, so the first reconnect that we actually did was at the beginning of the pandemic, and when the music stops, reconnect was a little bit further down the road. So the pandemic had already really kind of progressed, and we were in contact with a lot of artists, and always, always checking in with them to see how they're doing, what's on their mind. And yeah, we could definitely see that people were coping very differently from with what the pandemic was doing to them, and that everybody kind of seemed to have a struggle, and that mental awareness was kind of like being really more common in a way. People were speaking way more openly, how upset they were about certain things, what it was doing to them. And we worked very closely with Tristan from AFEM, and one part of AFEM is also mental health. They actually have like a group, which me and Farah are part of, and some other co-workers. And we could see that is definitely becoming more and more interesting throughout the entire community. So we had the idea of, how about we do an event together with artists, and to give back basically to the community, but also, yeah, to help artists out there who are struggling, with the pandemic, or in general with their touring life. Some artists actually just realized how stressful touring life actually was when they had some quiet time and some downtime, and yeah, notice how exhausted they are after coming out of this constant cycle of party, flying, touring, coming back.
Well, we have one of those artists with us today. So
yeah,
we have
exactly.
Lisa. So I would love to get Lisa in on this conversation now, and tell us more. How did you feel, Lisa, during the last few years in lockdown, and just the uncertainty of it all?
And hi, it's so nice to see everybody on the call. I think it's like many of us, it's kind of been a real roller coaster, because the sensation of kind of the weight of uncertainty, or the anxiety and depression that can kind of come from having like hopes progressively shattered. The fact that we're even saying like last year's lockdown is so kind of unreal, and yet it's been our reality for, the last 18 months or so. For me, because I have dealt with struggles in mental health previously in terms of anxiety and depression, and I'm also in long-term recovery from substance abuse disorder, addiction. I had kind of a lot of practice in terms of kind of creating structures for myself that involved like connection, accountability, like kind of keeping busy. And also I think that this has been a really important time to learn how to like self-regulate when it comes to like, can I be with my feelings of grief over this, and can I kind of hold myself in compassion and reach out for help when it does feel hopeless, because I think like so much of this conversation is about like, how can we support each other, so nobody has to move through this difficult season, and knowing that like coming out of the season will also be difficult. Like, it's a crazy thing to be like, I don't know how to go to an airport anymore. Like, the idea of getting on a train gives me anxiety,
Yeah, I totally think we can all relate to the airport one. For those of us who've recently traveled, it's another world. You see all the movement, all the noises, and it's just like, whoa, I forgot how fast and accelerated our world is. And if there's something that, we can all benefit from, and I think some of us have really benefited from that over the last 18 months, is slowing down our pace so that we can really reevaluate what's important and how we address life in general. I mean, thank you for being so open, because I think this is what we want to promote in this conversation today with our audience. It's that we have to be a little bit more open about how we feel, and build that support network and community. One of those people that's helping build that support and community, with no doubt, is Tristan Hunt. from the Association for Electronic Music. He is just absolutely amazing and involved in so many different campaigns and projects promoting mental health within the electronic music industry and community itself. Working with artists, working with companies, working with organizations, working with companies like mine, developing surveys and new ways to tap into how to support the community. Tristan, how are you?
I'm good, thanks, Ari. Thanks for the warm welcome. It's good to see everyone.
I'm always glad to speak to you, and because you're always working on something new. So can you tell us a little bit about what AFM's up to right now?
I think picking up from what Louisa was saying about this need to be aware that we're all coming out of what's been quite a difficult time. We've been doing a lot of signposting to that, and I would certainly point people towards the Music Connects Us report as a brilliant set of insights in terms of specifically the survey as to how people have been feeling and what their different mental states have been. So ours has been one very much about working with people like yourself, colleagues on this call today, with various different conferences. We've got Brighton Music Conference and the Amsterdam Dance event coming up in the near future, where we'll be again hosting panels and having these conversations where a big part of our work is about destigmatization. It's about people who are so brave like Louisa to come out and talk about her experience. And I know that lots of other people on this call, myself included, have had challenges with anxiety and substances and sleep and a whole range of different things which are very common to an awful lot of us. But we need to talk about that more. So a big part of AFM's work is amplifying that and signposting to great resources that people can use to help themselves.
Now, Tristan, one of the incredible people that form part of AFM and that collective is Dr. Ida Vezin. How did you connect with Dr. Ida, who is also such a big music aficionado?
That's a great question. She actually became a member. So she reached out to us one day and we picked up a conversation. She was interested in our work, and we were equally interested in what she was doing, this wonderful therapeutic service, this counselling service and psychotherapy service, which was online. So she was providing facilities for artists and people that were traveling, people within the industry that were maybe mobile but needed some support on the road or wherever they were. And she was doing that online. That was several years ago. That's obviously a very popular thing now, and thankfully an awful lot of people are providing that because it's a wonderful service, and it's something that, you know, from an AFM perspective, we're trying to encourage and work with management companies, artist agents, to make sure that artists have that kind of support, that the whole tour infrastructure and all of the crew have that sort of support whilst they're on the road. So yeah, Ida's been doing some fantastic work in helping to champion that.
Well, Ida, how are you today? So nice to have you here.
Oh, Ari, Tristan, everyone, thank you so much for also the warm welcome. It's great to be a part of this team and to create this sense of community. You know, just echoing back on some of the points that were discussed between you and Micah and Tristan and Louisa. I really like the work that we did with Beatport and creating the community that was needed during a global pandemic where people were masked up and locked down without any preparation. And echoing back on the concept of stigma, the stigma around mental health didn't properly prepare us for what we've been going through for the past 18 months. And I thank you so much, Louisa, for sharing so vulnerably and candidly about your experience. It sounds like your preparation or your acknowledgement or awareness of having battles with substance use or anxiety or depression, which all tend to go hand in hand with each other, had you more prepared for the lockdown than, let's say, someone who wasn't as aware or someone who still held a lot of stigma around mental health needs and substance use needs. And this community that was created here through music being a strong form of medicine, a great replacement, a great way to self-regulate when we are more prone to addiction, or when we don't know where to go or what to do, how to cope or regulate with our mental health needs. People like you, all of you here involved today, are putting this together, getting the word out, getting some tools out there, and it's wonderful to be a part of it.
Oh, it's so great always hearing from you. You know, I've had the chance of working with Ida intimately on this project, creating the survey itself, reviewing the results, and really piecing together the information that we got from our survey with artists. And Ida, I mean, besides being a licensed psychotherapist, besides being an EDM fan and creator, you also work with the Senate, helping. Tell me more about what you do, please.
Okay, sure. Well, I don't create EDM. EDM is my therapy. So I wanted to give back. That's why I reached out to AFEM. I'm like, I love EDM. Going to a music festival gets my dopamine going. I dance for dopamine. I listen to my dopamine playlist with my favorite artists. And I'd love to give back because the industry needs so much support. And there's still so much stigma around mental health needs for artists that give us so much, right? Now, when it comes to the legislative work, I've been fortunate enough to connect with a state senator in the state of Montana to work on another passion project of mine, which is awareness for suicide prevention. And the reason why I did the research in Montana was because they had the highest suicide rates for almost 2 decades here in the United States. And I went to go find out why. How much information do you want to know about the research there?
I mean, I think it's just important for us to mention these things, and I think it's important to highlight that similar to the stats in Montana, Scotland has very high numbers as well, and it's important for us to talk about this because it's no longer taboo, and it's something that we can each feel at any moment throughout our lives. So there is no button that resolves these kinds of thoughts and feelings. It's really learning how to balance and cultivate that balance through the length of your life. And it's an ongoing conversation with yourself. It's an ongoing practice of self-compassion. And one of the things that we found out with our survey with over 149 artists, mostly in Europe, UK, and also in the United States. But what we mostly found out was that, therapy is no longer taboo. And, 7 out of 10 people already talk about therapy and don't mind talking about it. And I think, that's just one tool. And the other tool that we were talking about in our report was music, something that really brings us all together, literally in this report. That's what connected us. And that's what connects every single page on this report. How can we use music beyond entertainment and in a functional way feel better? Now, we already practice this. And Ida, can you tell me a little bit more about how music influences our brain and how it can change our emotions and anything else that it can do?
Sure, and I'll explain it in a very simplified way. We all have our own personal playlist that we use, right? When we want to go work out, when we want to set a mood and a vibe. We can also take that a little bit further and use that for our mental health purposes. I prescribe music to clients. For example, if I have a suppressed client that needs to release cathartically through crying, put on your crying playlist. So it helps you release. What can happen after that is, you can get more dopamine, more serotonin, more endorphins, but you also need an opportunity to release something that's stuck inside of you. So music, the sound waves, can help shift our moods, our thoughts, our emotions to go to a direction that we need them to go to. Just in a very simplified way, not making it super scientific. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think that's great. I think one of the things that we can maybe recommend to our audience is, just like Ida mentioned with those playlists, perhaps have a pick-me-up playlist, right? Have a playlist that is going to lift you up in those dark moments. And that way, when you feel you're experiencing any one of those dark moments, you can access that playlist and not really necessarily feel better, but be able to shift a little bit and have a little bit more control. And, when we've done research, in particular with suicide as well, we've understood that it's much more than, just feeling depressed, which is what most of us have the definition for it, really, that it's a result of that. We really look instead at people who feel stuck. And part of feeling stuck is not having a community or a tribe that you can trust right? And trust is a huge factor here because you're sharing the most vulnerable elements of who you are. And up to this point, we've looked down at people sometimes when they share. And Ida, can you tell us a little bit more about, why this was so different, this awesome event, this awesome stream from Beatport, the report itself, in terms of bringing all these different groups together to become vulnerable and share those vulnerabilities? Why is that important to share?
Because it goes right back to stigma reduction and connecting it to the pain around suicide or attempts of suicide or those who've lost their lives by suicide. Those who go to that dark place and take their lives, often, they're not trying to end their lives. They're just trying to end the pain. And one of the main reasons why people get to that place is because they don't have an outlet. Like you said, they don't have a community, they don't have a tribe, they don't have a place to be heard, be seen, be felt, and be understood. And so putting a panel like this together with mental health advocates, like yourself, like Tristan, like Louisa, like Beatport, this gives people a place to turn to, some solace, a place to release, a place to feel a little bit better, a place to get connected to resources. Since the stigma around receiving therapy, it has reduced, thank goodness. We can now reach the places where people are in feeling a little bit more darker, a little bit more down. So if the people around them, let's say their family members and their friends, are still stuck in that place of stigma, an online community like this can give them that support that they need, that life vest that they need, so they don't have to sink.
If I may add something to this, it's I think it helps, fans to see that their idols basically, or that every person kind of struggles with the same kind of problems, even if you look like a really famous artist that has, traveled the world, is living the life, but they're still, suffer from depression or anxiety. I think this is really important to see that even people like that, that you have maybe a completely different perception if they're normal human beings, and that you can actually relate to them, and that you feel, wow, okay, it's not only me that has problems, there's other people out there that I can relate to or even really look up to. And maybe I do see I need to change my life or reach out to people. And I think that's also why we chose, the people to play the stream and also to, share their story, are all people that have suffered, one way or another with mental problems, and that was very important for us.
To kind of follow up with that, I think also as an artist, it's important to see that other artists struggle, just because I think that, especially on a kind of like performative social media platform like Instagram, we see everybody nonstop thriving. And, it can also feel like I get to do what I love for a living. Like, I don't have any room to, like, I should be grateful. I shouldn't feel ever sad or frustrated or depressed or anxious, so to be able to kind of among like industry peer groups, to be able to share the fact that, like, even though it is a gift to be able to do this for a living, it is often not easy. And to have place to seek empathy with that and to share honestly about it is really, really important.
No, that's great input. Lisa, I actually had some more questions for you about, your participation in the report and honestly, your own perception of seeing some of those other artist quotes that were in the report, and which we encourage all of you to go check out at musicconnectsus.co.uk. You can download the report, it's free. You can check out a mix of updates of science, research, all the way from artists like Lisa and other artists who gave us some quotes and snippets of how they felt throughout the lockdown, our survey results, and some articles about functional music, which we'll talk about in a little bit. But Lisa, back to your quote, it's not every day you get a call or an email from Beatport saying, hey, we want to do this kind of report on mental health and electronic music. We want a quote. We want you to participate. How was that experience, how was that experience compared to what you've had before?
I mean, prior to this, I've been quite a vocal advocate for kind of creating recovery spaces, including, recovery for mental health stuff. and spoken on panels and kind of been active in that. And so I was delighted to get the call, because it's really important to me. And just in terms of like advocacy, for not only like my own path within 12-step recovery, but we like started a podcast about this stuff during lockdown, and like considered retraining as a therapist like month 2, you know. So I mean, for me, I was really eager to kind of talk about it, and to know that like the research is being done, so we can start to really see where we can develop resources and connections. Like, just to be able to have this conversation, continue having this conversation, is really important, and I'm really grateful to be part of it.
Thank you so much for that feedback. I think for all of us, we all have a smile on our face, because this is what this was all about. It was about reminding people like you and other artists and other members of our community that we're there for you. We understand, we get it. And when we don't get it, help and support us too, because we're part of that community as well, right? We're part of that tribe. How was it to read the quotes of other artists? Could you relate to some of those quotes, like from Cascade, from Ben Rao, from Sarah's story? Were there any that really stood out to you? Like, yeah, that quote is meaningful.
I mean, like, it was really exciting to hear so many people kind of talk honestly about their feelings, because even that kind of feels new again. Kind of, it feels like a real sea change culturally, moving away from, again, kind of performative joy into kind of a more like, this is what's really going on. And it feels very liberating to kind of have that conversation within the community. I did feel like now, like, having this information, it becomes more important to kind of talk about solutions. And I think that like the fact that Beatport is really one of the kind of main drivers of this conversation is really meaningful, because it feels like this is where the change actually happens. Like, I know, for instance, like Spotify was like, you can tip your artists, like you could tip your favorite artist, and like kind of acknowledging that, you know, like 0.004 cents per stream is not enough. So I think right now, like, not to make it too political, but I do think that it is like, it's so helpful to have the information. So now we can kind of change the data into pushing forward into like what resources will actually help both artists and fans like seek a sustainable music community, you know, within dance music, especially now that we like gigging is really uncertain.
Now, Micah, I mean, you're a part of Beatport, the largest DJ culture community, I mean, out there, revolutionizing the way that artists, music, and fans interact. Can you tell us a little bit more about this really amazing new culture that you form part of? And I honestly have to say, after working with you guys, it's real, right? From the inside out, they really care about this stuff. Most of the team on the Beatport side, working on this report, by the way, they were volunteering their time on it. I mean, this is the real deal. They really believe in this. They're formed by a group of talented people who also have these values. But you tell us more about what's going on with Beatport and your new culture.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely coming from the inside out. As I had, previously said, reaching out to all these artists and, hearing the same kind of story over and over again. And then personally also like really being able to relate to these artists and stories. And then working for such a big company as Beatport, which has so much power, I thought me and Farah, but basically we were like, okay, how can we use this to basically give back and educate and actually try to build a community around this topic, rather than just pushing people to, watch our stream, buy our music, and growing as a company. I think it was really important to foster like a really positive community, give back, educate, and say like, yeah, we're here for you.
I think this is great. And Lisa, I mean, can you share with us as an artist, how has your music creating changed? How has your talent, right? How has that evolved because of the last 2 years? Can you give us a little peek into anything new or kind of what's going through your mind? We know something good's cooking, so tell us a little bit more.
Yeah, in the last year and a half, I think I've gotten a lot bolder with the content of what I make, because previous to this last 2 years, I would think that dance floor bangers have to kind of have a sense of levity. And I think that, fortunate for me in the kind of music that I make, which is not that light, that I've actually been kind of delivered a public that's ready for the message without any kind of disguising it into something that's sweeter or cuter. And so for the kind of, I feel like I've actually been given the opportunity to say what I really mean. But, you know, kind of like you guys were talking about in terms of the function of music, like this last, you know, 18 months, I've been preparing for a live show that is just like indefinitely postponed forever and ever and ever. Like I have a band project going on. And what I've noticed is that singing as a somatic practice has been so revolutionary for being able to kind of self-regulate my emotional states. And that it's something I really struggled with previously, like in order to kind of, like you mentioned, breath work or kind of stay in my body and regulate my feelings, that like doing a lot of singing has been such a healing practice emotionally. And so like, I know that even if you're not a vocalist, even if this is not your métier or your practice, that like, you know, it does in fact, especially singing with other people, in addition to releasing a lot of like spit from your mouth, which could be potentially bad for the Delta variant, but it releases oxytocin and it feels really good. So like in terms of kind of practices which have been more integrated during this time, it's been super revolutionary to kind of be able to like have a tool that always works. Even if I'm singing sad songs, I always feel really good.
You know, it's really interesting because the research clearly shows that whether you're creating music, listening to music, or just participating in music, they all have very similar benefits. And Ina, can you tell us a little bit more about the benefits of music, and clear up, please, that functional music doesn't have to be slow and kind of like yoga type music, right?
Sure. There's three things to keep in mind when it comes to functional music or the functionality of music, including breath work, sound, and movement, right? Breath work being the most strongest, potent medicine you can give yourself. Add lyrics and music in the background. Obviously, you can't be singing while you're doing breath work. You know, you will feel immediate, tangible results within 10 breaths, under 60 seconds. It's that fast. With sound obviously coming from the beats, the binaural beats that can change the brainwave frequencies, the oxytocin that can be released that Luisa just mentioned, but also the singing. Thank you so much for highlighting that, Luisa. Sound is a way to move emotions. Not only is it great for emotional regulation, the feel-good hormones to be released, but also unsuppressing oneself, right? It gets words out, it gets sounds out. And singing doesn't necessarily have to come with the words. You can also release through primal sound, right? And then movement. So whatever beat gets your body to move. Movement is also another way to unsuppress and to release and to regulate and to integrate stuck emotions or heavy emotions. And just as you mentioned, Ari, it doesn't always have to be like relaxing meditative music. It could be very energizing music, just depending on what goal you have for the functionality of the music or functional music and what outcome you're looking for.
Yeah, you know, part of what I found really interesting in the research was the variety of types of music that people found relaxing and meditative. That was defined almost by different categories, if you will, but it was quite a range. And that goes to show the variety and diversity in this community. And I think it's important to highlight that, you know, that at Beatport, you know, they bring together all these different types of music under the electronic music umbrella, and partner with organizations like the Association for Electronic Music. Tristan, you are an artist, a performer. You're such a vocal advocate for mental health, in particular with artists Again, can you just kind of tell us what was your role in all this, and most important, what's your relationship with Beatport, and how has this collaboration amplified your message?
So I set up the AFM's Protect Mental and Physical Health Working Group when I was still a member back in 2017. And I since went on to work for AFM and develop that group, and then watch people like Ida, Tom Middleton and Tamsin Embleton become the co-chairs of that group. So we've got two clinicians who are leading our work and overseeing it, along with Tom Middleton, who's also contributes obviously to the Music Connects Us report with some brilliant insights in terms of functional music. AFM's always really been a hub, Ari, so our role is to signpost to best practice, to bring people together, whether that's in forums like this or in-person conferences, online, make connections. And we've worked with some wonderful partners, as you touched on with Beatport. You know, feel incredibly lucky to work with Micah and Farah and the rest of the team there, who've been incredible advocates for the mental health work that we've done. And I think there's been a high degree of like reciprocity with that. We've been able to lean into the two reconnects which they've done, and really use our combined voices to amplify this message that mental health is something that we all experience in different ways, and it's a very important topic that we all need to address.
Well, I just want to take a moment to thank each one of our panelists for taking the time to, again, volunteer their time to talk about this and to share this common message of support culture, and joining us in destigmatizing mental health in the electronic music community. We're very, very grateful to the Scottish Electronic Music Conference for having us here, and to Beatport for bringing us together, the Association for Electronic Music for participating in this as well. And also Ida and Louisa, thank you so much for being a part of this. With that, we thank you and take care, in gratitude.
So welcome to SEMCON's Promoting a Global Superstar panel. I'm Jo Dargay and I'm joined with Dave Vernon and Owen Smith. And I'll let you lads give a quick introduction to yourselves and your work.
Go for Dave. Right, yeah, my name's Dave Browning. I've been promoting and messing around with events in Ibiza since, believe it or not, 1996. I did my first event there at Pasha in 1996. Then got out of the business for a little bit and then came back and started doing Carl Cox at Space in 2000, and then did it right the way through to the closing, 2016.
And Owen Smith here from Dublin. Been living and working in Ibiza since 2008. Started with Dave in 2008 on his journey through Carl Cox at Space, went all the way to 2016. Then we created our event brand Game Over, and under Game Over we run multiple different events across all the island's main clubs, and then we also have a marketing agency as well. So very heavy events and electronic music since the get-go.
Yes, love it. So obviously you both mentioned there the 15-year residency of Carl Cox at Space Ibiza. How did you both come to get involved with that, and what were your roles?
Right, I'll a little potted history. Before I got involved in stuff in promoting events in Ibiza, I had record shops. A good friend of mine was CJ McIntosh. His girlfriend at the time was Lynn Cosgrave, who then years later became Carl Cox's manager. And that's they wanted to do some events in Ibiza. They heard I was out there, got a phone call, did I want to do it? That's it. It really was as simple as that. My initial reaction was, no, not really my thing. Yeah, it was, I was in Ibiza. We'd moved out to Ibiza just for a new life, and I got this phone call. Carl Cox, I don't know. So I went and met I heard this. They said, right, he's playing in this bar in Ibiza town, a small little bar. Went down there. There's about 50 people in there. Carl was playing. It was a bar that was owned by Pepe, who owned Space, and he was doing it at the end of the season or beginning of the season. I can't remember. went and heard him play. Limiter on the sound system kept cutting off, 50 people in there sweating crazy, and he carried on playing. I thought, right, when I said, right, I can do that. Walked out of the place, said, yeah, I'll do it. And that's how it happened. I just thought, right, that's, you know, this is a superstar DJ in this little tiny place, 50 people, sound system's absolute shit. And he kept playing. That's something special. That's a little bit extra, rather than just saying, no, I'm not doing it. It was really, and that was the moment.
And what about for you, Owen? How did you become involved?
So I had finished school in 2015, and during school, you know, the teachers will always ask, what do you want to do when you're older? And for me, it was just, I'm going to Ibiza. That was always in my head. Yeah. Had obviously followed the rave scene and like clubbing scene across the UK, Ireland, and Ibiza for years. And when I finally got the opportunity to go out, I went out on holiday in 2007 and met a lot of people there and could just see the craziness. I was like, this is a bit of me. Like I want this. So then quit the job, decided to go back the next year, 2008, went there, and I actually started working with dance tripping. So dance tripping was like one of the original pioneers of live stream, or well, live recordings. So they, before Beat TV and Boiler Room and all, these guys were going from like the late 90s, recording all different sets from DJs. So I had got in touch with them online and said, you know, do you have any jobs? I'm coming over. Gave me a camera as soon as I arrived, went into the DJ booth and recorded. Shaky hands, you know, going in there, recording Mandy and Book of Shade, and, you know, superstars for me as a 19-year-old. And then just a couple of weeks later, had met a girl whose boyfriend was actually working with Dave. His name was Marlon Gordon, so he was like the PR manager. And me and my girlfriend at the time had said, well, I'm going for this. This is Carl Cox at Space. Like that party's nuts. So went down anyway, met Davey Boy Brown and in Savannah's in San Antonio. And there was another DJ called G Moore that because I had been going to Bora Bora, I was living in Playa d'Embossa. There was this G Moore was like, you know, you could see him online. He was popular at the time. And I remember saying to Dave, you're G Moore, aren't you? Which he didn't like at all. And, you know, my ex-girlfriend, very good looking girl. And I don't think they hired me. They hired her. And I was just a follow-on. I obviously didn't manage to sell, but
yeah, you were just a bonus at the
I
time.
was just a bonus. And then I remember coming back and saying, listen, lads, I'm here to graft. And lo and behold, we got the job. And the following year, I think, Dave, you had said, do you want to do something else in terms of like grow into the PR manager role as well? Because we had another event going on in Space called Come Together, and it just kind of went onwards and onwards from there. We'd come back every year, stay in contact with Dave throughout the winter and then it just literally became a Goliath event until the end. So, and we're still here now. I'm working with Dave 14 years this year. 14 years, yeah, mad.
So we'll take from that.
Yeah, when you put it like that is a bit mad.
Consistency or persistence is key.
Yeah, consistency is key. You have to be mad to work in this.
Definitely. So I'm right in thinking, so Dave, you were kind of you were head promoter, if that's correct, yeah? You're on the promoting side. And Owen, you were...
We're talking about Carl?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, really, I did top to bottom everything. So, yeah, everything that went on with that event, from, you know, liaising with Space every day, making sure everything ran from the production to the everything, right, from start to finish. So, yeah, I was there from when the club opened to when the club closed every single week.
He set the foundations, and then we went and executed it.
Yeah, you know, I would stay in because I was living on the mainland at the time, so I'd come over for 4 or 5 months, whatever it took. Stay in Pepe Rosillo. He had a villa in San Antonio, so we would stay there, and then all the DJs would come and stay there, which made it into a real sort of family atmosphere. Carl would stay, and it was really cool. So we you know, that I think that was part of the reason that it became so successful, is it became like a real family. Everyone, you know, worked together for the benefit of the event. It was really good.
The DJs going and staying in that villa really nurtured the family vibe. So like everyone would be offered, if you're coming over to play, do you want to stay in the villa? And most people would say yes. And then getting up and eating breakfast in the morning and eating dinner, going through music together, getting the lifts to the club, the hype would be building up from the time everyone landed. You can just feel the place starting to rumble, and then the event kicks off. So it was crazy times.
So would you? Sorry, no, but I was at the very beginning. It was, I was talking to someone about it a couple of days ago. It was relatively small. I remember, where the perception, but by the end, it was so huge, and it had such momentum that people forget that at the beginning we really had to grind it out. The idea, I remember we were sitting with Pepe and Fritz at the time, who was the manager of the club, and saying that we wanted to do it on a Tuesday because the first year it was on a Thursday, but then it was against Cream and some of the real big hitters. And said, right, we want to do it on a Tuesday. And they said, Tuesday, nothing ever works on a Tuesday. Historically in Ibiza, nothing's ever worked on a Tuesday. And so we started off and slowly went from 2,000, 3,000. When we hit 3,000 people, we thought, shit, we've absolutely cracked it. And then by the end, it was nuts, completely nuts. It was full every week. And full was a lot of people.
So what did your kind of pre-event prep, what was your typical Tuesday like for you both?
The street, yeah. When just back to the very beginning, if once you start promoting events in Ibiza, it's quite a complicated territory because there's events every day. All 6 or 7 competitor events every day, and the day before, and the day after. So it's very, very competitive. But also it's quite a complicated way. The ticket sellers, the massaging everyone's egos, making sure everyone was on your side. So I spent a lot of time at the beginning going to meet everyone, talking to the ticket sellers, doing things that they're really not used to doing. If I said I was there on a Tuesday, I was there on a Tuesday every day. If I was there, and those kind of things, we built up a really good reputation of being reliable and being straight up guys. And that really helped us at the beginning. And slowly, they started to see the benefit because they were selling more tickets, and our competitors started to see, right, shit, these guys are serious. And after 3-4 years, we really started. Once the ball started rolling, as soon as you start being the #1 event on that day, people start to go because it's the #1 event. And then it really starts to snowball. And it's, after 5 or 6 years, it was completely out of control. In control in the club, obviously, but its momentum really started to build up momentum of its own. But on a typical Tuesday, get up in the morning. I would always like to be there 10 o'clock in the morning at the club. So get up, have some breakfast before anyone else was up. Go to the club. Because we had an office in the club, so we go to the office, start making sure everything was on time. We would organise the drivers for the pickups, the flights coming in, everything. So we had, there's a little team. It's because there was an office in London Safe House was the office in London cars management team. So they would normally book the flights, tell us what DJs, what time the flights were coming in. We would organise all the pickups, the sound checks, all that sort of stuff. During the day, make sure all the production was done, everything was where it should be. So it got to the stage where you just walk around the club and know, right, that should be there, that should be there.
At a certain time as well. Dave's attention to detail at the start really set the tone for what was to come. So even in the days before social media, we didn't need to look after that part. It was very much focused on the online or the physical promo. So they would go up and down the streets of Plaid and Boss and whatever and notice on the corner of his eye, well, there should be a poster there. There should be a poster there. We're missing a billboard. We're missing something off the lamppost. Do these guys have their tickets for tonight? They haven't paid yet.
I was completely obsessed at the very beginning, totally obsessed with making sure all those things were right. And I think it's that in the end, it all paid dividends because DJs played out of their skin when they came. The people, as to say, from a promoter's perspective, what you want from me, you want people to come in, spend every cent they've got, go out with their pockets empty, but with a big smile on their face, saying, "Yeah, that was worth it. That was the job."
Yeah,
and
we will do it again.
9 times out of 10, that's exactly what happened. We have very, very few people walk out and say, "I didn't like it." In fact, I don't think I've ever seen anyone walk out so I didn't like it.
No, that sounds like you definitely kind of nailed that. And kind of what I'm picking up from you is both with customers and with even like people within kind of your circles industry wise, is that nurturing that relationship is so important. Would you say that's kind of what has maybe gave that longevity? Like you said there, you had your DJs, everyone in the same villa, really building up that kind of community spirit. Do you think that kind of contributed to why you guys managed to keep this going for 15 years?
Yeah, 100% for sure. Yeah, people who went to the event loved the event. Whether, you know, we always tried to evolve the production. We changed every year and tried to evolve as newer technology came in. Lineups wise, we were always quite eclectic with the lineups, and you know, and Carl obviously was Carl. You know, smashed it out the park every single week. It was a pleasure and an honor to have worked with him over that time, because he absolutely 100% never let you down.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. And that's, you know, that's quite difficult to, you know, when over that length of time, from the first show to the last show, smashed it out the park every time.
When you're managing, or not managing, but we're working with someone like Carol Cox, who has this incredible kind of global sort of fame, what extra things do you have to consider as an events team? Is there more kind of to it when you're dealing with someone who has that massive status?
But during that status grew to a certain extent with the event. You know, at the very beginning, obviously he was a well-known DJ and within a small circle, very famous. But his fame, his status in the industry grew and grew and grew as the event grew and grew.
Mm-hmm.
So we sort of evolved together. You know, and it really was like a family situation. You know, when you sit up and have coffee with someone, they're sitting there in their underpants, then it's not like, oh right, shit, this is a global superstar, or you know, it just wasn't like that.
But
and
then when you would then be out in public and then see, wow, you know, the reaction that people have when they see Carl, like as a godlike figure, it's insane.
It's really very, very strange, because my youngest daughter, who grew up with Carl, you know, she's 14 now, but when she would go out with us and see the reaction to him, it's quite strange, because people do go crazy, like, you know, they run over and want to touch him. When you don't see it like that, when you just see the regular light. But that's he is. He's a global superstar. There's very, very few places that he goes that he's not recognised. And part of that is that his persona is so approachable, and you know, he's got that. He has got a genuinely likable persona. So people do feel as though they can approach him without being told to leave.
Yeah, comes across as very humble and obviously like immensely passionate about what he does. So I guess we're looking over those years, obviously a lot of things would kind of change, you know, be it Ibiza's market or just kind of the industry in general. What are kind of some of the challenges you faced running that party as it grew and as things changed around you? Does anything stand out?
I think, you know, the biggest challenge obviously is because it is so competitive. You know, if you said to anyone who's going to start promoting an event that there's going to be 7 events similar within 10 kilometers of yours, and 7 or 8 or 10 events the day before and the same the day after, and we're all eating from the same pot, this is the amount of tourists on the island. So, you know, I used to say, right, you know, as long as we're getting our percentage, if there's 10,000 people want to go out that night, as long as we're getting our percentage of that, that's all we can do. You know, we don't expect to get 100%, but if we get 60, 70%, that's absolutely the maximum we can do. So we had to enable us to do that, we had to provide the best possible event we could, because it is so competitive.
And there wasn't even as many places, say 2010, 2015, as there even was in the past couple of years before COVID. So every bar, beach club, day club, hotel, etc., now runs parties. So in Space days, you know, you'd have, when people would come, or like the workers over here, they wouldn't even talk about the days of the week as Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. You would call Monday, oh, well, it's Cocoon. Tuesdays is Carl Cox. Wednesdays is this. Thursdays is that. And you're then also competing against parties which are in your own club. So even at Space, Tuesdays was the number one, but We Love on Sundays was very strong. Enta were strong when they came in. And the competition just is insane. And then when
that's just made me think, because we were, at the time, We Love was the monster. So Sundays at Space, that was the one, and they were running day and night. Everyone else was running in the morning, and we were the first event that came along and said, right, we're just going to run at night. So that was breaking the whole, because Space was known as an after hours club apart from Sundays. So that was breaking the mold a little bit. And when we finished, before we even finished, another room in the club was already open. So we'd be running, it's still running in the main room. This was at the beginning, or no, they were just about to open. So they'd be cleaning the sunset terrace, the outside terrace, while we were still running in the main room. It was completely nuts. Yeah, and then it would go round and round, and people would come out of ours, and then there'd be 500-600 people go straight out and queue to go straight back in for In Bed with Space, it was called at the time. It was bonkers. And I remember having this discussion about Cocoon, because at the time Cocoon was a direct competitor, but they were much bigger than us, much longer history. And I had this discussion with Lynn, Carl's manager. It's, they why are we not like Cocoon? And Cocoon was fucking cool. They built up this really cool image, and I said, we're not fucking cool. And in the end, we're not cool. We throw great events. That's why I don't want to be cool. I want to throw great events, because one day you may be cool today, but tomorrow you're not going to be cool, and then you're over. So we just throw great events, keep throwing great events, and develop what. By the end, I don't want to be cool, but in the end, we were fucking cool.
Effortlessly cool.
There's like Musicon and those kind of, they have a different type of approach. It's just different, and amazing. What those guys do is fantastic. What Cocoon did, amazing. We aspired to be like Cocoon, because they built up for a long time. They were the go-to event, but we had a slightly different approach. But plus we had Carl.
Yeah.
No, that's Carl, as he got bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. We became the go-to event. It's quite often we would be the only event people would go to during their holiday, because it was
a little bit more accessible as well, because we had multiple rooms. We had 6 rooms of music. Obviously, there's Carl Cox and techno in the discoteca. The terrace was normally used for like more so housey acts, and then we'd have the sunset terrace for something chill out. We'd have maybe the rooftop for like smaller brands as a platform, like even Mikey and the guys from SEMC.
Yeah, they did El Salon.
They came to El Salon. This is where we met. We gave them a platform. Amazing friends for life.
Gave them a platform and a lot of drink, if I remember.
Yeah, a lot of drink.
Yeah.
But there was also different styles of music. So Carl's party was super accessible. You'd have drum and bass, house. Trance artists were playing probably in the early days, and that's why.
No, I draw the line at that.
Not trance.
Yeah, I draw the
progressive.
line. Progressive. There was a conscious effort to make to be a little bit eclectic, and because there were a lot of people doing just techno, right? That is, so okay. Right, let's look at Lynn, Carl's manager at the time. She was really smart, amazing at looking at different artists, different more eclectic sounds. Sometimes it worked, and so I'll be honest, sometimes it didn't. Or you put someone in there who wasn't used to playing in a room of that size, because the music didn't necessarily suit. Or sometimes you'd have, I remember Andy C, and I think it was Marco Bailey coming on after Andy C, which was musically potentially a fucking road crash, but in the end it worked. It's really a strange thing that those two scenes are so a long way apart, but it actually worked. And because Andy C's guys, his crew in the end stayed for Marco Bailey. So, and that was a room for 2,000 people that actually worked with that huge change musically.
Mm-hmm. So it sounds like you've got to take a little bit of a risk now and again when you're doing these things.
Most definitely.
Again, sorry?
Sounds like you've got to take a little bit of a risk sometimes. Take a little bit of gamble on something, yeah. So what kind of, as like individuals, kind of, we've touched on it, like you'd have to be mad to go into these types of jobs, the electronic music and a whole. What are the qualities you need? What are the human qualities you need to successfully be able to work on these projects?
I always say you need to have a neck like a jockey's bollocks. Just the tenacity, just to keep going, because this is a roller coaster ride. You know, absolute roller coaster ride, especially now in today's terms with what's going on around us. But if you want to throw in the towel, it's quite easy to throw in the towel. It's much easier for us to go, let's just go to London, work in the bank, go get something super solid and go for it. But we love it. And you need to have that spark, you know, like there's been times over the past year, I think we've done a couple of talks, and there's been time over the past year where I'm sure we've both gone, what the hell are we doing? Like, what the hell? But then when you do those few good events and you're there in the middle of it and you go, that's why we do it. That's exactly why we do it. There's, you know, 1,000 people, 2,000 people, 10,000 people absolutely raving their socks off, and they might come up to you at the end of the event and go, geez, that was the best night of my life. That's what makes it worthwhile. You know, so to kind of keep going on that front. Dave's going a lot longer than I am. Let's see what I'm making.
A lot longer, yeah. You know, if you come into this business because you want to make a lot of money, you're in the wrong business. There's the potential, of course, you know, you get it right, but there's also a potential to lose a lot of money. But you have to have a slightly obsessional nature. So, right, okay, I'm going to get up every morning and I'm going to throw 100% into what we're doing. And it's no good waking up and go, fuck it, I can't be bothered today. It really isn't like that. Every day there's got to be something, and Owen will come up and say, I've got a great idea. Fuck. Go sit down and go, shit, that is a great idea. And then round and round it goes. That's and that's what keeps it interesting. There's you know, we've got to be, you know, say that there's big, huge corporate business in this world. There's, you know, the big corporates have seen once people start talking about this industry generating, I don't like to call it an industry, but anyway, but the generating billions, then corporate businesses look at this. But this is a very personal and ethereal kind of business. A lot of this, the success of this business is because of the love and passion, and you know, Owen's quite, you know, we've got one foot on the dance floor. So you know, if you don't really understand what moves those people on the dance floor, then this is a very complicated business. Now I'm as happy standing in front of the speaker at Brett or somewhere like that, going, fucking hell, it's amazing. Who's playing? You know, but the music, the sound system, all that is more important quite often, well, certainly to me, than who's actually playing. The fact that we've maybe sometimes lost focus on the main reason that we go out, and it's not necessarily to go and see them. DJs fantastic, some of them amazing, but in the end, the main thing is the music, the sound system, and the people you're with. It should be.
The experience.
Are there any? Sorry, carry on.
No, go on.
I was going to say, you're talking about that kind of like euphoria feeling, like on a dance floor, and kind of what it means to be out clubbing. Do you guys have any kind of moments in your head that you think of that through the Space days? I'm assuming that the closing must have been quite like a emotive time for you both.
Yeah, he dragged me out into the middle, because in the middle of the dance floor at Space, they had a big ice cannon that came straight down in the middle of the dance floor. Because I never, any of the events that I did, I never went to the dance floor ever. And every event, I'd walk into when we opened. But was it actually Space closing or Carl Cox?
No, it was the Carl Cox closing. So like we obviously had a huge team of PRs and poster guys and dancers and everything else. and they're all every week religiously at the same spot under the ice cannon, just like the biggest ravers in the club. They love it. And for me, you know, we're obviously running around, we have the earpiece on, and I'd always go just a couple of times just through the dance floor, make sure everyone's all right, see how they're enjoying it, because they'd give you the feedback on the event saying, oh, this is too low, or the music's too low, or whatever.
Bear in mind that this is packed, you know, we're talking like
mental. Ice cannons going off everywhere, like people just full power. And I just grabbed Mr. Davy Boy Brown and I said, come on, you're coming. Stuck him in, and that was like for the whole time I was there. Have never seen him on the dance floor, just so you could experience the ice cannon. Nearly blew his wig off. He used to have hair before then. that was incredible. But there's so many mad moments in the club, like, you know, crazy moments of people just being a little bit wayward way. And in the terrace, there used to be the back of the terrace, the wall was made of like brick, so like the front of space there was like old
stones, real old Ibethenko stones.
So you'd have people coming in and they've obviously been out all day long, and some lad asks, you know, where's my, can you point me in the direction of the ATM? You just point him at the wall and he's trying to stick his card into the bricks of the ATM. But,
absolutely.
Yeah, and then there's just so many famous faces that walk through as well that were just on the dance floor. They weren't not running around the VIP or whatever. You just look to the left and you see a celeb or a, you know, musician that's just there having it off on the dance floor with everyone else. Dr. Dre rocking through the club at Carl Cox that time, Davey Boy, remember that?
Yeah.
Then VAR jumping into the crowd. You know, the crazy moments that stand out for me were just when the club was just rocking, and people crowd surfing, just mad.
Yeah, no, for me, as Owen said earlier, that to stand in the booth and say, yeah, we made that happen, and because sometimes it was so good, the atmosphere was so electric, and it's, you know, it's a proud moment for anyone who's been involved in the organisation of that, from whether you're handing out flyers, sticking up posters, whatever you're doing in that operation, to say, yeah, actually, we were part of that. Yeah. And all those people with massive smiles on their faces, it's a nice moment.
And the team that we had as well, like, you know, we'd get the Coxie t-shirts done and they'd say crew on the back, and they wore them with pride, because when they were walking through, I beat the town, played in Boston, San Antonio, whatever, people would be jumping at them, asking for guest list or for tickets or for t-shirts or for fans or for whatever kind of merchandise we had. It was hot property, because you could be like, businesses would know when Carl Cox was coming, because we started quite late in the summer. We'd start like, say, first week in July normally, and then
because we started off at doing 8 weeks, then went up to 9, 10, 11, 12, and then ended up with 15 weeks at the end.
But the businesses in the area would, you know, they'd be waiting for Tuesdays to come, because they know that Played and Boss is going to be packed, and when Played and Boss is packed, their bars are packed, so people are out from 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock on the beaches. Then they go over, and it was amazing just to see the rumble of the area, and a shame to not see that so much anymore.
Yeah.
Well, I guess if you were to start where you started back in, was it 2001 things kicked off?
Mm-hmm.
And then if you were to bring that and start again now in 2021 or 2022 with the pandemic, do you think this event would still have the same longevity and the same momentum if you were to start it now?
That's a very, very difficult question. You know, we were talking about it a couple of days ago, that the perception is that the reasons people are going clubbing seems to be a little bit different. I may be, you know, completely wrong, but that in 10 years ago, there seems to be, there was a reason people wanted to go out, and it certainly wasn't to stand there and take an Instagram picture. If that has become absolutely the norm, then the reasons people go out are completely different. You know, we're certainly, for me, I used to want to go out when I started going out. No, not when I started going out, but when 20 years after I started going out. But the main thing, you wanted to just get lost in the music. You know, go there and be completely consumed by the music. You certainly didn't want to stand there taking pictures to remember that moment that you've forgotten because you were taking a picture. Which is what, you know, it really got to the stage by the at the end of the 15 years with Carl, that when he would come on, it would be an absolute sea of cameras taking videos. And I know it pissed all of us off. You know, he's there, the big moment, and then he would drop the first track. The place would erupt, and cameras going everywhere. These people taking that video have missed that moment because they're trying to take a video that was crap anyway, because the camera went all over the place. And I don't know what people are, that film is going to be better for them than the memory in their head. Or is it more important that they share that moment to their friends to say, I was there? It's where that goes in the future.
Yeah, the focus and attention that you would need to put on content, like that's the main thing for an event now. You know, if no one sees it online, is the event even happened? Is it even worthwhile going to? Because you can't get an Instagram moment on it. Where before, let's say for me, when I was looking to go to Ibiza, the only media that I consumed was like Mixmag and DJ Mag. There was no videos until YouTube started to come out, and even then, there was just like a couple of people with it. Now, as a promoter, depending on what kind of event you have, like we're underground promoters at the moment for like some of our other events, and we can't even promote what we're doing right now. Some of it we can't because we can only have a limited amount of people. So we can see right now there's no phones. People aren't taking pictures at this venue because we can't. It's not allowed. We put stickers on their phone. But the hype starting now because people are out waiting outside. They can't get in, but they want to know what's going on. But they've not even seen what's going on inside. So it's like smoke and mirrors, like the Empire.
It's really quite interesting because we tried it at DC10 when for One Night Stand at DC10, where we said, right, we're going to make a conscious effort to put stickers on people's phones, stop them taking pictures. No pictures on the dance floor, it kills the vibe, all that sort of stuff. And we actually got a team of referees going around blowing whistles and giving people red cards for taking pictures, and it kind of works, but the desire to take pictures is now so strong that people just do it in the middle of the dance floor,
and especially for Carl, if you're going to see Carl, you want to take a picture of Carl Cox. It's a big moment. And
yeah, I get it, but what for? When you're there watching it, seeing it actually happen, unfold before your eyes. But it's 99.9% of those pictures that people take, they never look back on. I saw it yesterday when we were with Pablo, and he said he's got, was it Pablo said he's got 36,000, Gregor, 36,000 pictures.
Yeah. Sitting there.
36,000 pictures. What are you talking about? This is absolutely nuts. Taking the pictures now, I hope, but it's the perception is that that's superseding the music.
Yeah. Well, taking an example of an event though that has built up and has consistency and grown from scratch really in recent times, like Elro. But Elro's concept and brand is all about the show and taking pictures of the show and seeing that, and that's also grown the hype of the event brand as well. So of course everything is possible, but for what we are good at, we're really, really good at on the ground promo, like PR teams, hand to hand, like that. And that now is changing over here because people are becoming less and less connected. So, it's a bit weird when someone goes over and tries to speak to you, say, oh, you want to come to this place tonight? People are a bit standoffish. So they want to consume on social media and on their phones and whatever. So it's definitely changing.
But this is a very, very, in my opinion, from a promoter's perspective, it's very, very dangerous. The more we go along down that road, because then letting people make up their mind purely based on an image, a video, is very, very difficult, because those with the deepest pockets, those with the best marketing team will win whether their event is best or not. And that's, for the minnows in the industry like us, we're small operation who can duck and dive and do all little bits and pieces to survive. But we can't compete with the big money guys. Mm-hmm. And as the corporates come in here and they push prices completely out of the reach of the smaller guys, we have to do more and more creative things. So from our perspective, that's beneficial because we can be more creative. But financially, to stay in the business, it's very complicated.
And so with like Game Over and obviously the parties that you run underneath, you've got Wild Child, One Night Stand, you mentioned they are. How are you feeling for next season coming up? Are you feeling positive potentially to get back to kind of larger scale events?
Positive. We have to remain positive. Looking at the UK getting back to normality and hoping that stays. The US is back to normality. For us, you know, Ibiza is still a precarious place because there's nothing, you know, the clubs haven't had a look in whatsoever. So, yeah, we're remaining positive, just with a slight reservation. Like
for me, if this is a mindset from the government, they're taking because we you know, we had a test event here. Have you? I don't even know what the results were. That was 3 weeks ago.
A month ago, yeah.
So they did, you know, that data from test events is available. That test event, in my opinion, was a red herring just to say we're doing something. But if the consensus is that clubs are not as beneficial as they once were to Ibiza, then it's going to be difficult. It would be detrimental, in my opinion, to the island completely if that's what happened. So, you know, also the huge investment for, you know, privileges now been taken over. Obviously the guys who took over Pasha, the huge investment there. Amnesia still grinding it out and working hard. DC10, they're poised to open it as soon as they can. As soon as they get a green light, they'll be open. But let's see.
Take it as it comes. That's all you can do sometimes.
yeah.
Once it's open, we'll be there. You know, we've been planning and planning for months and months. So, like Dave said, we're minnows, but we're nimble enough to like do things quite quickly. Just put it straight.
We're still grinding it out. You know, there's not many promoters who are grinding it out like we are. You know, for the love of music, we're still doing it.
Why? It'll take more than a pandemic to not do boys out.
Oh, it's never game over.
Oh, nice. I like it. So just to tie things up, what advice would you give to somebody who's perhaps thinking of getting involved in promoting their own events or maybe looking for a career down that route?
Dave,
I see a doctor. No, you've got to be single-minded. You know, you obviously a lot of people get into promoting because they love going out. You need to be analytical a little bit and say, right, okay, what do I want to do? I like this style of music. I've got this group of friends. I can build up from there, and that's for me, that's the ideal way to do it. Build up, do something you absolutely love with the DJs you love, and slowly build up. And don't get into it because you want to make loads of money.
Good advice.
Couldn't put it on myself.
Oh. Well, thank you so much, guys, for giving us your time today. I feel like you have given so much insight and a lot of valuable information and tips and kind of advice on stuff. And it's been really interesting to just get a bit more of the kind of background, like you said, of that crazy 15-year residency. So thank you so much. And I'm sure the guys will be well buzzing when they watch this back.
Cool. Thank you.
Excellent. All right. Thanks very much.
All right.
Catch up soon. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.